Oh, hi, guys. Oh, hi, Mark. Happy Friday, you guys. Happy Friday. I lied to you guys and I was like, I'll stream later this week, but I didn't. Instead, I cleaned out my job. Or my job. I cleaned out my garage maniacally. That's what I was doing. And now it's great. Now it's beautiful, you guys. Now it's beautiful. Clean. No spiders. Everything is perfect. Everything is perfect. So I was very busy, very busy. And by very busy, I was having like a dad crash out, like yelling, being like, this fucking stupid table. Why the fuck is this here? Who put this here? And it was me. I put it there. So yeah, I was having like the dad crash out where I'm like, hold the fucking light better. I can't fucking see anything. Hold the light better. What are you doing? What do you think I'm trying to look at here? I said, hold the light. I was freaking the fuck out. It was awesome. A shit ton of stuff is what I got rid of. A shit ton of stuff. Shit ton of stuff. My wife does this thing where she's like, I'm going to sell this on Facebook Marketplace. And then it sits in the garage for a year. And then, annually cleaning the garage, it's like, oh, here's this thing that we were going to sell on Facebook Marketplace a year ago. And it's still here. Can I throw it away? No. I'm going to put it on Facebook Marketplace. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I was like, it gets a week. It gets a week on Facebook Marketplace, and then we'll see. All right, let's see. Igor's here. Honeybee, Hushed Girl, Grayson Fisher, Kaylee, Dairy Rose, Rat Bastard, Bylonic, Honeybee, Pumpkin, Invoicing Emu, Venko, Dragon Knight, Caramelized Onions, Dopamine, Nosebleed Seats, Shotgun Fox, excuse me, Fee, Vinny XX, Mystic Blue, Droid You Crazy. I know. Twitch is it's just not worth dual streaming, and I don't know how to. I don't have the plugin for OBS, so it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm sorry you have to suffer in YouTube chat. Ella's here. Dusty is here. Scones and Jam. Bimba Moth. Evil Malcolm is here. Space Frog. What else we got? Noodle Sandwich. Cringe. Blue Hair Artist. M. Dally. Oh, you guys be yapping, huh? You guys be yapping. Jer Bear is here. Tabby is here. Cosmic is here. No relics, just a lot of shit. Just a lot of junk, really. There were spooters, but they shooed. Like I would move something and they'd be like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, "All right, out. Out. You can't stay. You're not paying rent. You have to leave. You have to leave." I miss you too, Bylonic. I miss you too. And you're welcome to me for keeping you busy. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Trigger warning, job. My bad, guys. I forgot. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Venko, I'll come and de-spider your garage for 3 lava lamps. Usually I fucking hate spiders, but when I'm like in the middle of doing a task, I'm just like, move. Get out of my way. I'm like picking them up. I'm like, no, I'm putting something here. Excuse me, But yeah, I usually have no fear when I'm in the middle of doing a task. If I'm just minding my business and there's a spider, it freaks me the fuck out. But if I'm in the middle of doing something, I'm like, sir, please move. I don't have time for this. You know what I mean? Need you to move. I'm a landlord and I kick the spiders out. They don't pay rent. They have to leave. I certainly have dad crash outs. I certainly have dad crash outs. Like I remember being really little and my dad being like, "Can you hold this while I do this?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's doing something. He's like, "This fucking piece of shit. Like, it's fucking, bro. Oh my fucking God. I fucking hate this house. I fucking hate everything here. Like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, I can't believe that I've wasted my entire fucking life to live up to this moment where I'm trying to fix this fucking lawnmower and the fucking blade doesn't even fit in the lawnmower." And I'm just sitting there, like, holding the flashlight. And I'm like, I transitioned into dad crash outs because I do that all the time. Something breaks and I'm like, "This stupid fucking piece of shit. We should just like burn the entire fucking apartment down. Like literally fuck this. We don't even need lights. Why do we even have lights? Lights are so fucking stupid. Let's just get rid of them." It's awesome. It's awesome. I it's awesome. It's awesome. I love being crazy. It's great. Hmm. No, yeah, the it's going I'm gonna sell it. And then it's literally like a live, laugh, love, like like fucking Hobby Lobby sign. And it's like, I bet I can get $30 for this. It's like, uh-huh. Let me know how that goes. I'm sure that's gonna happen. I'm sure that's gonna happen, bro. I'm sure that's gonna happen, yeah. DZ is here, but late, as per usual. Very gay. What else is new? What else is new? Sorry, Ven. I did fucking say Venko, did I not? I'm sorry, Venko, my bad. I know. I'm very tired and I still have a lot more to do because I've been putting off like a lot of stuff. I'm like, I'll do it later, I'll do it later. And now I'm like, now that I have free time, I'm like maniacally like, I have to do all of this shit at once that I've been, putting off. It was like 10 o'clock last night. My wife was like, are you going to come to bed? And I was like, I'm almost done. Hang on. Give me like 10 more minutes. I have like 5 more boxes of shit to put away. Hang on. Very busy. Very busy. I don't even know what kind of spiders they are. They're like this big. They're like this big and they're brown. They're kind of thick. They're kind of thick. They're not daddy long legs. They're not orb weavers. They're like, and they're not wolf spiders. They're too small to be wolf. I don't know all my genres of spiders. I know what orb weavers look like. I know what wolf spiders look like. I obviously know what black widows look like. I know jumping spiders. Jumping spiders are fine, but they're like this big. They're like brown.
Malcolm has all the
Very
IQ of a
scary.
baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Alil crashou tu pursa d'idamons.
Oh, thank you very much for the $2 dues. Everybody witness, please.
Witness! Witness!
Oh, hang on one second. All right, let's see. Oh, I will let you in. Hang on. Patience is a virtue. I don't really squish them. I just move them around. I like transplant them. I'll put them outside or something, or I shoe them. I have I got I hate being old because like the things that I get that I'm really excited about are actually not that exciting. I got like a Ryobi leaf blower, and that shit fucking rips shit up, dude. It goes like 70 miles per hour. That shit is like woo, and it just like does everything. So I'll blow the spiders like away. They're like sitting there, and I'll take the leaf blower, and I'm like woo, and they just like it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. I don't know where they go after they've been ushered elsewhere, but I assume they're around somewhere, just not in my stuff. You know what I mean? I love cleaning. I went in to get a sparkling water and I was like, oh my God, everything's neatly put away. That's so crazy. That's so cool. I also really like the jumping spiders, the ones that are like this big. They're like this big and they're furry and they're cute and they don't really do anything. They don't even make webs. They're like this big. They're adorable. They're awesome. But I hate when they jump. I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, I was being chill. Why can you not be chill? Why can you not be chill? Also, where I used to live, there was like like the electric meter, where it's like the big thing and it tells you like how much electricity you're using or whatever, and then people come out and read it. There was like one of those like on the back where I would smoke, and there was like a tunnel spider that lived behind it. And I would come outside to smoke and he would like kind of go back in. And then I'd sit out there for a little bit and he'd come back out a little bit and we would just kind of like hang out. You know what I mean? We would like spend time together. I would tell him my problems. He would listen really well. We'd have a lot of really good conversations, he and I. One day I went outside and he wasn't there. And I was like, interesting. I wonder where my girl went. Where's my girl at? I was very, very concerned about his well-being. And then the day after that, there was another fucking spider in his web. And I was like, oh, I know that you did not murder my friend and then move into his house. So I got like, the raid. And I was like, cat, 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 cat. And I just fucking murked that bitch. I was like, get the fuck out of here. That was my friend that you fucking killed. This is his house. How dare you stand where he stood? And I just like, cat, 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 cat. I just fucking murked that bitch. I was not about it. Not about it. I was like, fuck you. How fucking dare you? That was my friend. Ugh, ridiculous. All right, hang on. I have to see what Ape Gamer wants. I don't know what Ape Gamer wants. Hang on. What do you desire?
Hello.
What do you desire of me this lovely Friday afternoon?
So I see that you're about to do Leadhead content. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Well, we'll see what everybody wants to do first, but yes, that is on the itinerary, correct.
So I have been feeling for a while that there is some undue credit in the commentary community when it comes to Leadhead.
Oh,
Okay.
I
I need
agree.
to tell us I need to tell a story when I was slightly more wait, I can't say that word on your stream. When I was of slightly lower cognitive ability, I was in the West Side Tyler Discord, and I made the suggestion months before a single soul had talked about the first Leadhead cheating video. And I was shot down by multiple people in West Side Tyler's Discord that it was a nothing burger and that we shouldn't talk about it and we should just let these innocent people live their lives, okay? So I took that story and I brought it to the Malcolm to the I think it was your Discord first, and you covered it, and then I brought it to the Copecast Discord and Beckett covered it, and now people know who Leadhead is and how weird and freakish Leadhead is because of me.
It's
Okay,
true. I said
because of
that.
Ape
I
Gamer.
literally said that. In the original coverage, I was like ready to put a fucking gun in my mouth. And then I was like, thank you, Ape Gamer, for bringing this to me. I literally credit
Oh,
you.
that's right.
Yeah,
You know, now that you mention it, I do remember that. But I just feel as though multiple people have been running with the Leadhead story, and Leadhead herself has mentioned it on Twitter. And I've only received one shout out from the Malcolm community. Granted, it was by you,
it's
but I
true.
don't see anybody ever talking about how
No, it
Ape
was you.
Gamer
You did
is the one
this.
who started. Yeah, yeah, it was me. It was me.
I
Yeah, it
agree.
was.
We love Ape Gamer here because you
Okay.
you brought us. I have always said that you deserve all of the credit for the Leadhead fiasco because you were the one who introduced all of us to the puppy kill. So I appreciate it greatly.
Well, you know what, Malcolm? I'll say that you and Purple Perry Gaming are probably the superior channels when it comes to this kind of content because you guys are always willing to shout me out, and that is what's important. Okay. So
Yeah,
thank you for your time.
you're welcome. I'm happy to be parasocially attached to you at all times, Ape Gamer. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. I wouldn't be who I am without your content. Thank you.
It's beautiful. I'm glad I changed your life. All right, love you lots. See you later. We love Ape Gamer here. We love Ape Gamer here. Ape Gamer was the one who was like, Malcolm, do you know who Leadhead is? And I was like, no, tell me more. Excuse me. It was like, I think it was literally the original one, the original stream that we did. I was like, you guys, everybody say thank you to Ape Gamer right now for giving us this trauma, this group shared traumatic experience. Everybody do this for me. Everybody do this for me. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Malcord is where it's at, you guys. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out. If you're not in the Discord, you're missing out, okay? I need a leaf blower. I don't need a dishwasher. I have these. God gave me these. I can wash dishes with these. I can't do like powerful enough to blow the spiders out of my garage. I can't do that. If I could, I wouldn't have a leaf blower. Oh, thank you very much, Shark Jumping. That's very kind of you.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Thank you very much, Shark Jumping. Everybody witness, please. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Ape Gamer deserves 30% of the super chats. All right, all right, all right. Chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. Okay. Leadhead is winning. I'm not surprised at all. I'm not surprised at all. There's a little bit of TikTok drama going on too. I don't know if I feel like doing that today. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel as we progress because I've been watching sad TikTok videos all morning. So I'm in a really dark place emotionally right now. So I really need you guys to hold space for my feelings this morning. Or this afternoon, I guess I should say. So it's there's a little bit of TikTok drama going on. There's two people that I think are really interesting. The first one is this person named Oracle. Their TikTok account got banned, unfortunately. But plenty of reposts, plenty of reposts. But this Oracle person is like one of those like 2020 era leftists who are like, in my socialist utopia, I won't have to work. And if you're skinnier than me, you owe me reparations. And if you're lighter skinned than me, you're racist towards me. It's fucking awesome. I watched this one earlier, or it was like a repost because their account got nuked. So it was like a repost. And it was about how like when socialists and communists and leftists say like that everybody has to work, they're like, well, what does work mean? Because I would consider if there's like a commune and I just am at the commune sleeping, like I would consider that to be work. And I was like, interesting that you would say that. Interesting that you would say that. Okay, tell me more about this. So I think that's kind of fun. And then there's this dude that I find really interesting. His name is Bradley on a budget. He's like one of those extreme cheapskates people or whatever the fuck. But this dude makes like $70,000 a month. And he's like, I have had the same towel for 6 years and I literally stapled it together because it's falling apart. And I've had the same toothbrush for 2 fucking years because I don't want to spend money. It's overconsumption. And then he cuts his nails with scissors, you guys, with scissors. Not with nail clippers, with a pair of scissors because it's overconsumption to own a pair of nail clippers. Like, and then he did like this TikTok thing where he was like, oh, I need to clean my apartment because my apartment's fucking disgusting. And this bitch reuses Swiffer pads. He reuses dental floss. He reuses sponges, which is horrible. And he's like, cleaning products are just like a scam to get you to spend money. And it's like, you're gonna get a disease, bro. You're gonna get a disease, bro. And so everybody's freaking the fuck out about that. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I'm a big fan of it. I'm a big fan of it because like I couldn't imagine. Like I understand people have like financial issues and shit like that. One, I don't believe in living in filth. Okay, that's something that disgusts me deeply about Poppy. Is that living in filth is disgusting to me. Obviously, I'm very cluttered, as you can see. I am very cluttered. But it's organized chaos. And all of this shit is clean. Okay. There's not dirt. There's not mold. There's not grease. There's nothing. This is all clean. Okay. Same thing. You know, I'm like a chaotic, organized decor person. I like stuff on the walls. I like things on shelves. I like that. I think it's a good aesthetic. I like it. But it's clean. Okay. You would never catch me dead living in filth. And so I find it particularly interesting. You know what I mean? I find it particularly interesting. It's pretty funny. Samantha Lux and Buck Angel are fighting. Buck Angel posted like AI porn of her, which is fucking insane. Which is actually fucking insane. So I think that's funny. I think that's funny. Evil Malcolm, that's literally who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Oracle Tonya. That's who I'm talking about. The Poppy Court thing is what? I think it's on 9/12, right? It's the day after 9/11. That's how I remember. It's the day after 9/11 based. Socialism is when I don't work. Very true. I completely agree. He doesn't sleep on a mattress on a floor, Scones and Jam. He actually sleeps on a dorm room mattress that he got when he was in college. So he got that for free. Yeah, he got bullied into cleaning his apartment, which is hilarious because he's like, I don't have time because I do this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, you don't have time to clean? Yes, you do. You literally dumpster dive for soda cans and water bottles. You have time to clean your apartment, bitch. Shut up. Shut up. No, it's like the scissors. It's like scissors that you use to like cut paper. It's like real scissors. Well, when he reuses sponges, I mean like he uses the same sponge to clean everything. So the sponge that you use to clean your toilet is also the sponge that he uses to clean his dishes. For some reason, I don't know. Yeah, it's terrible. Evil Malcolm, we are the same. That's like the whole point. I agree. No, like, okay, so when I say reuse sponges, you guys, you can reuse the sponge, but like you don't wash like your bathroom with the same sponge that you use to wash your dishes. That's fucking gross. That's fucking gross. That's gross. Yeah, too much. Sorry for being classist. My bad, guys. Sorry, guys. My bad. Since we're best friends, can me and Aiden aren't that close. If me and Aiden ever get closer, I'll ask him. Okay, but I'm not that close with Aiden. Yeah, suffering for no reason. He didn't steal it, Barbie. He got it for free. He got it for free. Yeah, it's pretty gross, dude. It's pretty gross. He doesn't have health insurance either because he is like an extreme cheapskate, so he doesn't have health insurance, and so it's like you're gonna cut yourself with your scissors while you're trimming your nails, and then you're gonna clean it with the sponge that you use to wash your dishes and your bathroom at the same time, and you're gonna try to clean it, and you're gonna get like fucking tetanus and die. So it's like you gotta pick your battles. You know what I mean? You gotta pick your battles. You know what I mean? I am also pretty cheap. I won't lie. That's not true. I'm not cheap at all. But like I think that it's realistic to be like I don't really need to throw this away. Like I can fix it or like do I really need a new pair of nail clippers or whatever the fuck. Like all within reason. But I think when it comes to like hygiene products or like cleaning products, you don't cheap out on that. Because like you can get sick. Like if you're using like an old moldy fucking disgusting sponge to wash your dishes and shit, you're gonna get sick. If you're not like sanitizing surfaces properly after you cook raw chicken or you're cutting up raw chicken and then you don't sanitize the area properly, you can get fucking sick. You know, if you're using like rusty fucking scissors and shit to cut things and you accidentally cut yourself, boom, tetanus. Like those are things that you don't cheap out on, right? Like cleaning supplies, I would say like cleaning supplies, hygiene supplies, and then I would also say furniture. Those are the things that you don't cheap out on because you're gonna buy 30 shitty, Walmart plywood bookshelves that continue to break over time. You're gonna buy like 10 of those, or you spend the money and you buy like one good bookshelf and then you never have to replace it. I've learned in my long life, okay, that if you just save the money and buy the good thing the first time, you don't have to replace it. Because I too have fallen victim to like, oh, I need this, so I buy it, and then I'm like, this kind of sucks. I need to get a better one when I could have just bought the good one in the first place. You know what I mean? So he did get sponsored by DoorDash, which is insane. Which is insane. Yeah. Also, don't wash your chicken. Don't do that. That's disgusting. You just get chicken germs all over fucking everything. It doesn't do anything. You cook the chicken and it kills the germs. You don't have to fucking wash it. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Okay. And I do deserve a nice chair. I completely agree. I completely agree. Donate now to buy me a nice chair. Okay. No, Lio just has the discount codes for the McDonald's app. So, yeah. All right. Let's queue up our Leadhead video, you guys. Something wicked this way comes, and it's a white woman. Yay. Who would win in a boxing match, Lio or Boogie? Probably Boogie. Boogie has had confrontations before. I don't think that Lio has ever been in a physical confrontation, except for when he's getting his ass beat. Yeah, and the fun trick, you guys, I'm going to tell you this hack right now. If you guys want a nice chair that doesn't hurt your back, here's the trick. You buy the office chairs that like secretaries use or like what's the word? Like receptionists use and shit like that because those bitches are sitting down all day. Okay. So, when you go to the dentist and the lady checks you in at the front of the dentist office or whatever, that lady has been sitting there for 8 hours and she will sit there for the rest of the week for 8 hours. She has a chair that offers great support, okay? That's the hack. Don't buy your fucking racer back, like gaming chair or whatever the fuck those are called. They're terrible for your back. Get the office chairs, okay? Because office people are sitting all day. Office people are in their chair literally 8 hours a day. So they have to have a comfortable chair, okay? Don't buy your gamer chairs. Terrible for your back. Get nice office chairs, okay? And if possible, if you have the money to, get a standing desk, okay? It's good to be up and down. It's really good for your back to stand, you know, throughout the day, on and off. They say that sitting is the new cancer, and I completely agree, okay? It's very important to make sure that we are standing up multiple times throughout the day. You know, we're walking, we're getting our steps in. These are all very important, okay? These are all very important. Yeah. The kneeling chairs are good for your posture as well. I have one of those. I had one for a while, but the part that you sit on wasn't very comfortable, so it started to like hurt my butt
Malcolm
bones.
has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
As an office geek, i completel agrea.
It's good advice. Thank you very much, everybody witness. Kneeling chairs are cool, but you have to get like if you get a kneeling chair, get a really good one, because when you're in that position for a while, if the padding isn't very good, you're going to be in a lot of pain because it actually like hurts your butt bones and it hurts your knees after you've been sitting for an extended period of time. Make sure to spend the good money on it, right? Spend the good money on it. Do I have a standing table? This desk is not a standing desk, but I have multiple standing desks scattered throughout all over the place. My wife also has like a really bougie standing desk. This one is not, but I don't sit in this chair for 8 hours a day, so pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah, they're ergonomic chairs. Kneeling chair. It's these ones. I'll show you. They're like these. These are what they look like. So you kneel on. This is the one that I have. I don't like that one. But you kneel on them. So you have to hold your back up straight. It's really good for your posture because and it's good for your core as well because you're holding yourself up. You're not like leaning back in something, and it positions your back in like this. So your back is like curved, like this is how you're supposed to be sitting, is with your back like this. You're not supposed to slouch with your shoulders forward. So these like automatically correct your posture when you're sitting. That's why a lot of people will sit on yoga balls as well, because they're really good for like strengthening your back and like holding yourself the correct way. Because you get a lot of back pain from your back sitting like this. So I'm sitting like this right now and my back is going to hurt later. I know that it is. Like you're supposed to push your butt like all the way into like the L of the chair. Like your butt is supposed to go right here, and you're supposed to put your back all the way back like this. Your back is supposed to be like this. This is how your back is supposed to be when you're sitting, shoulders back. It corrects your posture because when you sit like this, it puts a lot of pressure on the back of your spine, and then that's why your back hurts, is when you sit like that. It takes a lot of discipline to correct your posture. It takes a lot of discipline, you guys, but your back will feel a lot better. I also recommend posture correctors. I have one of those where it's like straps that go around your shoulders and you pull it tight and it pulls your shoulder, because normally, you know, you're kind of sitting like this. It pulls your shoulders back like this, and this is how they naturally rest. And after you do that for like a week, your shoulders just naturally sit like this. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Okay. It's well worth it. If it's something that you're going to use a lot and it's good for your posture, spend the money on it, okay? Don't cheap out on things that are going to be good long term, okay? So like a good chair, a good desk, good pair of shoes as well, okay? Like all these things are really, 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 really good for you, okay? Posture correctors are great. You can get them for like $10 on Amazon. If you wear it like nonstop for a week, you kind of like train yourself to naturally stand that way. It's very, very helpful, I think. And it definitely makes my back feel better when I'm standing the way that you're supposed to be standing, or sitting, you know, in like the chair a correct way. You feel a lot better. You feel a lot better. At least my back does, for sure. You can get dependent on posture correctors, but you have to just like train yourself to use them. So if you wear them for like a week straight, if you take it off and then you go back to sitting like this, it feels weird and it starts to hurt really quickly. So you go right back to it because it's comfortable. You know what I mean? Yeah. People in the military, they know how to stand straight. It's pretty based. Equity based. I can't wait to get on Facebook Marketplace and lowball people later. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. That's what I like to do in my spare time these days. I'm addicted to Facebook Marketplace. I'm like, did you just say a free pile of wood? Free pile of scrap wood? I'm on my way. What am I going to use it for? Don't know, but it's free. I'm headed that way right now. Like, literally, I've been going crazy. Absolutely crazy. What did I get the other day? I got like a key holder. I was like, wow, I have to have this. I didn't. And then I got a used rug, which was a choice. I just have to clean it. But I've been going crazy, you guys. I've been going crazy. I'll see like a $400 like, I don't even know, like a $400 entertainment center, and I'm like, will you take $20? I'm having so much fun. I'm literally turning into an old person overnight. Like overnight, I literally turned geriatric. It was crazy. It's crazy. I cleaned out my garage and I was like, huh, you know what I should do? Offer this guy $5 for a $300 lawnmower. That sounds great. What do I need a lawnmower for? Nothing. Let's just see what he says. It's beautiful. It's amazing. It's amazing. So we have these really quick. Beckett posted these. Beckett is also a Leadhead enjoyer, guys. Beckett is also a Leadhead enjoyer. We hate gingers and British people here, so it's a double homicide. But let's take a peek here. So this is from Leadhead's Discord server.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Ooh, Arlette. Arlette hates you, Sai. Arlette hates you. That's crazy. Sai, now we know how to lure Malcolm places. Old rugs and desks. Everybody witness, please. And fun fact, I actually have a desk addiction. I'm not allowed to buy desks anymore. There was a period of time where in 6 months, I went through 5 different desks. So I'm not allowed to do that anymore. My wife said, this is the last desk that you're getting. And I said, okay. So I have to have this desk for at least another year until I can get another one. And lo and behold, I've already seen several desks that I wish that I could have, but I made a promise to myself that I would put down the desk addiction. Because I had like a, God, what did I have? I had like a sewing desk that I liked. I got rid of that, and then I got a shitty Walmart L-shaped desk. Got rid of that. Got a big fucking oak office desk. Got rid of that. Got an IKEA desk. Didn't like that. Got 2 IKEA desks after the fact. I got a standing desk, and then I got this desk. So I'm not allowed to get desks anymore. I'm not allowed to. I cannot. I'm not allowed. No more desks. Okay. So this is from Leadhead's Discord. Leadhead says, Nebula would mostly be a good compromise for me, but the vast majority of my income comes from Patreon anyway, so YouTube can't do anything to just immediately nuke my career. That said, if it turned out to be not be sustainable anymore, I'd probably just get a job at a mechanic shop. I think I've learned through about fixing cars over the last year so that I could at least possibly get an apprenticeship. You don't need an apprenticeship to work at like Jiffy Lube, by the way. They show you how to do that. And then on Blue Sky Leadhead said, someday all these amazing video essays I made about all those different games are just going to be cringe as shit. It's just going to be cringe shit that I did when I was first starting out, and I'll be a channel that literally nobody associates with video games, and that'll be beautiful. Hate that shit. Gamers ruined everything that I loved. I'll probably also have like 10 fans, but whatever, man. At least I won't ever stop making stuff that is relevant to my personhood. We literally just have a terminal level of narcissism and delusions of grandeur because no one gives a fuck. Like, get a diary, write it down somewhere, throw it into the sea. Like, nobody gives a fuck about your personal journey of all this other, like, gay shit. Yeah, don't care. No one cares. Very sad. Very sad, dude. Very sad. Hate to see it. Yeah, love a sewing desk. Yeah, I'm in rehab. My wife would be in rehab for buying desks. I just like would get bored of the desk and I would get a new one. Yeah, I could have bought a dishwasher instead of like 20 desks. Very true. Mechanics, like, I don't know. I know people that work, like, it depends. If you work at like a quickie oil change shop, like, they show you how to change oil. Like, it's honestly not that hard to change oil. You can change your own oil at home. You don't have to go and pay somebody like $80 to change your oil. You can do it yourself. It's not hard to do. Changing spark plugs is really easy. Swapping out air filters is really easy. If you want to be like a certified mechanic, I mean, I guess, but why would you not, like, it's not like you get paid like shit to change oil. They charge you out the ass to change your oil because everybody's too stupid to do it themselves. But Leadhead actually got her relevancy talking about video games. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Take 5 oil. Very true. Very true. Yeah, she's very self-important. It's really nauseating, in my opinion. Very nauseating, in my opinion. It's like we have quite literal delusions of grandeur. Nobody really gives a fuck about your internal monologue. Truthfully, I don't think a single person on the planet really truly gives a fuck about your journey to your found family and how you met someone that you wanted to fuck, and then it turned out that that person actually was better as your adopted Discord kid. I don't know. The whole shit's wild. So give me 1 second. I need to get another sparkling water. I'm gonna go piss girl, and then we're gonna start with Leadhead. Okay, I'm putting your key jangling on. Behave. I'll be back in like 5 tops, and then we will begin our Leadhead descent into madness. Okay, BRB. Everybody behave.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Vera Elgona besa fan Vera Elgona a good time.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. My bad, guys. My bad. Okay, let's see here before we begin. Hang on. Let's see what we have going on. Thank you very much, Bard. I appreciate it greatly for the $10 dues. Everybody witness. All the music is Keldoge's music. Keldoge on SoundCloud. Okay, so we're going to be going over Leadhead. Hang on. I have to pull my dog out. Okay. Okay. Let's begin. Okay. So we're doing Leadhead. We're not doing Leadhead, thank God. Leadhead is, wow. How do we even describe Leadhead, you guys? Leadhead has like a 350K sub YouTube channel. Leadhead used to make like video game analysis, video essays and shit like that, and kind of blew up. Okay. That's where a lot of our following comes from. Maybe like 2 years ago, I don't know the exact timeline, we began our descent into madness. And the descent into madness is characterized by information dumping about our personal life and kind of turning everything into a dramatic Lifetime-esque film school dropout, kind of rambling, like schizophrenic video about our life, oversharing, etc., etc. And so Leadhead is a trans woman, and she has like a found family, quote unquote. She's poly, and she like, I don't even know how to explain it. She finds these people on the internet, and then she invites them into like her polycule, and they move out into the middle of fucking nowhere to live with her. They live in like a shack in the woods in like one of the Carolinas or something like that. And all these people like move out with her. I think there's like 5 of them right now. She also cheated on her now wife with this person named Ashley, and then arm twisted her girlfriend, now wife, into doing polyamory. And now she's claiming that this Ashley person that she stepped out on her current wife with is like being abusive or something like that. She claims that she is hypersexual, but she's actually just like a serial cheater. Yeah, there's quite a lot. There's quite a lot here. So anyway, the last update that we had on Leadhead was that she made like a 2-hour-long video about Tyler, the Creator, and how Tyler, the Creator writes music for her specifically, and every single Tyler, the Creator song is actually about her life. For some reason, I don't know. Thank you, white woman, for explaining hip-hop to us. It's very cool. So that was where we left off. And then, unfortunately, we have another Leadhead video, and this one is called How I Radicalized Myself. And people were talking about this in the Discord. I have not pre-watched, but I have, of course, heard rumors and whisperings in the walls. And I guess that this video is going to cause me to, like, mega fucking ultra nuke crash out. My initial takeaway from this is that Leadhead is, like, she's talking about like how she's a radical leftist or something like that. But the thing that I think is funny about Leadhead being a quote unquote rational, like radical leftist is, one, she doesn't know anything about like the history of leftism or anything like that. And then also, she's like a radical leftist that eats at Chick-fil-A. I think like, not to, gatekeeper purity test or anything like that, but I don't know. That's kind of odd. And if you can't tell, history is kind of like my autism niche. So I've heard that this is going to cause a spectacular crash out for me. Spectacular crash out. Yes, Yonkers is about her. When Tyler, the Creator, said, "I'm a fucking walking paradox," he was talking about Leadhead. So her adopted kids, I'm sure, will make a cameo in this video. Leadhead's viewership is rapidly declining into the fucking dirt because nobody gives a shit about her internal monologue. They all followed her for video game essays and video game analysis. And then she acts Surprise Pikachu when people don't want to watch her fucking content because it's not what they subscribe for. And she's like, people just don't understand me because I'm so enlightened. She has quite literal delusions of grandeur kind of shit going on. So it's also, film school dropout level creativity here. So let's see, guys. Let's first lock in and then crash out. Let's see.
I've got this problem. I really like leftist YouTube channels like Boy, Been a Minute, FD Signifier, stuff like that. They make
FD Signifier. Oh, God.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Buckmoon, this is going to kill you, but at least we'll be dead together. Everybody witness. Thank you, Buckmoon, for 7 months of membership. Everybody witness. Quick time for a shill, guys. You can become a member or you can gift memberships. Okay. And then you get a cute little green name in chat, which is so cool. Okay. We love it. You can also buy super chats, or you can do super stickers and I will describe it to you. You can also check out my merch. I have cute stickers, sweatshirts, t-shirts, and socks, believe it or not, because it's important to keep your dog sheathed at all times. Very important stuff. Okay. And you can also always join the Discord. That's free if you don't want to spend money on Malcolm merch, which is very gay of you. But either way, let's continue, guys. Let's continue, okay?
make me laugh, they teach me things, they expand my mind and give me new perspectives. But because all I do is watch YouTube videos, I really only have a surface level understanding of any of it. Today, I'm going to fix that, and I'm going to try to encourage any of you with similar viewing habits to do the same.
Okay.
This is not a video about what the perfect, most refined political ideology looks like. This is a video about personal growth, and how taking an interest in politics can improve.
She's also very obsessed with personal growth, and something that I find really interesting is everybody is like super mad when everybody's like, you compare everything to a cult. People get really upset about this, and I understand why, because cults are, a very specific thing. They usually have a lot of harm or whatever, but something that you'll notice with every single cult, pick a cult. Doesn't matter which one you like. Pick your favorite cult. Jim Jones, fucking Waco, Love Has Won, the FLDS, doesn't matter, pick a cult. What do they all start with? Self-improvement and self-enlightenment, right? That's what they all start with. That's the kicker there, is self-development, self-growth, knowing thyself in relation to something else, usually God. But it is very interesting that we broadcast this to the internet. I find that very particularly interesting.
Improve your life. Like all my videos, I want you to come out of this one with questions about yourself, not answers about me. Let's begin.
Let's begin. Written and directed by Penelope. I would hope so. It's your YouTube channel.
For most of my life, I've been somebody who only engaged with politics on an aesthetic level. I would hear headlines about the situation in Palestine and think, oh, well, I'm going to support the smaller group and condemn the people who are being funded by world superpowers. If a giant army is bombing the hell out of a small community with no effective means of defending themselves, odds are pretty good that the giant army is the one in the wrong. Oh, Starbucks came to my small town and
Also, disclaimer, you guys, this is obviously a politics video. That is not an invitation for you guys to argue about fucking politics in either my Discord server or in the YouTube chat, okay? Save that gay shit for somewhere else, okay? If you guys want to argue about politics, argue somewhere else, all right?
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato,
true.
so no, I don't think so.
Dude, why does Arlette hate you, Sai? This is so funny.
This is creams
There we go.
dropped to films rule.
Thank you, Sai. Everybody witness. Yes, we did drop out of film school, I fear. Very true.
choke the life out of the local cafe scene. Clearly, Starbucks is the evil party here. Oh, a bunch of immigrants living below the poverty line are being painted as dangerous criminals by a gigantic government and their media
You guys are arguing about racism in the Discord? Awesome, cool, keep going.
corporations. Clearly, the gigantic government is the evil one, and the immigrants are the victims. Fortunately for me, this aesthetic basis for understanding the world has given me decent politics.
I hate this. I hate this. You can hear whoever's walking, whoever's holding the camera, you can hear their keys jingling in their pockets. This is giving me cancer, dog.
Time and time again, as I learn about the systemic genocide of Palestinians in Israel that's been going on for longer than I've been alive, or Starbucks operating at a loss whenever they open a branch in a new area, specifically so that they can drive local competition out of business, or the long and storied history of anti-Hispanic nationalism at the hands of U.S. political figures looking for a convenient scapegoat for the ever-declining standard of living in the United States, I find that the aesthetic basis that I used to center my politics around actually did tend to lean me in pretty decent political directions that I stand by after learning a bit more of the fact.
I like how she's out of breath from walking down the street. I really like that. I like how we're running out of breath from, what, like 30 feet of walking? That's funny.
While aesthetics served as a good jumping off point for my growing passion for politics, they left me with at least one major weakness. I was incredibly easy to manipulate. I remember back in 2020, I actually got all choked up hearing Biden's State of the Union address because the aesthetics of his speech fit my worldviews. I was fooled into thinking that he
I like this self-reflection here. We're probably never going to expand upon this, but yes, your entire personality is driven by aesthetic and what you think is cool, quirky, or interesting.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Thank you very much, Layla, for the membership. Everybody witness, please. Yeah, I just, there's not going to be any kind of introspection here because it's true. We are just basing our entire personality off of what is cool or hip or edgy at the time. It's kind of like, like the mustache tattoos that everybody got. Now those are embarrassing, right? Thankfully, I never got a mustache tattoo, but you know what I mean? We're just kind of like basing our entire personality and everything that we think is important in life based on what is in the current moment. Like if it was in right now to be a Zionist, I'm sure that Leadhead would also be a Zionist. Yeah, it's very interesting. And I think I think one of the things that are that's just rotting society from the inside out is that people have a very clear lack of values and lack of principles and a complete inability to understand or identify things that are important to them or things that are meaningful to them. They only see it insofar as it gives them social utility in and out group preferences. And I find that to be very interesting. In this essay,
and by extension the rest of the Democratic Party cared about me. I heard Biden mentioning trans people, and I was naive enough to think that he was going to do anything to help my community. As the years of
we can do a cults episode, Barbie. What's your favorite cult, Barbie?
Biden's administration went on, and it became more and more clear that he wasn't particularly interested in codifying or nationalizing trans-friendly policy, I realized that aesthetic-based politics like those that I had were the ultimate roadblock to any actual progressive movements and any meaningful social change. For me, liberalism became about one single thing: optics, or to use a different word, aesthetics. Liberalism is about covering yourself in the aesthetics of progressivism.
Ironically, Leadhead is one of those people that is aesthetically, politically engaged. I think, like, that's so ironic.
While not genuinely believing in anything other than a self-ascribed moral right to power. Liberalism is about being proud of yourself for voting a black man into office regardless of his politics, but being worried the second that your son starts dating a black man. Liberalism is about loving Mexican food but not having a single Mexican friend. Liberalism is about hating capitalism.
Dude, I love fajitas. Do you guys like fajitas? Fajitas are so yummy, aren't they? I love fajitas. Hot or cold, I will eat that thing as soon as it comes. You know what I'm saying? Arriba! I love Cinco de Mayo. I love a good fajita. I love, what are some of the other things that white people butcher when it comes to, like, these words? What are some of the other ones? There's some good ones in here. Hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Dónde está el baño? Please give me.
But not trusting anybody who attempts to exist outside of it. Liberalism is about thinking that you're on the right side of history just because you listen to Tupac. Liberalism is what you get when you reduce all of the world's problems into aesthetics for you to attach to yourself so that nobody else can call you problematic. That's the
I know that I'm Plaza Andying the fuck out of this. I'm having a lot of thoughts today, you guys. I think it's really funny too because like this is like hang on. I don't
that I grew problems into aesthetics for you to attach to yourself so that nobody else can call you problematic.
I lost my train of thought. Entirely. What did you say?
Liberalism is about thinking that you're on the right side of history just because you listen.
Oh, that's right. I was going to say, this is very funny to me because this is like your friend learns a new word and then they use that word conveniently in every single sentence as soon as they figure out what that word means. Like that's what this is, right? Like she literally just learned who Karl Marx was and was like, wow, I can't wait to assault everybody with my painfully embarrassing lack of knowledge on this subject matter, you know? You watch a documentary on something and overnight you become an expert in it. You know what I mean? Oh my God, you guys, I read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and now I'm going to tell you about Christianity. It's like,
Listen to Tupac. Liberalism is what you get when you reduce all of the world's problems into aesthetics for you to attach to yourself so that nobody else can call you problematic. That's the environment that I grew up in around. Hearing one thing, but seeing something different when it came from my family. Being told to love everybody for all their differences, but spending my entire childhood being very deliberately surrounded by people who looked, thought, and sounded exactly like my parents did.
Okay. Yeah, unload a little bit, yeah. Yeah,
it
get in there.
I
What's
moved
in
out
there?
and started living an interdependent life with my friends that I truly...
Is that... Literally, you don't even have a vintage Polaroid. We have like the shitty Walmart one. Oh my God, this is causing me so much pain. Help me.
Really began to realize any of this. Nothing in the world has ever been able to radicalize me like not knowing if I was going to be able to make rent on a given month. Nothing's made me feel more proud of my struggles than...
I wonder if she's going to bring this up, because this is actually a really interesting, phenomena. I think it was Angela Davis was one of the first people to really write about this. And she writes about how she spent her life essentially studying, learning about, reading about, leftist thought, leftist ideology, leftist theory, the works of Stalin, Lenin, Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Thomas Sankara, Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, all these people. She spent years and years and years at school, higher education, learning all of this shit. And then she said, the crazy thing is that I spend all day lecturing to middle-class white people about these theories, these concepts, these ideas, how material reality like dictates everything, how class is really important in determining your outcome in society, like how you're raised, how much money you have access to resources, things like that. And she writes about how it was crazy to her that she would go into low income communities, people that don't have any higher education, blue collar workers, things like that. And she would go into these communities and she didn't need to teach them anything because they knew all of these things already because they live it. Every day, they're acutely aware of how their material reality dictates their ability to have lateral mobility in society. So she, wrote endlessly about how she thought it was just absolutely bananas that she would go to all these like people that had GEDs and like dropped out of high school and did blue collar work, manual labor, and they understood the teachings of Marx, of Lenin, of all of this leftist thought and all of these principles because they live it every single day. Very interesting. I wonder if Leadhead knows that. I wonder if that's going to be in this video. I'm very curious.
Lending my tools to a neighbor to work on his car and thinking about how I spent my entire childhood watching my mom peeking out through the windows of our house, terrified that somebody with less money than us was going to steal my dad's tools. I love myself, and I have for most of my life.
We can
and
tell.
Because of that, I always figured individualism was kind of just inherent to the human condition.
No.
It wasn't until I started literally needing other people and other people started...
Ooh, does she not know? Does she not know the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? That one of the truest writings that have ever come out of, leftist thought. Who was it that wrote that? I'm not going to be able to think of it off the top of my head. I might have to get my book. We might need my book for reference, you guys. But man, by nature, one of the core principles of leftism is that man, by nature, is altruistic. That is like one of the core principles is that, you see a fellow human being and you relate to them, and that naturally humans are collectivist and human beings work better in altruistic circumstances. But, okay.
Needing me, that I realized that is what true happiness looks like.
What does it look like?
Nothing in the world feels better than giving a homeless person something they need, or doing oil changes for my roommate's cars, or not being afraid to ask for a favor when I need a favor, because I know that I carry my own weight.
Mm-hmm.
Community, found family, love for the people around me, shared struggles and shared success. These are the things that drove me out of my aesthetic understanding of the world, and drove me towards communism. What feeling could possibly be better than knowing that no matter what happens to me, I'll be able to eat because people who love me
so much pain
and
here, guys.
who I love back will share their food with me, even if everything else goes to shit. If my house burns down and my car falls apart and all of us lose our jobs, I'll still be able to share a meal with people who I love because those people and I will fight to make it happen. But shit, my car...
What's up, Benny? I hope that you're well. Welcome to your stream. Welcome to your first stream. Let's witness, guys, and let's struggle continually.
No.
That's how we're feeling right now, Benny.
Did fall apart over the production of this video. These people that I share myself with helped me do what I needed to do while I was fixing it up again. It was always tempting to act like that sense of security and community was just an apolitical fact of life for sociable people, but it's not apolitical, it's communism. And to a certain degree, I think it's something that
That's crazy.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Love one anoter foi aval ubet you.
Dude, I wonder who said that. That's a strong message. I wonder who sent that.
Whoa! This is a strong message!
Thank you, Scones and Jam. Witness, please. Oh boy. Oh boy. Millions of hits of psychic damage. Also, hello, Don't Smoke in Bed. Happy to see you. Everybody pause the stream. Everybody look. Everybody look. Why are you guys tagging me and shit? What do you want?
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Insura veriona inarurbit pil puin finges en call I xoder abusiva idei I tany ruat lux a tall.
Crazy, that's actually already happening, Sai. Everybody witness for the 5. That's actually crazy because that's already happening because Leadhead alleges that she was abused by this Ashley person that she cheated on her wife with. Interesting.
Every single human being in the world has inside of them somewhere. Here's the tricky thing, though. While all that stuff sounds super pretty, for me, it's still, in a lot of ways, just an aesthetic connection with communism that I share. For me, communism is a very simple thing. It's everyone in the community working together to make sure that everyone has what they need to prosper. That's a start, but it's not enough. I don't know if I'm a Maoist or a Marxist or a Leninist. Che Guevara is the closest thing I have to a political hero, but I don't know anywhere near as much about he and Castro as I probably should.
Wow.
I barely understand the difference between...
What do we like about Che Guevara here? What do we like about Che Guevara? I'm really curious here. Identify for me the positive qualities that you like about Che Guevara. I bet we can't name one. I can think of several off the top of my head because I don't know. I like to know something about a subject matter before I start talking about it personally. Personally, I like to know a little bit about it, but I don't know. Well, let's see.
communism and socialism. I don't know how modern technology would affect the way that communism is enacted at a larger scale.
You guys, have you considered? We've never even considered how iPhones are going to affect our communist utopia. God, I wonder if there's any modern communist, socialist, leftist thinkers that have pondered their orbs about this before. I wonder if there's any. I simply can't think of any. I can't think of a single person that is alive right now that talks about the material conditions of current society and how that intersects with communism or socialism. That's so interesting. It's a real head scratcher, I think. I wonder, the only people that have talked about communism ever are dead.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I don't know what Arlette's problem is, you guys. I don't know what her issue is. I'm so tired of her.
Dues senotram amb
There we
bezat performativa peuple viring chetashirsis a literal stereotypen de joc? Hilarious.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
You guys are mind melting.
Se propastashir bit cheonit.
Very true. Yes, she does own Amazon Che Guevara t-shirt. I believe it to be true. Everybody witness, please. Yeah, Noam Chomsky is one. I was being rhetorical, Josh. I was being an asshole. Noam Chomsky is one. Angela Davis is one. Oh God, what's the name? What's the name of the lady that wrote the New Jim Crow? Who wrote that book? Michelle Alexander is one. Brian Stevenson, if you want to count working and operating within the system. Proposing reform. I mean, I guess that's leftist, technically speaking. That's more socialist, though. Like, there are plenty of contemporary people who talk about communism in the 21st century, believe it or not. I think it's really interesting that people, because, like, this is usually what happens, okay? What usually happens is people get interested in, like, leftist thought, leftist theory, leftist ideology. And what they want to do, the first thing that they do, is they go to history, which in a vacuum is not a bad thing at all, right? It's good to know the roots of, you know, the ideology that you're ascribing to. That's a good thing most times. However, what ends up happening is they get stuck in that romanticized era of communism, which is, you know, I'm talking like the Paris Commune level of historical entrapment here. And they get stuck and they don't realize that this is an ongoing kind of conversation that scholars continue to have regularly, continue to write about, continue to, you know, create theory that is able to intersect with contemporary modes of production and contemporary, like, struggles that may or may not be like a barrier to this. Like, for example, the industrialization of food production. That wasn't really a fucking thing when Rousseau was writing, right? Like, everybody had fucking gardens in their backyard and shit like that. You get locked in this prism of only viewing communism through a historical lens, and that kneecaps you significantly because you're unable to answer questions of how leftism, communism, socialism adapts to like modern barriers. And that is purely out of lack of trying, because there are plenty of scholars that to this day write regularly about communism. Like, it didn't just like die when, you know, Mao Zedong died. It didn't just stop as soon as Stalin died. It didn't just stop. People are still writing about this right now. And your lack of curiosity and finding out what contemporary scholars are saying about it shows me that it is, in fact, just an aesthetic for you. And you don't actually give that much of a fuck. Because all of the questions that she's like, oh my God, well, what about iPhones and communism? Babe, people are talking about that right fucking now. Go to any local college campus and take a fucking political theory course. Just walk in there. Just walk in there. There's bitches that are talking about people who are writing about communism right now. It's very interesting.
I don't know how I feel about China. I don't know why unity with nature is always treated as a core tenet of communism. I don't know how communism is supposed to exist alongside globalization or the global interconnectivity that comes with the internet. I'm always talking about how much I wish I could live under communism as opposed to capitalism, but ultimately, I don't fully understand what my life would even look like under such a system.
Okay.
Especially given that my disability makes even just sitting out here really hard. Needless to say, it makes jobs and manual labor extremely difficult, if not impossible.
Oh my God. Arlette is being such a lazy bitch today. I'm so sorry. Bionic, thank you for the $1.99. Everybody witness, please. Probably, I would say probably like my, oh shit. Probably like my favorites. My favorites are who writes that book? It's called The Red Flag. It's by David Priestland. That's a good history of communism. That's a really good history of communism book. It's called The Red Flag. And then I would recommend anything by Angela Davis is really good. Race, Money, and Class is a really good one. And The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander is also a really good book. Those are like pretty milquetoast introductory kind of readings. The thing with political theory is, unfortunately, people regurgitate themselves quite a lot. Thank you very much, Burp, for the Burpo12 for the gifted membership. Congratulations, Lizard Man. You are the lucky winner. My alert box just doesn't want to work at all today. Everybody witness, please. Those are like the two really good ones that I can think of off the top of my head. Yeah, of course. David Priestland's A Red Flag is a really good, like, condensed history. Obviously, if you're sitting down and you're reading, like, all of these works, like, Das Kapital is, like, fucking fat. The State and Revolution isn't that big. But, like, if you're sitting down and you're reading a lot of historical theory, one, it's really hard to get through because it's, like, old theory, right? It's like reading 17th century, like, Old English. You're like, this hurts my brain. This is, like, a lot. But The Red Flag is nice because it condenses all of the history. Obviously, there's more to whatever history you read. Like, pick a historical conflict. There's probably, like, 1,000 books about that conflict. Like, even the Battle of Verdun. There's, like, 20 books off the top of my head about the Battle of Verdun alone. It's kind of the same thing with communist history. Like, there is endless amounts of reading material about all of these subjects. So what I recommend for people if they want to read, like, about history or about political theory is pick a book that's kind of like an overview, right? Like kind of a condensed version, like a watered down version of kind of somebody's writings or somebody's thoughts. And then you can pick what is interesting to you and then learn more about it. So for example, I would say when I started like getting into history, I was really interested in World War II history. That was something that I was really interested in. And the more that I read about it, like I would read something and it would mention, like for example, Ravensbrück is one of my favorite books. It's about Hitler's one of the only female-only concentration camps. And I was reading a book that was about the history of World War II, and it was kind of like, you know, an overarching, like, this is a summary of World War II, essentially. And this Ravensbrück kept getting brought up, and I was like, interesting, I wonder what that is. So I Googled it, and then I was like, oh, shit, this is actually really interesting. So then I started reading more about that, and I bought books that were, like, narrower and narrower and narrower in scope. So, like, start big and then get granular, because you'll find your interest really quickly in what you think is interesting and what you want to learn more about. The other one too is like the Action T14 program. That one's really interesting to me, and I only learned about that in reading Ravensbrück. And after I read that book, I was like, oh shit, like what is this? I want to learn more about this. Start big and then get small. And then you can kind of pick and choose what is interesting to you, and then you can just kind of lock in to what you think is important, because if you just have one thing that you think is interesting, a lot of people, for example, like to learn about Auschwitz because Auschwitz was like the biggest extermination camp. However, there's a lot of interesting smaller concentration camps that a lot of people don't know about. So if you read anything about Auschwitz, usually you're going to get told about or learn about or become aware of other concentration camps and extermination camps and be like, oh shit, I wonder what this one is, and you Google it and you're like, oh shit, that's actually really interesting, and then you can find a book and read about that. Treblinka is probably one of the more interesting ones, that was like way more effective at extermination than Auschwitz, but very few people know about Treblinka or know a lot of history about Treblinka, because pretty much everybody that went there died. So there's not very many like living historical testimonies of what actually happened at Treblinka, but the nittier and grittier you get into it, the more that you find out about it, and then you just learn from there. That would be my recommendation, you guys. That would be my recommendation.
Possible for me. So would videos like mine still be being made under communism, and would that be my contribution to the world?
No.
Which communist doctrines would see my work here as something with cultural value, and which ones would see it as pointless decadence? I really don't know, and I think I should. I think I owe it to myself to know. That sense of community, that thing that I said earlier is communism, has saved my life multiple times, both by ensuring my material conditions remain livable and by giving me a sense of purpose to ward off suicidal ideation. If it's true that, to a certain degree, I owe my life to the ideals of communism, then I think I owe it to myself and to everyone around me to learn a bit more about it. So today's video is going to be...
How can you owe your life to something and you don't even know what it is, but...
a three-part experiment.
Three-part experiment.
Firstly,
okay.
I'm going to write out a little essay about what I think communism is all about.
Exciting. Tell
why
me
it's
about
important, all that stuff. I'm just going to go in depth about my current, still somewhat aesthetically motivated relationship with communism.
Who is this video for, just out of curiosity? I think this is for her. I think that she, like, sits down and watches the videos that she makes regularly. Like, I think she's making these videos for her. I don't think they're for the consumption for other people, right? I think that she makes these for her to watch every night. The Found Family is like, and she's like, everybody sit down, we're watching my communism video again for the third night in a row.
Step 2, I'm going to read some theory. There are all sorts of pieces of literature written by people who have a far greater understanding of communism.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Thank you, DZ, for the membership, Everybody Witness. I'm starting to think that Arlette is actually sexist, because that was like the fastest response that she's given. Like, I think my alert box is sexist, because DZ got mentioned immediately, like seconds. But notice how it takes so long for size messages to go through. I'll have to investigate this further.
Than I do. I'm going to read all that stuff, both new and old, and discuss it with the people who helped me get into communism in the first place. And then, thirdly, I'm going to revise my thoughts and tell you all how my relationship with communism has deepened over the course of this experiment.
Wow, I'm
the
very
motivation
excited.
behind all of this being to sharpen my own mind, to teach me how I can start contributing to the world.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Usenburn de Owetting says getting RN.
Dude, she's got like 120 SPF on. She's fine. Everybody Witness, thank you, Cosmo.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Llevat jet nerdi ara. Animation was a state funded in the Soviet Union and it was a thriving industry. Creativity was important for the cultural zeitgeist.
Thank you very much,
The
Guns
only
and Jam.
downside was the censorship.
Thank you for the 10 Witness, please. That's also actually something that I think is really interesting. So third positionists are like, typically they're like, there's like this really weird brand of alt-right where they're communists, but they're only communists for white people. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Okay, it's very interesting. So just walk with me for a second. So something that that these people love to point out, and it's true, is that in Soviet Russia and in a lot of communist countries, culture is incredibly highly regarded. So, for example, even in communist Russia, they were commissioning people to write symphonies. They were the state was paying people to make music. The state was paying people to make art. They were incentivizing a rich, diverse culture of art. And that's something that is honestly pretty unique to the USSR. There's other countries that do it, but it was the USSR that really, really brought that to the forefront of people's kind of zeitgeist, essentially, is that they were like, no, we should be commissioning and incentivizing people to create. Like, that there is more than just like physical labor, there's creative labor as well. And so third positionists really hang on to this, because it's like, you know, why were these other countries willing to put money, the state is paying money for people to create, to reflect their culture, to incentivize, you know, a very specific kind of culture in their countries. But we don't do that. Instead, we get fucking Kanye West and mumble rap and blah, blah. That's where it goes really quick. Okay, take that part out of it. The whole principle that the state would commission people and pay people to create a cultural, significant art culture is actually really cool. And that's something that a lot of people don't know. Other countries do it as well, but the one that is most known for doing this is the USSR, which is actually really fucking cool, if you ask me. Thank you very much, Scones and Jam. And then Layla, is this something that just struck you, or have you been pondering your orb about this for a while, how she probs regularly watches her videos? Thank you, Layla. Witness, please. No, that's off the dome. I feel like she watches these videos for herself. I'm going to be completely honest with you. That's off the dome. It's just now coming to me because I'm thinking, who is this for? Who's sitting down and watching this with a smile on their face and a heart full of glee and joy? The answer is no one. So except for Leadhead.
In this communist dream of mine in more substantial ways, and to show you all how much richer your life can be if you, well, just stop telling yourself that your existence is apolitical. So we've talked about the broad strokes, the function of government, the function of the military.
I'm so tired of this bitch making videos and driving. Like, we're gonna get a news story. Woman crashes car and kills family of 4, making a shitty art YouTube video. It's gonna happen. It's in the cards. This bitch is going to kill someone. Pay attention to the road.
The motivations of the individual under communism. I'm starting to run out of things to say for this first section of the video, but
hell yeah, get her.
Let's talk about cops for a minute.
Get her ass.
Okay, so
Straight
ACAB,
to
right?
jail.
Anyone who's made it this far in the video probably understands the nuance and subtleties that are wrapped up in this symbol that is ACAB. I firmly believe that everybody living in this world is a victim.
Dude, ACAB except for sovereign citizens.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Amazing sumeon canopluat sumein dismasturbatori bijut getting a tustos violation.
True, this is pretty not safe for work. Thank you, Sai. Everybody witness. ACAB except for sovereign citizens, you guys. Anytime that I see a sovereign citizen video, I'm like, back the blue, baby. Like, tase that bitch. Yes, you are in fact driving a car. You're not traveling. You're not like a Moorish citizen. I'm sorry, you still have to have a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle. Arrest this bitch now. No negotiating, no conversation, nothing but straight police brutality. Tase her now and get her out of the car. I love sovereign citizen videos. They make me so happy.
Of something. You know, U.S. soldiers are victims of the Patriot Act and nationalist grooming by their government and masculine compensation cycles normalizing one-upsmanship during military occupation, driving people to do horrible, horrible things to other people's homes, minds, and bodies. Cops are no different. I find
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Kirby, yes, it is the Russian slave experiment, but worse. 16 months of membership and an OG mamacita. Thank you very much, Kirby. Everybody witness, please. This is gonna make me krill myself.
really, really hard to believe that anybody becomes a cop because they want to protect the rich from the poor, but ultimately, that's what cops are under capitalism. The way I see it, capitalist cops' directives are as follows. The primary directive is, of course, to protect capital. Make sure that landowners aren't forced to share.
What is this horrible squealing noise? And then this is like baby's first communist lesson, is that cops don't protect people, they protect capital. It's like, technically, sure. In the same way that lobsters are technically immortal, sure, I guess. But there's a deeper understanding here that goes into the function of the police, especially in a capitalist state, especially in America. There's a lot more intricacies here, and it's quite literally embarrassing to have baby's first ACAB lesson as, well, they actually protect capital? Okay, yeah, sure.
Their land. Make sure the doctors aren't forced to heal people. Make sure the power companies aren't forced.
True. A cop did shoot the doctor that was trying to cure cancer. That's true. That did happen, true.
To share electricity with the homeless who might want to jack themselves into a power line to use an electric hot plate to make dinner. You ever wonder why Walmart has those special parking spots that are reserved for the police? That's why. It's because Walmart understands that ultimately the cops work for them and not the customers. The second directive of the police is simply to keep the poor down. This one obviously ties in with the first one. It's why most encounters with cops just result in you getting ticketed. If you're poor and you can't afford the repairs that your perfectly safe and functional car needs to pass inspection, but you still need to use that car to get to work,
This is high-level analysis here. I like this. I'm learning a lot. Tell me more.
the cops will give you a fine for that. Were you arrested for a non-violent offense without a single victim, like possession of weed? Well, we'll take you to jail for that, but because we know that you aren't a threat to society in any way, if you slip us a few $1,000s for bail, we'll just let you go until your court date. Then we'll send you to a prison where you might be sold off to Golden Corral or McDonald's to work as an employee, while still technically being incarcerated by the state. There's a reason that in every decently sized city in this country, there's a police station within a mile or so of the poor, usually
Excuse me, ma'am, you can't park there. Dude, this is crazy.
neighborhoods. There's a reason that bail bond offices are always within walking distance of the courthouse. There's a reason the cops are called in to break up strikes and help scabs get into the building. It's because the entire system, from the top to the bottom, is in place to keep poor people down.
I can't imagine that there's any other reason for laws other than fuck you, poor people. There's no other reason for laws, you guys. Murder is only illegal because it's a capitalist fantasy, okay? It's because the cops hate poor people. The reason that it's actually illegal, you know, to park in a fire lane is because if there's a fire and you're in the way, people are going to die while they wait for you to move your car. Leadhead unironically got like a speeding ticket one time and was like, fuck the cops. There's no reason that I shouldn't be able to go 90 in a school zone. Who fucking cares? They're meant to oppress me. It's so, like, I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. This is baby's first communism. This is what this is.
To be honest, that's why just about every cop is racist. Regardless of their politics or their reason for signing up to become a cop.
Dude, you heard it here first. Every single cop has racism in their heart. Like, again, it's just such a reductive and stupid understanding of this. Because I think, realistically, if you're criticizing a system, you can say that the system itself functions as, you know, a racist or oppressive system. That makes sense to me. The reason that we use the term institutional racism to describe like policing in the United States and other countries that have similar policing systems, the reason that we describe it that way is because it is important to be able to say that a system that every single actor in that system is not racist, the system itself can still operate with racist outcomes. For example, let's pretend tomorrow that every police officer in America is fired and they are, you know, in place of the current police administration, we get all, you know, woke lefties, all of them have, you know, degrees, every single one of them is not racist, every single one of them takes an aptitude test that says, I am not racist, certified by the state of Indiana or whatever the fuck, I'm not racist, I can be a cop. Let's say that we do that tomorrow. In this perfect world, the reason that we use the term systemic racism is that void of every single racist cop, every single one of them has been replaced, the system would still have racialized outcomes. And that's why it's important to be able to separate those two things. You can say that it is a question of character that somebody would willingly participate in a system that has racist outcomes. That's a criticism, okay? You know that this is the rape factory. You go to work for the rape factory. Why are you surprised that there are rapes happening? Not everybody who works at the rape factory is a rapist, but every single person that works at the rape factory is complicit in rape. That is the distinction. The reason that it's very important to distinguish these things is because in order to have an accurate critique of the system needs to function in isolation. So you cannot water it down to every single person that is a police officer is racist. Wrong. The critique is very distinctly that every single police officer finds racism to some degree tolerable. That is the criticism. This video is going to make me melt my face with galaxy gas. It's going to happen. Also, Layla, thank you so much for the 5. I can't help but think she's rambling about ACAB while some officer standing outside her window speechless. Like, yeah, sure. It's not as simple as like... true. Everybody witness. I like how we staged a police pullover. It's very cool. It's very cool. It's crazy. If you find something interesting, you actually learn about it. And you actually engage with it critically. And then you have these conversations in private. The reason that she's making this video publicly is because she wants to be perceived as an authority, 1, that she knows what she's talking about, and 2, she wants the good boy points, or good girl points, whatever, for being willing to do this journey. This is the same aesthetic as people who show up to like BLM protests, and they have the sign where it's like, it took me 20 years to realize racism is wrong, but I'm still learning, and everybody's like, brave, stunning and brave. It's like, you want points for playing catch up. And in documenting your journey into discovering leftism or whatever the fuck, you want the praise of quote unquote doing the work. Realistically, you don't get praise for doing the work. You don't. If it's something that's important to you and something that you value, you do effortlessly, and you don't want praise for it.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Yes. Yes, yes. That is correct. That is correct. All right, everybody witness Sai. I have to go piss girl really quick. I have to go piss girl really quick, and then we're gonna keep going, guys, because this is gonna make me crow myself. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Thanks for being patient. Thank you for being patient with me. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue suffering.
They're choosing to exist within a system where they're rewarded for punishing the poor, downtrodden, and far more often than not, the non-white. Oh, Jesus. Okay, wait. Let me grab my card again. The third directive of the police is to serve as their own PR department. It's why in small towns where not much happens, if you get pulled over for not indicating a turn because there was no traffic, there's a good chance that you'll end up with 5 cop cars behind you, all standing by as backup. To anyone who drives by and sees that, the message is clear. Something very, very dangerous is going on, and if it wasn't for the 5 cops that just showed up to confront this one person, you'd be in a lot more danger. It's the reason the cops have become so militarized in their aesthetics, why they're covered head to toe in ridiculous tactical gear when they're just standing in line to get a soda at the gas station. It's why
Where are cops going to a gas station and they're in like full riot gear? Where is that happening? That's a really good question. The militarization of the police is certainly something to talk about, but it's not in the context of like them going to the gas station and they have like a gun. Yes, cops have guns. Crazy, I know. And something that is, I'm not sure how many cities actually do this, but something that picked up pretty early on. I want to say it was like in the early 2000s. I want to say it was 2002. Something that's actually quite large and quite big, and something that's implemented kind of across different parts of the country are citizen review boards. That's really cool. That's really helpful because it's true. That when they do internal investigations, they usually are like, we investigated this and ourselves, and we found that we did no wrongdoing. That is very true. However, the citizen review boards are incredibly helpful, and that's something that's kind of picking up steam, which is good to see. I'm kind of being very pedantic and nitpicky and kind of a hater right now, but that's what we're here for.
why they refuse to turn off those bright fucking lights when they pull you over at night. They posture themselves as a
They leave the lights on so people don't sideswipe them, you fucking dingbat. More cops die getting hit during traffic stops than like in the line of duty, like getting shot and shit like that. They leave the lights on so people who are driving see that there's a car on the side of the road at night so they don't get fucking hit. You fucking buffoon. That's also for your safety, because if somebody hits your car with all the shit that's in your car, you're going to get beheaded, I'm sure.
They posture themselves as a military because if the military is mobilizing in the streets, then that must mean that there's a war going on, and we better give these guys more funding so that they can fight it. In reality, there is no war going on. All those bright lights and flashy guns are just there to make white people that little bit more afraid of non-white people, because we so often see them getting harassed by a platoon of police officers. They just want to make us think, even for a second, that the person with the mag light in their face must have done something wrong that we wouldn't have done in their position. That aesthetic propaganda doesn't work on me, and you shouldn't let it work on you, but it's an aesthetic that's woven so deeply into the zeitgeist of American culture that it has most definitely worked on a lot of people. It's PR for the cops, and it's PR for hate. The two go hand in hand, just a bunch of greedy, racist, capitalist prick waiting from an institution that fundamentally serves next to no purpose to the common man.
True, dude. The cops do nothing. The cops literally do nothing. It's very true. They don't, like, help you find your shit if it's stolen. You know, they don't investigate homicides. They don't, you know, come if somebody's breaking into your house. No, they literally don't do anything. Like, yes, there are criticisms of the institution of policing. I don't deny that at all. But the thing that is really frustrating, and this is true for pretty much any ideology. If you've noticed, it's the same thing with trans people. A lot of people do this, where you discover like a new ideology, a new identity, and you're here. And instead of like inching towards this new identity, you full swing all the way to the other side, and you just as equally radicalize yourself in the opposite direction. That's why you should always be very hesitant of people that are like, I used to be this and now I'm this. Like, that big radical shift in ideology is usually indicative that people are not having a lot of forethought in diving into things. They're just kind of going with whatever is trending at the moment. So when we're talking specifically about the institutions of policing in America specifically, you must understand that there are communities that benefit greatly from police presence, 1, and police intervention, 2, especially communities, believe it or not, that are high in poverty and high in crime. There are people that depend on the police to come and help them if there is an incident, and therefore have a positive review of the police. It's not like every single person that has a good or positive sentiment about the police is like a violent racist that wants all black people to die. Usually, they have positive positive interactions with the police. The police came and they helped me, unlock my car because I got locked out of my car on accident. Or I called the cops because somebody broke into my house and they were there really quick and they filled out the report and they were able to find the person and they found my stuff within a few days. People don't just have like this gut, like good reaction towards police because of propaganda. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be because people have a positive interaction with the police. And a lot of those positive interactions do come from poor, advantaged, or disadvantaged communities, because those are the people that are engaging with the police most often. This like sweeping generalization and this over-radicalized opinion that 1, every cop is racist, and 2, every single person that agrees with or has a positive sentiment about policing is violently racist themselves is insane, is actually insane. And it demonstrates that, again, this is our first kind of exposure to this kind of content. And because of that, we have an incredibly narrow view and understanding of all of these topics. And probably, I would say in 6 months to a year, Leadhead is going to be mortified that she made this fucking video, because we're operating here on like a sub-base understanding of any of these concepts or principles. Like this is not even 101 level. This is like high school level. This is like remedial understanding of these principles. So this sucks.
And that's also why you see all these puff pieces about cops rescuing kittens from sewers or escorting women in labor to the hospital or something. It's all just PR. If that stuff was really what cops were there to do, it wouldn't be newsworthy whenever a cop does something helpful to society, would it? So why am I bringing any of this up? You all know what the problems with the police are, and also I thought this video was supposed to be about communism, so why am I talking about capitalism? Well, and this might be the most idealistic I get in this entire video, but I believe that when we're discussing communism, we have to completely rethink what a cop even is. If cops' prime directive is to protect capital, then what do they do under a system where money doesn't even exist? Do they beat up farmers for setting aside a bit of their crop to feed their kids? Do they stand around with guns?
No gooning, Jerry.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Arlette, I'm so tired of you, bitch. I'm so tired of you.
Plus, bodues en love a man in uniform?
No gooning, but thank you, Jerry Bear, either way for the $2 dues. Witness. And this is a true fact, is that, when people are discussing their communist utopia of their dreams, they are contemplating, what does it mean to be a police officer? We're kind of reinventing this because there still has to be an enforcement arm, right? There is still the power of the state. There is still a monopoly on violence that is maintained and enforced by the state. So sure, we do have to reimagine what that looks like, but not in this sense where, it's a very reductive understanding to say that police, at least in America, only exists to protect capital, because that's not true.
To make sure the factory workers keep the machines running? Do they deport immigrants who would rather live under communism than stay in their capitalist homeland? Well, frankly, that's another one for the list for me. All I can really say about the function of the police under communism is one anecdote that I really like.
An anecdote.
Huey Newton, one of the co-founders of the Black Panthers, was visiting China once when a reporter recognized him on the streets and started harassing him with questions. When a cop approached, Newton was unsurprisingly scared. As a black foreign man, he thought he would be seen as the instigator of the conflict. When the police officer then told the reporter to back off and leave him alone, Newton remarked that that was the first time that a cop had ever been there for him, and it was on the other side of the globe from his home. He went on to say that during his visit to China, he felt absolutely free for the first time in his life, free amongst his fellow human beings. Now, that's just one anecdote, but the reason that I bring any of this stuff up is because I personally have a very difficult time even imagining what a cop...
Do you think she even knows that China isn't even fully communist? It's like a hybrid economy. It's not even fully communist. Like, a lot of these fucking dipshits like the social aspect of communism, but the problem is communism is first and foremost a political, or not a political theory, excuse me, an economic theory. An economic theory of controlled markets and controlled supply chains. And like she's really hanging on to like the social aspects of communism without really understanding even what it is, because first and foremost it's an economic ideology. Okay. When did Lio call you a baked potato? I think that was in June, wasn't it, guys?
that was there to serve the public would even look at, especially right now. The best I've got are hero cops in shows like Fargo, you know, fiction. Just as it's difficult to imagine myself without having spent 27 years in an individualistic culture, it's just surprisingly difficult to imagine the world.
And also, communist and socialist countries, like, aren't the only ones that have collectivist culture. a lot of European countries that are liberal, probably to like an American understanding would be like socialist or democratically socialist at the very least. A lot of those cultures are collectivist, void of any kind of leftist ideology or principle. Like it is in part due to location, right? Because there are countries that are not communist or socialist that have a very collectivist culture.
World in a way that's so foreign to me. Ultimately, I guess that's one of the biggest things I'm aiming for with today's video. I want to, using literature, bounce my own philosophy about all this stuff against the perspectives of people who have lived under, fought for, or ruled within these ideals, which I admire so deeply from afar.
How can you don't even know what they
I said
are?
it before, but I feel like the core tenets of communism have played a role in reshaping, even saving my life for the better. I owe this philosophy a deeper connection than a vibes-based understanding. So, got some books here. Let's read some theory.
What books do we have? What books do we have? Show the books, Leadhead. Show the books, Leadhead. Of course, this fucking poser has a machine that rolls her cigarettes for her. She can't even roll her own fucking cigarettes. Oh my god. You're not even rolling your own? Oh my god. What a poser. What a fucking poser. What a fucking loser. What a fucking boob. What a fucking blank 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 blank. What a fucking... Oh my god. You're not even rolling your own? You don't even know how to make rollies? Oh, this is the most offensive part. This is... Oh my god. Fake smoker. Fake smoker.
To start out with, I chose to read the Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels in 1848. After joining a secret revolutionary society, the Bund der Gerechten, or League of the Just, their critical communist theory convinced the League to allow Marx and Engels to write a manifesto for the League's goals and ideals, so as to modernize the movement. For now, that's enough historical context. As I wrote these words, I had just finished reading the Communist Manifesto, and it blew me away. It's always been difficult for me to take much interest in anything that's happened past, let's say, the 1920s. Past a certain point, it just becomes difficult for me to see how human...
We're starting with the Communist Manifesto. Why are we not starting with the Critique on Gothica program? That's much better, in my opinion. Huh. What about Rousseau? What about any of the early writer? Like, the best communist theory that you're going to read is going to come from French philosophers, because the Paris Commune was a groundbreaking success. I don't know why we wouldn't start there. That's arguably the most, Thoreau and Rousseau and here's the other one. I can't pronounce all their names. They're all French. I can't pronounce them, but...
humanity's history has affected the modern world that we all live in.
Also, this is not a corduroy couch. This is wicker. This is woven wicker.
In a way that is ultimately just a failure of my character, it's really hard for me to imagine anything written in the 18th century having any value to offer me whatsoever. This manifesto might have just changed that for me. There are sections in this thing that just feel like paragraph after paragraph of extremely well-constructed...
It says, what puppy or... Oh, it says, what part... What? I think it says, what puppy or woof don't you understand? Kill me.
...analysis of the world that we all live in today. Things that would be insightful to say in 2025...
Foucault's a good one, yeah.
all written 177 years ago. It was a short and sweet read. I read the foreword yesterday, which provided a bit of historical context to the manifesto, and read the manifesto itself in no more than a single morning. Of course, I'm going to go into more detail before we move on to our next piece of literature, but let me start this out by saying that the Communist Manifesto captures the compassionate hearts and fiery spirit of communism absolutely beautifully. It took me, someone whose perspective is so incredibly bound to my time and place in the world, and made me feel solidarity with people who existed almost 200 years before me. It was a
solidarity. This is just a buzzword machine. Did ChatGPT write this script? This is actually... Okay.
Beautiful experience. So, what is this thing all about? Because it's much more than just describing what communism is. The Communist Manifesto is a response to the Industrial Revolution and the overthrowing of feudal governments, kings and queens, by the bourgeois class. Essentially, it's about the trajectory that the world began upon when private business owners had developed the industrial means to take the old monarchs out of power. The only critique of this...
Why would you use this as the example for that? The French Revolution is a much better example of, like, proletariat oppression kind of coming to a head. The French Revolution is a much better example of this. Like, yes, the Russian Revolution is like a staple in communist theory, of course, but like the French Revolution is a much better example of this, and there was like tangible, lasting changes that have lasted well into, you know, the 20% with the Paris Commune. Well, I don't understand what the fuck we're doing. This is gonna drive me insane. Maybe she should look up Pol Pot next. Thank you, everybody. Witness Sai for the 5. Listen, Pol Pot looked pretty sexy in those glasses. Okay, say what you want about him.
Industrial revolution that we hear about in school is the ecological impact of burning coal. But as the manifesto demonstrates, it goes so much deeper than that. The rise of industrial machinery homogenized labor, whereas before, and in regions that were yet untouched by the factory, tradesmen with highly specific skills, craftsmen, tailors, stuff like that, were divided by the differences in their trades. In a post-industrial society where machines were such a vital part of production, the vast majority of jobs became homogenized. Suddenly, somebody who worked as a tailor and somebody else who worked in metallurgy had much more in common with each other because both of those jobs suddenly primarily consisted of operating machinery. This finally made it clear to me what the difference between a worker and a proletariat is. The proletariat is a worker whose job has been homogenized by industrialization. Their job requires much less skill and training than it used to, and is
no. This is again, we're doing the thing where we're locked in on theory that's a little bit outdated with the way that society currently operates. I hate to say it, but there are still specialized jobs where people are not considered bourgeois or even petite bourgeois. And I think that you're actually smoking fucking crack if you want to try to say that something like a nurse is bourgeois, because a nurse is a very highly specialized skill that requires a lot of training and is not easily replaceable. Like we started this video talking and bemoaning how do we adapt historical examples and understandings of communism to fit a contemporary viewing. And ironically, we're biffing it really hard on that analysis because you are actually fucking high if you think that because labor is specialized or skilled, it therefore becomes bourgeois. That's not how that works at all.
So similar to every other job now that the proletariat's value in their community has lost all distinction from the value of any other proletariat. Whereas before, every subjugated person, that is to say everyone who wasn't rich, each lived under separate modes of subjugation, the rise of industry created a proletariat class, one which was unified in their oppression in a way that never could have happened in a pre-industrial world. Now's a good time for me to interject.
Who is Marie Antoinette, you guys? What do you mean? what do you mean? What do you mean? So we have our examples here. A bourgeois describing a person who, through financial means, owns or manages the means of production or substance. Factory owners, landlords, shift supervisors. I'm sorry, but the shift supervisor at fucking Taco Bell is not bourgeois, you fucking idiot. You fucking moron. Proletariat is a person who's working a job that has been homogenized through industrialization or who can otherwise be very easily replaced by management, line cooks, nurses. No, dude. Nurses cannot be easily replaced. What are you talking about? You have to go to school to be a nurse? Hello? I hate evil white women who are nurses more than anyone, let me tell you, because there is a very special place in hell for white women who pursue nursing degrees. I totally agree. A nurse is not bourgeois. The fucking shift lead at fucking Panda Express is not bourgeois. Holy fuck.
By saying that anytime that I'm using communist jargon, like bourgeois or proletariat, I'll be flashing the definition on screen. You can also check the description for a list of definitions if you lose track of what I'm talking about at any point in this video. So, with this new productivity and this new post-feudal notion of free trade, the bourgeois class of business and property owners no longer needed to worry about adapting their mode of control to suit different cultures around the world, like feudal monarchs would have had to. Anywhere on the planet could be colonized, and all you would really need to do is open a few factories and offer some trades. And with extremely little training relative to what came before, you had a fresh new batch of workers, proletariats, to run your machines for you. Cultures worldwide were becoming homogenized so thoroughly under the universal language of factory work. Naturally, this endless need...
You know, she's saying that because of the one bad shift supervisor she worked with at Starbucks. Yeah, very true. Very true. Wow. This is a watch, guys.
Need for expansion on the part of the bourgeoisie led to an incredible abundance of the things people needed to live. In a world where there is so much production that anybody can, in theory, go to a store and buy food or medicine or clothing or anything else, suddenly allocating those resources becomes a job in and of itself. Logistics becomes a job. The bourgeois class ensured its own survival by...
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Tesara dikinuf PPL Bokallet ma cop cus I worket security.
Yeah, very true. Thank you, Bard Witness. Yeah, dude, it's like it's just such a juvenile understanding of everything. It's It's embarrassing. She's going to be so embarrassed that she made this video. That is if she continues to learn. I don't think that she's going to continue to read or, consume more, like, any of this content after the fact. I think this is all just for, performative ego stroking. I don't think that she's going to continue on her journey of learning about this. If she does, she's going to be mortified by this video. This is fucking hilarious.
By creating such a surplus of provisions that ownership of those provisions became an important societal role in and of itself. And at the end of the day, that was the role that the bourgeois served to society. They managed all the resources that the proletariat created.
And you know what's really crazy? I gotta tell you guys something crazy. Do you know what happens under communism? That role is replaced by the state. That role still exists. It's just filled by the state. It's still a role. It's still a thing. Like, supply and demand reflects some kind of need within society. And in communist and socialist countries, that is reflected in planned marketing. It's a controlled market. They set the prices. They determine how many goods are made, how many services are provided, and how much they pay for each of those. Like, that structure still exists. It's just controlled by the state. Like, we're not understanding that the criticism isn't just the system itself. The criticism is who controls the system. But she's criticizing this idea of a planned economy without understanding that communism is a planned economy. It's fascinating.
For them, and used their control over their resources to both feed the proletariat and ensure that all of society would operate under their roles, the role of capital. The obvious implication here is that the bourgeois class is parasitic and is opportunistically grabbing power by taking for themselves a role that should be filled by the government. I bet you forgot that I was talking about the 1800s there for a second. That's what I mean when I say that this manifesto is incredibly apt. In the world of 2025, which is so thoroughly structured around computers and machines, working at a burger restaurant is incredibly similar to working at a retail store, and that's incredibly similar to being a receptionist at a doctor's office, and that's incredibly similar to being an Amazon driver. The vast majority of jobs now consist
Yeah, if you have like a 2-year-old's understanding of the world, sure. All those things are very similar, Leadhead, yes. In the same way that it's a job that's worked by human beings. Yeah, they're very similar. Yeah, true. Like, this is, wow.
Heavily of just operating a single station and putting information into a machine of some kind. Data entry. Sometimes you tell the machine what to do, other times the machine tells you what to do, but human experience has been so thoroughly homogenized under the rule of capital and our subservience to its devices and its machines. Because the bourgeoisie and industrialization have homogenized all subjugated classes into a single new subjugated class, the proletariat's civil rights movement, described in the manifesto, becomes notable as a civil rights movement that's concerned with the rights of the vast majority instead of a minority. It's different than queer liberation or women's suffrage or anything like that because it's a movement that seeks to liberate all of us. So, if the bourgeois revolution is what created the proletariat, if it's what gave them the chains that we...
I really hope that she talks about class reductionism. That's my wish. No one spoil. I really want to hear her opinion on class reductionism. Because typically, what ends up happening is people are unable to divorce their identity politics, and they don't like class reductionism. And class reductionism is just the idea that the only distinction between people that matters in a capitalist society is class. That race and sex and orientation and disability status, all of this is equalized essentially by your financial status. That class is what determines your outcomes in society. And people that find their way into leftism by, wanting to look cool on Twitter, they don't like class reductionism. Because they still like the specialness of being disabled. They still like the specialness of being trans. They love the specialness of being neurodivergent and queer and, a minor or whatever. They love the identity politics, and they have a really hard time letting that go. Because one of the biggest homogenizing thoughts that unites communist thought specifically is class reductionism. So I'm really curious about her takes on class reductionism. I'm betting that we don't like it. My money's on we don't like it. That's my money. I'll take 3-1 odds on that. 3-1 odds that she thinks class reductionism is stupid.
Beware, why not just go back to what we had before, back to feudalism? Well, on top of feudalism having its own massive list of problems, there simply was no going back. You can't undo an industrial revolution. Nobody is going to want their society to produce less food, just so that we can all go back to living in tiny villages that can't support massive populations, but do allow for individual artisans to express themselves more in their craft. Nobody's just going to throw away a machine that can stitch 100 threads of wool together in the time it takes an unaugmented person to stitch a single thread. Nobody wants to just surrender all of the imported goods that they enjoy so much. No, in my mind, the type of communism that Marx describes in this manifesto is solely a response to industrialization. It's not how do we create a society that has no need for a proletariat class, it's the age of industry is the age of the proletariat, of the machine worker, so how do we structure society in a way that's fair to this new type of worker? Basically, it comes down to, we can make all this food, all these railroads, all these buildings. How do we use this ability to better humanity's material conditions instead of just using it to ensure the power remains in its owner's hands? Well, that is where we get to the core concept behind communism. That's where this thing stops being a critique of the bourgeoisie and becomes a manifesto of how we could create something better. How can we arrange the pieces of this brave new world into something that honors the people who make it work?
How can we do
That's
that?
where we get to abolishing ownership. This part of the manifesto almost caught me off guard. So much of it's
Oh my god. She's gonna misunderstand private and collective ownership. Wow. Is Barbie here? Barbie, are you here? Barbie, I'm calling out.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Estic en
Arlette,
dret
what is your
13
problem,
what?
dude?
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Chat, ara Paul i en tuberproducet vídeos praxis?
Terrible. Terrible. Thank you guys very much for the double witness. Thank you guys. Witness. Super sorry. I continue to have fridge issues till this exact moment in time. I have to call these people back really quick. I'm super sorry, guys. I'm gonna jangle. Oh, Barbie's here. Perfect. Barbie, can you sing and dance for me really quick? I'm still having issues with my fridge.
Yes, absolutely. Only if I can read this bitch for filth. First
Yeah, go
off,
ahead.
shoes on the bed. Go. You're
True,
fine.
true.
I'll take over.
Okay, hang on. Let me turn this off. I got you. I will be BRB. Everybody behave and be nice to Barbie. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, I've had laundry lists. First off, calling anything and calling it an aesthetic is truly giving voice to everything. Any person post 2020 expressing even a modicum of interest in the suffering or goings ons of young Black people. Oh, bitch, you are the reason that they don't believe it and that they believe it to be performative. Like, for every 10 people like me, God, I'm not even going to say like me, for every 10 people who are putting in a good faith, genuine effort. They're volunteering in their community. They're genuinely trying to educate themselves. All it takes is one goddamned leadhead to come along and for them to say, yep, why would I trust any white liberal again? Because this one just said that Tyler, the Creator, a wildly creative young Black man, wrote an album describing her ligaments. She was on the bed. You ignorant slut. What is wrong with you? I don't understand. Also, for somebody who's talking about communism, you sure are attached to all of your things, you little Mac guy. What are you doing? You love things and the performative pops. Oh, bitch. You can say ACAB in the front of your seat all you want. You do not have the ball to actually stand by that and go toe to toe or do anything like that. Coward, I have no space for anyone like you. And even though you're trying to read and now you're poorly discussing what any of these things mean, it's making me redline even more. And I think communism is insufferable. You can take all of my shiny things from my cold, dead hands. Holy shit. But she could turn me into a red-blooded, whatever it is that she says we shouldn't be. I'm about to be it. Very serially. It's just such nonsense. Wait, chat, I'm coming. I'm grabbing my laptop so I can actually read comments. But everything being an aesthetic and then being this performative, she truly does make, oh, God damn it. It's like for every time I go and I represent someone in immigration court All it takes is one 5-minute thing for her to be like, I identify so much with Tyler the Creator, and any of that work is immediately erased and kind of justifiably so. Right, Betty? Right? Can you even believe this pitch? No, I can't either. I don't know what she's doing or who she's hanging out. I see you, Betty. I'm sitting right next to you. I'm paying attention to you. There is no need for this right now, ma'am. Dirty little magpie. That is so true. It is so true. She does not donate her time. She does not donate her money. It could even be like, why don't you just go down to the whole? If you really want to meet the proletariat, be a. Oh, I'm going to say a name she's not going to know. A Fred Hampton, and go down and start organizing free school lunches because they just cut all the funding for that, Leadhead. And you live in a very conservative state, allegedly. There's going to be lots of kids hanging around there who are going to need some help. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lost the plot. It is so true. When the fake cop, quote unquote, arrested her, girl, bye. Girl, bye. When I'm going to say alleged because I'm not going to give anyone here like actual proof. When I allegedly got arrested in 2020 with my young Black companion, the way in which we have been organized is like for every one or two white people who are immediately tied to a young Black person, so that, or just another minority individual. So that way, if anything happened to them, which we were all very concerned about, we would also be there. So if he was going to get arrested, I would be arrested. And we were arrested by someone who said, "Aren't you the clerk for my dad who is a judge?" And I said, "Oh yeah, I'm doing exactly what he would want me to be doing." Leadhead could fucking never. Ugh. Ooh, ooh. No, thinking that he created it for you is the goal, right? Caramelized. Listen, destruction breeds a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. Is something I think the Red Hot Chili Peppers specifically wrote for me. It is the one song lyric I would possibly ever get tattooed on my body. It's definitely for me, but he didn't write it for me. Obviously. Like, have some touching with reality. God damn, this whole ass idiot. She would be out in the woods, and if she was ever asked the question, man versus bear, she'd say, man, bear, pig. Actually, have you ever seen this really great show? It's super smart. It's called South Park.
All right, I'm back.
You fucking could never. Letters from a Birmingham jail. First off, she would need to identify Birmingham and or Alabama on a map. I don't trust her to know about either of those things. Then, oh, when this bitch hears about the Birmingham church bombings, which very young, innocent little Black children got killed because white supremacists bombed their church while they were there for choir practice, you could fucking never. You could fucking never.
Oh, thanks for babysitting, Barbie. You're the best.
Holy
Are
shit,
you
I've just been going off.
are you having fun with this video? I'm having so much fun.
Listen, truly, I think communism is insufferable personally, but she's got nothing. She is nothing. She's such trash. I hate everything about her. She makes me unconscionably mad, especially whenever first off, are they your friends now? They're not your found babies? What's going on there?
That's a
Why
good
have they been
question.
demoted?
They're unadopted.
Oh, okay, good. It's good to know that she discards people as quickly as she discards her ideologies. Good, 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 good. Tight, 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 tight. I love that for her.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Like, I understand that people like have issues with, you know, leftism and communism and shit like that. But it's like if you want to talk about something, you should probably know about it. I think that's just like my yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You cannot hate something. And I truly don't think you fully dislike something until you have a better or almost as good of a grasp of it as somebody who also loves that ideal, right? Or else you're mostly just like
You're like reactionary.
dispassionate or passionate, yeah, on both things. If you're going to step to me and talk to me about how sovereign citizens have the right idea, first off, I'm going to sit down and crack my knuckles, and you better gear up because I'm going to tell you all the ways in which they waste everybody's times, not just cops, but everybody's time. And they are a waste of space and honestly,
Malcolm has all
too
the
stupid to
IQ of a
live.
baked
They're a bunch of
potato,
white,
so
whiny
no,
little
I don't
kids
think
who
so.
think that they have some weird, abortive understanding of not just the law, but of rights in general. And they think that by trying to, this is the only time where I would actually advocate for police brutality is against sovereign citizens.
Based, I
I
completely
think
agree.
you're a sovereign citizen. Unfortunately, fair game at that point in time. You have no civil rights. You're just an asshole.
Hell yeah, I hate sovereign citizens. Thank you,
That's so
Cosmo, for that
stupid.
199, bud. Appreciate it greatly. Yeah, I'm having fun. I'm having fun. This is like
Oh,
my
she
my
would
history autism.
absolutely. She would absolutely. I also listened back to you talking about the tanks and Hitler also redesigning them. And I had to go look that up because that was such a little bit of autist knowledge that I thought, is that true? And you're correct. That is a wild thing for the fact that you know. And this is how I know that your wife did marry you for genuine reasons.
I use my autism for good at times. Yeah, I have history autism. It's very sad.
No, she would pull a Timothy Treadwell, and then Werner Herzog wouldn't be able to release the last minutes of her being eaten alive by the bear. Yeah, I'll silence. I'm gonna silence myself for you.
Beautiful. All right, I'm gonna finish this. Do you want to yap? When I'm done with it.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. I'll kick you out for now, and then I'll bring you back. Okay. Hell yeah, get out of here. I hate women. Oh fuck, what are we thunderdumping about, guys? What am I missing? Hang on. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to catch up with everything at the same time. Also, I apologize for not playing your key jangling video. That's my bad, guys. But anyway, let's continue.
First section is seemingly centered around this longing for the old world before the bourgeois revolution. The manifesto speaks very highly of the world in which people used to own their own shops and have free choice over what comes of the things that they own. Well, the manifesto's argument against this is that the bourgeois class is already well on its way to abolishing ownership. The only difference is that they're abolishing ownership solely for the worker, not for themselves. Under the bourgeois rule, we don't truly own our time. We don't own our homes. We don't even really own our families.
Yeah, Mein Kampf was actually written about my struggle with my refrigerator, true.
We're forced to give our time and our dreams and our passion to business owners so that we can afford to rent our homes, and we sell our children to this system because it's the only way to ensure that they continue living in anything even resembling comfort. I don't really think it's fair to say that Marx thought that the world would be better without ownership or personal property or families. That's still an angle to communism where my opinions are muddied and confused even after reading this. But the manifesto is about how to structure a world now that things like ownership and family have already been compromised and can never be made pure again. If you don't like the idea of not being able to own your house or your car, don't blame the communists. Blame the bourgeois who created that system, because odds are very good that you live in a house that the bank or a landlord can just take away whenever they want to. Right now, I'm in a small town that was utterly decimated by Hurricane Helene some 10 months ago. It was never a town that contributed much to the local industry in the area. It mostly consisted of just small mom and pop shops. I'll tell you right now, though, I've been down these roads plenty of times for my videos or just for any reason, really. And almost 10 months after the storm, practically none of the damage has been repaired. And honestly, that is
Well, and so this is more so a question of this would be a good example to this is where you would pivot and you would argue for a better system of like governmental oversight through the lens of communism. But I have a feeling that we're not going to do this because the other example that you can look to for this is going to be Hurricane Katrina with the Army Corps of Engineers, who had the money, the time, and the resources, and plenty of on-the-ground examples of levees that could withstand a Category 4 or 5 storm, which the levees in Katrina could not. The argument that she's about to make, and I can see all timelines simultaneously. The argument that she's about to make is because the small town in which she lived didn't produce much capital. That because this was like a little town, there weren't any like Walmart supercenters, there weren't any mega go fuck yourself stores that are making money for the millionaires and the billionaires across the country, that they were allowed to essentially be struck by Hurricane Helene and then have no effort from the government to step in and try and help them rebuild. And the truth of the matter is that this is not a question of productive capital. This is a question of the government, one, not wanting to take ideas from other countries, wanting to do things from the ground up. For example, healthcare. We can copy and paste universalized healthcare from other countries who do it very well. We choose not to. We could have copy pasted the levy system that they use in Holland. We chose not to. We wanted to do it ourselves. And the Army Corps of Engineers is arguably, the best engineers in the entire world, et cetera, et cetera. Hurricane Katrina destroyed New Orleans, which was a major economic hub, produced a lot of revenue for New Orleans, for the state of Louisiana, and had really good ports, bays, all this other shit for trading internationally, domestically, et cetera, et cetera. This is like an economic area that is worth protecting, and the government still chose not to. And there are parts of New Orleans that are still destroyed to this day and will never be rebuilt because of what happened during Hurricane Katrina. So she's going to use this argument while completely ignoring that this is a structural failure on behalf of the government. This isn't a question of bourgeois politics. This isn't a question of the government only wanting to protect capital. This is a question of, one, the government wanting to build everything from the ground up and not looking to other countries for direction or guidance. And two, this is an issue of a direct ignoring of climate change and like global climate catastrophes that are going to continue to happen. This is not a question of protecting commerce. Because if it was, then Hurricane Katrina never would have happened, and all of New Orleans would be rebuilt right now. But unfortunately, we're really fucking stupid and don't have the ability to do any kind of critical analysis outside of, I read this book, everybody loves this book, I also think this book is good because everybody likes it, and it agrees with my worldview. So, that's awesome.
Because this town was just a small, relatively self-sustaining economic bubble. I mean, my town, which is more economically globalized, it went through the ringer after Hurricane Helene, but it's back to normal now. It was back to normal 5 months ago. There's just a couple destroyed houses that have mostly been cleaned up, and a couple businesses went out of business, and new ones took their place. That's capitalism. This town, though, nothing at all. We got about 2 miles of road that's been paved there in the last 6 months since I made my Tyler the Creator video. You might recognize some of this wreckage from that one. And that's the only thing that's changed. Meanwhile, not 10 miles away from me is an interstate, which I'm not going to name, but an interstate that is getting another lane added. Imagine how much work that is. Imagine how much those same people could do in like one day if they were here.
Yeah, that's not a criticism of capital, right? That's a criticism of the failure for, the government to take serious like climate catastrophe. It doesn't really have anything to do with commerce, so.
It's just shameful.
Damn. I have perfect foresight. Isn't that cool?
Especially because like a lane like that doesn't help people, that doesn't help citizens. All that does is help, Walmart with its logistics network, make it easier for the truck drivers to get in between distribution centers.
True, if there was a Walmart, this never would have happened, I agree.
Stores. I'm getting off script. But my point is that even to the people who live here and don't lease their cars, the liberty of owning their own vehicle probably does not amount to much when the roads are useless like that and the state shows no interest in fixing them. And that's to say nothing of the driveways. I mean, God, I'm just talking about the main roads here. I bet there are driveways that have been inaccessible for 10, 11 months now. There's probably...
Well, driveways, babe, believe it or not, are personal property. That's something that you fix yourself. If you want ownership, if you believe that in private ownership, that is your responsibility to fix, so...
people who haven't even seen their home since they were evacuated during the hurricane. I bet there's like soaking, waterlogged, damaged family photo albums that nobody's been able to recover. And I can't imagine how it must have felt to live here, seeing all these other...
No, she doesn't understand the economic aspects of communism, and it's because she is purely aesthetic-driven, ironically, saying in the beginning, like identifying very clearly that this is her problem, is that she is aesthetic-driven, and then continues to fall into the loop of aesthetic-driven politics. Because again, communism is a economic ideology, but she likes all of the social aspects of communism, which is part of it, which is fine. I mean, I would never say like somebody should be a communist if they don't like the social idea of like collectivism and collective ownership and shit like that. Like that's obviously a part of it. But first and foremost, it's going to be an economic ideology. And if you don't understand the economics of it, then you're kind of just virtue signaling. You're just kind of like moral flagging, as the kids would say.
economically globalized towns that surround
Young black economist, just another broke white crying. I disavow this message. I shake my head as I read this.
this one just be rebuilt so quickly in the aftermath of the storm, while everybody here is just left to their mourning, with practically zero state interest in putting this town's citizens' tax dollars to work for them. Ownership is a thing of the past for ordinary people, and that statement becomes less and less of an abstract projection every single day, as has been the case since well before the Communist Manifesto was ever even published. So while I could go on and on and on about the content of this manifesto, I do want to move on to more reading from more perspectives. However, there's one last thing that I'd like to add on to this chapter of the video. The Communist Manifesto, being in essence a propaganda piece, has this optimism that's weaved through it all. It talks at length about how the proletarian revolution against the bourgeoisie is an inevitability. The bourgeoisie ensured that all of its subjects would be living through such similar subjugation all over the world, and in doing so, the manifesto says that they've ensured their own
Well, Queen, if you were doing your rating, that would be dialectical materialism. It's like this is a pattern that's going to continue to happen as long as there's wealth inequality. Ironic. Again, you guys, she's never heard the tragedy of dialectical materialism. You guys, help.
Downfall by unifying the masses all over the world through the creation of the proletariat class. It posits that things like nationalism and bigotry will soon become things of the past because our individual cultures and
Communism is nationalistic. What is she smoking right now? Communism is a nationalistic ideology because you protect and provide for members of the state. It's not like Soviet Russia was doing communism in like Uganda. Communism was for the citizens of the country. Yes. The idealism, of course, of a homogenized global communist state is certainly something that people are looking towards or hoping will happen or whatever. But yeah, unfortunately, it is very nationalistic because what did Thomas Paine say? You know, like all of mankind is my brethren, and to do good is my religion, right? I have no country, no creed. All of humanity is my country, basically. Yeah, that's like the idealized version of it. Of course, that's part, and this is where people get lost in the romanticization of the theory, because there's older writings, there's much older writings. I might have to get my book to look at this. There's older communist philosophers who believed that what human beings would do would live in harmony with nature and use animals to do labor for them, and not in the normal way where it's like you know, a horse that pulls a cart, in a very romanticized and idyllic understanding where like we would train like blue whales to tow ships for us so we wouldn't have to use motors, like shit like that. And that's why romantic communism is nothing more than like an intellectual like masturbatory session, because it's so idealistic and impractical that it's never going to happen, that anybody who writes in that genre of philosophy is laughed at. I can't remember the guy's name off the top of my fucking head. It was like an early French philosopher, and he wrote about how human beings were quite literally going to harvest the power of nature in order to do labor for us. And that brand or that genre of communist thought died really quickly because it's impractical and it's idealistic and it doesn't inspire any kind of real movement or change because it's unattainable. You know, like if my goal is to make $1 billion tomorrow, that's not going to happen. If my goal is to make $500 in the next week or the next 2 weeks, okay, that's something that is probably pretty attainable and something that I can work for. If you're shooting so high that what you're trying to get is completely unattainable and so fantastical that it's never going to happen, you never make movement towards that goal. And that was the number one criticism of this romantic genre of communism, which is why it never took off and which is why Leadhead loves it so much, is because it allows her to soapbox and pontificate on, you know, the beauties of and glory of idealistic communism, because there's no practical way to reach it. There's no practicality behind it, so it just makes you look like a sophist. And at the end of the day, that's what she is a sophist. She'll never fight in the trenches alongside her fellow proletariats. She will be hiding under her fucking puppy pee pad couch, trembling in fear when the revolution comes.
and national prides are being replaced with a unified, all-encompassing, new human experience of post-industrial factory labor. And to be honest, it kind of makes sense. It's a pretty reasonable prediction, but what I think that Marx failed to predict is that the bourgeoisie would do everything in its power to protect itself, including doing all that it can to disguise the fact that all...
That's literally not true. Like, because the only one that you've read is the Communist Manifesto, of course you would think this. Like, Marx, Engels, and even later Lenin wrote
Malcolm
extensively
has all the
about this
IQ
exact
of a
problem.
baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I livne a New Orleans en d'estil remember Katrina en Dieftermat. Sumany parts of the city are still a ghost town to this day. These arguments is making is causing my blood to boil.
Yeah, she's quite literally just a privileged white woman who wants to whine. Thank you very much, everybody. Witness for the 10. Yeah, it's, this is certainly something that has already been discussed ad nauseum, but she would know that if she read something other than just the Communist Manifesto. Like, this is addressed. Communist Manifesto is actually the only book that Marx wrote, true. Very true.
All normal humans living under capitalism are having that shared experience. Since the time of the manifesto's publication, the bourgeoisie has taken control of the media, and they've used that control to tell us that Chinese factories...
The bourgeois always had control of the media, dipshit. It was the elites that controlled the printing presses, because in the time, pre-industrial revolution, people could not read or write. literacy rates were a joke. One of the crowning achievements of the Soviet Union was to like quadruple literacy rates in like 10 years. Yeah, the bourgeois did actually control media at that time as well. But I guess when you think that media is making shitty YouTube videos, you would believe that that's the only form of media. No. The bourgeois historically have always controlled media.
are unsafe and unethical, a claim which grows increasingly antiquated with each year. They tell us that South and Central American economies are dominated by drug cartels and that Palestinians hate Americans. They tell us that African villages couldn't possibly survive without white apartheid exploitation. They tell us that there's always a worse job that we could end up working if we don't protect the status quo. They've spent every ounce of their media resources convincing the proletariat, this unified class of workers in an ever-increasingly homogenized ecosystem of employment, that there is no homogenization. They tell the white proletariat that they aren't sharing in the oppression of the black proletariat, or the transgender proletariat, or the Chinese proletariat. They have convinced the workers of the world that there's no such thing as the proletariat.
Workers of the world, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. This is... God. I remember my first beer. That's what this video is to me. This is so fucking painful for me to listen to. This hurts. This hurts, you guys. It hurts.
The bourgeoisie is the reason that we're all so racist and bigoted and unable to empathize with people who look and think differently than we do. Creating a racist, arbitrarily divided society was the only way they could stop us from realizing Marx and Engels' dream of a society that benefits from industrial...
There's the class reductionism right there. There's no white power or black power. There's only workers' power. And that's what the bourgeoisie fears, okay, is the unification of the masses. I'm really curious how this fits in, though, because, like, obviously Leadhead is a special snowflake and certainly is unable to dream of not being able to wield her identity for her own positive benefit. So I'm very curious how this fits into this class reductionism. I would like to learn more, please.
Industrialization instead of one that lives in eternal subjugation to it. And just look at World War II. There was a massive industrial boom in America during and after that.
Here we go. Here we go! Woo! It's autism time.
That war into it. And just look at World War II. There was a massive industrial boom in America during and after that war. A lot of people got factory jobs and unionized.
No, a lot of people did not get factory jobs and unionized during World War II. All the men were fighting. Actually, women in the workplace is a direct result of World War II because all the men were fighting and they needed somebody to work in the factories. Fun fact. What was the other thing she said?
There was a massive industrial boom in America during and after that war. A lot of people got factory jobs and unionized, and the quality of life for middle-class white Americans started to improve a bit, hence the baby boom. Jobs became that little bit more homogenized, and the bourgeois media's response was to spur on a Red Scare, and with it, a new era of American culture, one which would be fueled by nationalism and racial fear-mongering. Further...
Racial fear-mongering for Russians. Is Russia a race? Obviously, there were other entities involved in the Cold War, in the arms race, of course. But who was everybody concerned about here? Who was everybody concerned about in this era? It was the Russians who gave Cuba all the information on how to construct these missiles. It was Russia. Russia is who everybody was concerned about at the time. Who was involved in this conflict? Like, okay, tell me more.
Separating ourselves from our fellow proletariats in other countries, and other neighborhoods, and other factories. I do think it's also worth keeping a critical mind as I read this stuff. While I absolutely adore the fiery conviction with which Marx and Engels write, and think that their deconstruction of the tactics and consequences of the bourgeoisie are incredibly apt, there's one side of his perspective that I haven't been totally swayed on, and it's something far too important for me to maybe ever be able to call myself a Marxist.
Tell me about
the manifesto posits that the bourgeois advent of mass industrialization has flung us into an inescapable future where concepts like family and individual cultures can't coexist with the societal good that comes from a proletarian running...
Oh my god, she can't have her fucking puppycule in the communist regime, you guys, so we have to throw this entire ideology in the garbage can. You're telling me I can't have my puppycule? I have to leave my puppycule at home? No, absolutely not.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Yes. Correct. Come on, Arlette. I'm so tired of you. Arlette! Oh my god. What are Russians? Are they related to the ACC? Yes, they are. They are, correct. Everybody witness, please. Sorry.
Economy and production. While I'm pretty sure that I understand the nuances of their arguments,
Okay, hang on. I missed this. Let's go back a second. Hang on.
Inescapable future where concepts like family and individual cultures can't coexist with the societal good that comes from a proletarian-run economy and production. While I'm pretty sure that I understand the nuances of their argument, I can't say that I like the idea of simply surrendering to all these hypothetical consequences of the Industrial Revolution.
It's because you don't want communism. You want to reap the benefits of a communist society without paying your dues to said society, because the idea or the principle of it is that we all live in a state. It is the state's job to provide for us because we are citizens of the state, and because of that, we contribute to the state for the benefit of everyone. And unfortunately, for people like Leadhead, that means that you have to work. That means that you have to give something, you have to offer some kind of utility to the state and other people. You can't just be a bed blob leech that smokes cigarettes all day and walks around with a fucking Fujifilm camera. Unfortunately, you have to contribute to the state. That's the issue here. We don't want communism. We want to reap all the benefits of quote-unquote not working and not quote-unquote serving gestures vaguely capitalism without doing any of the work required to do it. That's the problem. And that's something that is one of the biggest criticisms of online leftists, is that the whole argument boils down to like, oh my God, guys, it would be so cool if we firebombed a Walmart, and then nobody does it. It's because it's all keyboard warrior, armchair bullshit. It's like, again, like I said at the beginning, it's very true. When the revolution comes, Leadhead will be the one that is hiding from it. Okay, like these people are not revolutionaries, they're not visionaries, they're fucking burnout losers who just want to reap the social benefits of communism in a quote-unquote woke society where everybody does everything else for them. They want to take and never give. Part of altruism is giving in order to take, from each according to their ability to each according to their need, right? It doesn't matter what your abilities are. What matters is that you can provide for the state. And what matters is when you're providing for the state, you are providing a necessary service that you are able to contribute, and in turn, you reap the benefits that the state provides to you. This is crazy.
I'm of the opinion that even in a communist society, a culture of holistic, family-oriented thinking could very well be manifested in time if that was something, worth doing. I firmly believe...
I wonder if she's going to talk about birth rates in the USSR. She seems to really be into the USSR, which I agree, that's probably the most interesting... That's the most, like, rich history of communism is going to be coming from the USSR. That's where you're going to get a lot of it, mostly because of, like, xenophobia and shit like that. It's going to be hard to parse through a lot of any of the writings or any of the readings from Asian communist countries. Probably your best bet would be Vietnam. Other than that, you're kind of fucked. However, she's very, very, very hyper-fixated on Soviet Russia and the USSR, which, same girl. I'm really curious if she's going to talk about the birth rates. And what they did to... Well, no, she's not, because she doesn't know the fucking history. She's not going to talk about it. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? I have way too high hopes for this. All right, let's see. Bylonic, people seem to think that you can own stuff under socialism and you can't have your stuff. Maybe you'll appreciate it more. Very true. Everybody witness. Sai says someone like Leadhead would melt down if she so much as couldn't get her morning Starbucks latte. Very true. Witness.
Malcolm has all the
thank you,
IQ
Molly.
of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I'm so sick of Arlette, you guys. She's being such a lazy bitch. Molly, speaking of watcher... Oh, excuse me. Speaking of watcher of your videos, Tax. Thank you very much, guys. Triple witness. Yeah, dude. So if you're cis, unfortunately, you do have to pay a tax here. This is a trans-only space. I love weaponizing IDPOL when it benefits me. So cis people pay your taxes. And then while you're doing that, guys, make sure that you check out the merch shop because there's lots of cute merch down there. Make sure to join the Discord, you guys. Make sure to like the video. Otherwise, that's not communism. Collectively, we need to uplift the proletariat, which is me. And then, yeah, beautiful, 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 lemon beautiful, okay? And then, oh no, Angel, thank you for the chronically unemployed slop tutorial for the start of my second month overtime, so take my money. Hell yeah, brother, I will happily take your money. We are redistributing the wealth to me, okay? This is Malcolm's Communist Utopia. We are redistributing all of your guys' wealth directly to me.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
My most dedicated cis viewer, Demon Flight, 14 months of membership. That is a big goal. And Nolval, of course. My monarch with the 50 DKK. I still have no idea what kind of currency that is, but thank you guys. Double witness. Beautiful. You guys are being so generous today. I greatly appreciate it. All right, let's continue.
The we can make a culture where the bonds between a parent and child are tightened and the damage to family integrity that's been dealt by the bourgeois class could be repaired. I understand that a focus on one's own family over the larger community is an inherently individualistic notion, but
Yes.
I can't help but feel like maybe it's too fatalistic to treat the breaking up of families and the homogenization of world cultures under the epoch of industrialization as inevitabilities. Liberating women from the oppression of the patriarchal family unit and keeping family bonds sacred don't necessarily have to be mutually exclusive in my mind.
Well, and if you want to romanticize the USSR and that specific kind of Marxist-Leninism, something that you must understand and you must accept and you must agree to, if that's the brand of communism that you want to get into, is that the nuclear family is something that's incredibly important. High birth rates equals workers. Workers equals good. And the preservation of the family unit is very important to communist society. It's very important, the preservation of the family unit. And because we can't have our fucking degenerate, like, puppy pee pad, puppy cool, suddenly we're like, I don't know about this communism stuff, you guys. It's crazy. Very interesting. Buckmoon, I woke up to the sirens, and for what? Thank you very much, Buckmoon, for the 199. Witness. Beautiful, you guys.
And I say this because of my own lived experience. While, like I said earlier, my connection with my biological family isn't too strong right now, the people in my house act as a family unit, in a way that I think is just as valid and meaningful as any literal blood relation.
Degenerate and to the gulag immediately.
In one way, I think that that's exactly what Marx and Engels were talking about in regards to abolishing the family structure, but in another way, I think it could be seen as kind of the opposite. Sharing in group struggles with this new family of mine is what opened my mind up to any of the things that I'm saying in this video.
You guys, but Marx would not gulag me. You guys, I'm one of the good ones. Marx wouldn't gulag me.
Seeing the impact that this small exposure to group thinking has had on me, it's kind of hard for me to imagine that a homogenized culture which traded its small family bonds for a global bond with every other human would be able to maintain the empathy necessary to live up to the actual motive of communism, a wholly equal, classless...
Well, of course you wouldn't, because altruism is an aesthetic for you. It's not a way of life. It's not a principle. People who are truly altruistic have no qualms with, you know, like, caring about and sacrificing for people who are not in their immediate family. Certainly. That's, yes, it's because it's an aesthetic for you, Leadhead. That's the problem.
Society. Maybe as I think about this more, I'll change my mind in some way, but as much as I enjoyed reading the Communist Manifesto, I won't be calling myself a Marxist unless that abandonment of small cultures is somehow reconciled in my mind as anything other than
Thank God.
inevitability.
Thank God. My culture is not your fucking costume, bitch. Get out! Nobody wanted you here.
Dealt by the bourgeoisie. I should say now that the part of this video is going to be me discussing all this stuff with my found family, who might have different perspectives from me. After all, no opinion should be formed in isolation, so all of this is really subject to change by the end of the video. But for now, put simply, I have an extremely hard time trusting globalization. A world globalized under communism sounds a lot better than one globalized under capitalism, and I can understand how the threats of a capitalist revolution might...
Globalization is literally the only reason that you're allowed to live your gooner degen lifestyle. Use that fancy fucking camera, that little detachable microphone. That is the result of globalization. You're welcome.
Necessitate the need for a globalized communist state, but I don't think that globalization is necessarily an inevitability that we must surrender so thoroughly to. I don't know. I hope that you can see how already, after just one short little morning of reading theory, my mind has been expanded already.
Dude, after reading one page of the Communist Manifesto, my life has been changed. These are like the bitches that go on, you know, ayahuasca trips in Peru and they get fucking one-shotted. You get their entire brains reorganized by like a Mesopotamian demon. And then they're like, oh my God, I have to quit my job and, you know, join a traveling circus, like MLM scheme. Like, your mind is quite literally this consistency of Play-Doh. If reading one book changes your entire political, economic, and social philosophy, you are a waste of a human being.
I gotta say, I didn't really expect for the effect of reading this stuff to be immediate and profound like this when I first had the idea for the video. But while I originally intended to have Marx's magnum opus, Das Kapital, planned as my next book I would read...
Dude, you could never. Subway Surfers doesn't play on the side when you read. Das Kapital is a read. That is a read. Your feeble puppy brain could not comprehend. That's so fucking funny. And it's even funnier that she mentions in here that she wasn't able to read it. That's so fucking funny.
I think I want to take things in a slightly different direction. The
Yeah,
Communist Manifesto is about a very
we don't want to read any other Marx. No, we can't do that.
particular kind of communism, one that was born almost solely as a response to the bourgeois revolution and the industrial revolution.
I'm so scared, bro.
I'd
What
like
you
to
gonna
know
say?
a bit more about communist philosophy that wasn't interpreted through the lens of Western culture, but one from the East, where collectivism
No, is she
has,
gonna talk
through
about Vietnam?
agricultural practices, civil
Is
rights
she gonna talk
movements,
about
and
Vietnam?
religious philosophy, has been a core component of the
Please
societal
don't talk
zeitgeist
about
for
Vietnam.
millennia.
Please don't talk about Vietnam.
I'm talking about
Please.
China here. Let's
Okay.
read some now.
Still not great, but thank God. Okay.
I've
Well, I mean, Tyler, the Creator, changed her life the first time. The second time it was Karl Marx. And then the third time it's going to be Mao, yeah.
chosen to go with On Contradiction, an essay that Mao Zedong, founder of the People's Republic of China and chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, wrote in 1937 in the throes of revolution and Chinese war with Japan. It was written as a cautionary piece against dogmatism in the Chinese Communist Party, demonstrating how mechanical materialism led previous Chinese revolutions to fail or be undone. That's a lot of words. To be honest, I felt very stupid over the first couple paragraphs.
Me and all the homies rock the Mao fade. If you guys don't have a Mao fade, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, that guy knew how to wear a haircut. Okay.
This essay, it was like I was reading ancient philosophy, just utterly confused by the context surrounding every term that was thrown my way, like mechanical materialism. To be honest, there's still a lot that I probably missed after just one reading, but let me tell you now.
Wow, guys, we read a book one time. We read a philosophy book one time, and we think that's enough. Okay. Layla, Leadhead, poser, final boss. Completely agree. This bitch makes my blood boil. Everybody witness. Thank you, Layla, for the 2.
That, just like with the Communist Manifesto, I feel utterly enlightened by what I was able to grasp. The reason I say any of this is to encourage you to not be afraid of complicated language. Don't tell yourself that reading some complex piece of theory is above your mental pay grade. I
mean, it's above your mental pay grade if you read it one time and you think that you absorbed it. Yeah, it is above your mental pay grade if you are stupid enough to believe that you can read any writings, philosophical writings, and absorb it all in one go. Delusional. I fucking hate Arlette today. I don't know. I'm getting so mad. Massive Mouse for the 5. My mind has been expanded all over the balcony. AI, or all over the balcony. Almost painful, Kendra. Base. Everybody with us. Base.
Promise that you can manage it if you focus and reread anything that's lost on you until you do understand it. And you stand to gain a lot by doing so.
Just keep reading.
Anyways,
guys.
let's get
Never
into what I got out of this essay. But not without first going into this little anecdote that I think holds a lot of relevancy to this entire thing.
I love an anecdote.
Let's talk about Fordlandia. You know Ford cars? Well, Henry Ford, the brand's namesake, was
Fordlandia,
an obsessive American industrialist in the 1920s, credited with the...
Also, this bitch, like, LARPs as a car girl as well and doesn't know shit about cars. This is just so funny. Like, everything about her is so performative and fake. It's so funny to me.
Invention of the assembly line. He vertically integrated his car company, meaning everything from logistics to assembly to engineering to mining and processing raw materials was handled in-house with infrastructure that Ford himself owned. His factories could churn out a Model T car in 93 minutes at their peak efficiency. By the way, don't mistake any of what I'm saying here.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no. I don't think so.
Look at her. She's being so lazy. She's not even working. I didn't fire her. She's choosing incompetence today. No, she's still here. She just sucks at her job. Everybody witness. Thanks for the 2. Oh.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
It's for the best.
You're right. In deat. In turning in my dagreas.
Very wise choice. Thank you, Buckmoon. Everybody witness.
Praise. Henry Ford, in 1928, didn't like how he had to bend the knee to the global economy to provide his factories with rubber. So, in true Factorio style, he founded a small town in Brazil called Fordlandia.
Dude, she's basing her entire economic philosophy off of fucking Factorio. Okay, Destiny. Jesus Christ.
Made entirely out of prefabricated homes modeled after American suburbs, and put the locals to work producing rubber from the Amazonian trees. Ford made sure that these Brazilian workers ate a U.S.-American diet of brown rice, whole wheat bread, canned peaches, and oatmeal. He had them living in American suburban houses which were in no way equipped to handle the humidity or general ecology of a rainforest, and banned tobacco and alcohol for any of his workers, whether they were on the clock or not. Fordlandia was shut down in 1934, just 6 years after its founding, and not a single ounce of Fordlandian rubber ever made it into an actual car. This was all just a calculated risk on Ford's part, how he played with these people's lives. I think that the popularity of the F-150, which there's one right there, shows that he did not suffer much from this little business venture. But Fordlandia is also a fantastic example of the perils of mechanical materialism, and this is where we can bring it back to Mao.
And she's also going to make the argument that supply chains are bad. This is we have Demon Mama at home. This sucks.
Mechanical materialism is the idea that things can only be changed by external factors, and that the internal state of all things is static and unchanging, totally knowable. It's kind of a tough concept to wrap your head around, so let me try to give you a few examples of mechanical materialism that you might encounter in your day-to-day life. You know the rhetoric that so often gets passed around that the job market in the US was fine, and it only worsened because of a rise in immigration? Or how about when people say that Disney movies turn their son gay?
Do you wonder if she knows what the Heart Cellar Act is? This is so funny.
Or hell, how about the classic incel narrative that nowadays you have to be at least 6 feet tall to find a girlfriend? Well, those arguments are all pretty much completely fallacious. They treat the U.S. job market, the son's sexuality, and the incel sex appeal as things that are inherent and can only be changed by external factors. The decline in the job market isn't because capitalism rewards...
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Would we revolve Malcolm Firet Arlet? Ik know that we did Vanellas tried to fire her.
I think that you guys would riot for Arlette. I think that's true. Thank you for the 5, Layla Witness.
Something drops overseas, your son didn't just need a bit of time to realize he was gay. The incel hasn't just slowly developed a hatred of women that immediately squanders his chance of getting a girlfriend. Capitalism and your son and the incel were all fine until this external force changed them or changed their conditions. That's the mechanical materialist perspective, according to Mao. Everything is static and can only be changed by an external factor. The proletariat was perfectly happy until Marx started putting all of these ideas in their heads. I am, of course, simplifying things, but the logical conclusion to this line of thinking is that if you can control the external factors, you can control the internal development of a subject. Just homeschool your kids and ban Disney in the household, because that'll totally stop them from being gay. Or, in Ford's case, if I make all these people in Fordlandia who live a continent away from me live within my cultural sensibilities, surely the rubber farm will be just as successful as any of my domestic.
Well, we're broadening the scope like way too much here. We're broadening the scope way too much, because the reality of the matter is that external factors and internal factors like don't exist in isolation and are constantly playing off of each other. Because if Leadhead's understanding of this is correct, spoiler, it isn't, material conditions would never dictate revolutionary conditions, because it's an external state of being, right?
Business ventures. I think it goes without saying that none of this mechanical materialism really checks out, but before we get into the alternative, dialectical materialism, let's talk for a moment about where this fallacy of mechanical materialism originates from.
Essentially, and then she reads this one time, thinks that she's absorbed it well enough, and thinks that she has the capabilities to critique it in any kind of meaningful way. Gulag.
It comes from a desire to have a complete, immutable set of answers to everything, pretty much. Here in the West, we call it the law of non-contradiction. The basic example is that a building can't be both red and not red at the same time, because that would be contradictory. That's a factual enough statement and an attractive notion to base your understanding of the world around, but even something as seemingly fundamental and obvious as the law of non-contradiction has its flaws. We'll get to those in a moment. This idea of non-contradiction more or less originated in ancient Greek philosophy, back when philosophy and science were basically the same field, and has been the basis for a lot of the Western perspective on the world. Ultimately, it serves us well.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
A system size is a qual good that doesn't mean it will be equality. Seeing a communism baba in the LGBT knowing would user trad people of the perfect family quota the system needed to function is insana.
Thank you very much for the $20 dues. Huge donor, thank you very much. Well, and the problem is realistically, kind of the whole running theme here is that Leadhead doesn't understand any of this, because there are people who are, LGBTQIA+, who are communists, who are socialists, who are Marxists, and it's because they apply the principles and the teachings. It's the same way, if I can draw a very loose comparison, that there are people who are LGBTQIA that are Christian, that are Muslim, that are Catholic, because you can take the preachings, the principles, the teachings, the ideas, things like that, and then apply it in a way where the values of whatever that thing is that you're ascribing to match your worldview. And I think that that's fair, but we're looking at this through a really perverted lens, because we're idealizing societies that would have treated us poorly, while also failing to misunderstand the mechanics of how those societies would function. And on top of that, it's a diluted understanding of like the historical context of all of this. It's just it's the Dunning-Kruger effect in real time, and it's very, very insufferable to listen to.
Well enough, but it's also set us up to be a society obsessed with categorization. Weather is either good or bad, but never both. Immigration is either a good or a bad thing, but never both. Politicians are either right or left, but never both. This is why Kamala Harris is unironically being called a socialist by right-wing media, and why Jack Black thinks that Joe Biden is punk rock.
No, it's actually just because people like to demonize the other. It doesn't really have to do with the categorization effect. It has more to do with, one, a misunderstanding of these terms, and then two, like dirty politics. You're just kind of accusing the other of being something that everybody is scared of. It's kind of like how for a while there during the pandemic era way back in the day, if anybody can remember, anybody who disagreed with anybody who was a person of color on anything, they were racist. Like, people love to point and categorize people as like in the bad group. It's politics, really. It isn't unique to this situation, but
categorizations like these make vast, nuanced concepts easily digestible. The appeal is plain to see, frankly, but this obsession with non-contradictory categorization is the conduit through which capitalism turns into imperialism, as we see demonstrated by Fordlandia. The same general idea applies to every non-American McDonald's or Walmart. In a capitalist government, these corporate billboards serve the exact same function as a flag planted in the middle of a foreign country. So that's the Western perspective.
Well, does she not understand how franchises work either? Because you can make the argument pretty clearly that the franchised like companies are not they're more so socialistic and communistic than other non-franchised businesses, because the way that McDonald's works and the way that a lot of fast food chains work, and yes, McDonald's is like symbolically really important to America. It's like when people think of America, they think of McDonald's, of course. However, franchisement is a way for workers to actually scale appropriately within a business model and in turn get some semblance of control or ownership over the means of production in a Marxist sense. Because what franchising is I live in Alabama and I think it's like 20 grand to franchise a McDonald's. That's my McDonald's. That is my McDonald's. I have a list of things that I either have to serve or like certain policies that I have to follow in order to be associated with the McDonald's brand. Like if I stop selling Big Macs at my McDonald's, not really a McDonald's anymore because McDonald's sells Big Macs, right? Or if I decide, actually, guys, we're not going to sell hamburgers anymore. We're going to sell chicken sandwiches only. That's not really McDonald's. So you sign an agreement and that is your McDonald's. You are in control of it. It is a locally owned business at that point that falls under the collective ownership of McDonald's that has connections for you to pop up a store anywhere that you want. Within the traditional sense of Marxist analysis, franchising is the closest way to attain collective ownership in America specifically right now. It's very similar to Mondragon in Spain, where it is, in fact, collective ownership, and you get to decide as somebody who is participating in this billion-dollar franchise. She doesn't even know what a fucking franchise is. She doesn't even know what a franchise is, guys. Holy fuck.
Stating that contradiction is impossible, and the myriad philosophical fallacies that stem from this basis for thought. But I'm in the middle of a video about communism, and well, this Sprite tastes delicious. So let's talk about Mao's perspective on dialectical materialism, the study of the contradiction within all things. So this is where things start to get...
God, did she just like Google AI what dialectical materialism is? Oh my god.
A little bit more abstract for me. Mao describes all things as having contradictions within them. A trash can is hopefully the dirtiest part of your house, but it's also the thing that enables you to keep your house clean. Beautiful flowers can just as easily be seen as weeds depending on the context. Happiness can't exist without sadness. Peace can't exist without war. The bourgeoisie led a progressive revolution, but were bound to become reactionary once in power. Mao argues that this isn't because the bourgeoisie changed, but because the bourgeoisie has always had the traits of both the oppressor and the oppressed within it. It's starting to come together, but like I said, it still feels a little bit abstract. Let's see if we can apply this to some more specific scenarios.
I like how she has to talk through it like it's a word essay response on like on a test, where if I talk enough, I'll eventually get something right. You know, everybody loves short answer tests because you have the opportunity to talk yourself into the right answer. If this was a multiple choice quiz, we would have failed miserably.
And see if this dialectical materialism can be useful in everyday life. Anyone who's been following me over the last year or so will know that found family has become a big focal point in my life.
Oh fuck, here we go.
Hell
yeah, let's go.
Rachel, as I aliased her in my previous video, was pretty much a member of this found family. I'm not going to get into it again, but she was an incredibly abusive person. My dogmatic...
Okay, so let's give a little bit of context here. Hang on, let's back up really quick, okay?
Family has become a big focal point in my life. A certain person, Rachel, as I aliased her in my previous video, was pretty much a member of this found family.
So Rachel's previous alias was Ashley. So Leadhead made a video where she's like, quote unquote, taking accountability. This was one of the first videos that I watched of hers. And it's this horrible video where she's like talking about taking accountability in cheating in her relationship. So in this video, she calls this person Ashley. Now she's calling her Rachel. This person, excuse me, was someone who she cheated on her significant other with at the time. So she was dating this person. I don't think that, so there's a bunch of different people in the queue here. Hang on. There's a bunch of different people in the queue here. Let's see if we can kind of map this out a little bit. So there's Leadhead, who is Penny. Okay, so that's who this is. She has GF, that's what she's called, who is now wife. We don't meet this person, like, ever. You never see this person. This person is very disconnected from the YouTube channel. There is Boy, who is adopted son. Boy is, like, early 20s, very socially maladjusted. So we have, like, 20 trans, and I'm pretty sure that Boy is the one that's autistic, but I don't remember. Something like that. And boy has a really problematic, strained relationship with his family. There's also girl, who is an adopted daughter. I think that girl is like 20s as well. Girl is very socially stunted. And trans. Girl moved from another state to come and live with Leadhead, and Leadhead describes girl as having like no friends, no connection, no understanding that the people that she's talking to online are real people, that these are all just like figments of her imagination, that when girl moved in with Leadhead, she was like, oh my god, these people on the screen are actually real people. Crazy. She also details like pretty extensively, extensively kind of the process of all these things in one of her older videos. It's one of the ones that I watched. And then, so she mentions this person named Ashley in one of the very first videos that I watched. And so this person named Ashley was somebody who was a mutual friend between her and her wife. And Leadhead was having an affair with this Ashley person. And what ended up happening is this Ashley person was like, we can't keep doing that, whatever the fuck. For some reason, the wife or the girlfriend finds out about this. And Leadhead calls this, quote unquote, the biggest mistake of her life. And she was very, very resentful towards Ashley because Ashley was like, I don't regret it. I do love you. I want to be with you. And so she would talk about how it was really hard for her to rebuild her relationship with her wife, and that part of the way that she connects with other people is through sex, flirting, and intimate relationships. And that because of this situation with Ashley, she was able to convince her wife to open up their relationship. Another thing that's important to note here is Boy, her adopted Discord son, essentially, that moved in with her. This is somebody who she describes as meeting them and seeing them as a potential partner, and then later deciding that actually they would be a better child. So the whole thing is actually fucking insane. In the Tyler, the Creator video, it was alluded to, it was brought up very loosely that this Ashley person, who's called Rachel in here for some reason, that this person was abusive towards Leadhead, and that was the very first time that allegation was ever mentioned. So I'm curious to see if what is this new lore that we're dropping here.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
I vihata nikel fo a veritai mate fa polycult lida vas na met penny. Itavatu nikels. Vikis in talot but it's bear that itapanatris.
Yeah, there are certainly some curse names, and I would say that Penny is one of them. That's also the name of one of Poppy's altars. Very fun, guys. Thank you very much for the $4.99. Witness, pretty please. So let's hear more about Rachel, aka Ashley. Let's hear more about this. The other person that has extensive lore on Leadhead is actually Beckett. Beckett has watched a lot more of Leadhead's coverage than I have. It is hypothesized. I don't think it's true. Actually, I don't think it's true. Beckett had said that he thought for a little bit there that Ashley was actually the adopted daughter. No, that Ashley was Boy, who then transitioned. But obviously that doesn't hold true if Leadhead is now levying allegations of like abuse and shit like that. But nonetheless, the other person that has a ton of lore on this is Beckett. So if you want more, I think I covered 3 or 4 of Leadhead's videos and the Tyler, the Creator one. If you want more lore, Beckett did a couple of streams on Leadhead, and he watches a lot more of her stuff than I do. So he's a little bit more intricately aware of a lot of this stuff, and he puts out some good shit. He puts out some good shit in regard to Leadhead.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Arlette, what the fuck? Bard, thank you for the $2. Game of Thrones, Family Autry. Very true, very true, very true. Your polycule would not be complete without found family and essentially incest. Let's go.
I'm not going to get into it again, but she was an incredibly abusive person. My dogmatic devotion to the idea of family being able to work through anything was blinding me to the fact that letting her continue to walk all over myself and the people that I love was hurting all of us. In my mind, she was family, and we were stuck with her, and that was a blessing. And a notion that I now see...
And I want to know in what universe we fuck family. That's insane. This was my family. This was my found family, but I fucked her. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is family, but we fucked? Question mark? What?
Was nothing but mechanical materialism. I thought that I could change who she was by changing her circumstances.
You guys, if you actually sit down and think about my affair through the lens of mechanical materialism and the history of communism, you could see clearly. Like, please fucking kill me, guys.
Giving her forgiveness and trusting her to do the right thing and making sure that she had all the same social resources that have helped me to grow so much over the last few years. Mm-hmm. I thought, well, family's good and she's family, so it must be some external factor that's making her act so violently and dishonestly. Mechanical materialism, the law of non-contradiction, says that I could have changed who she was by changing her environment. Dialectical materialism, or the study of contradiction, makes it clear to me that though she is family, keeping her in the family could actually be making us less of a family. See,
wow. And then hit him with the sad piano.
Isn't just about understanding the contradictions within things. It's about using that understanding to address those contradictions. Now, all connections between her and us have been severed, and frankly, we're all living much happier lives because of it. There's this inherent discomfort that comes from acknowledging the negative, contradictory side of things that are supposed to be positive, but according to Mao, doing so isn't... It's completely
Baby, you would not believe what Mao has to say about a relationship. Let me tell you about it.
necessary, not only to the scientific method, but just to any sort of decision-making. It seems obvious, right? You need to make a decision, so you weigh the pros and cons, but it goes so much deeper than that. The happiness that I have now is the result of so much sadness that I've willingly put myself through. The material conditions of my life, comfort and camaraderie and my little house with my friends, those conditions aren't a result of any external changes. The people behind the camera right now didn't just appear in my life magically. No, I changed on my own into somebody who deserves all the love that I'm surrounded.
No, that's actually not true. The reality is, and what we're doing is we're taking a Marxist or a Maoist or some kind of communist lens and using it to interpret our own moral failings and justify them retroactively. Because the reality is that these people did not come into your life because you changed yourself. These people came into your life because you have ultimate control over them. There have been several instances in a lot of the videos that she's made where she talks about taking their phones away, where she talks about, choosing what's good and what's bad for them, right? Like, this is for all intensive purposes, a cult-like environment, absolutely. And it is profoundly stupid to try and use some kind of communistic leftist lens to justify and analyze your mistreatment of other human beings and chalk it up to, well, I was the one that changed. No, you are deeply manipulative, which is something that Leadhead admits herself. She says openly and regularly that she is indeed a deeply manipulative person that will, twist and contort things to get what she wants out of a situation. She said that about herself. So, no, actually, you've done nothing to deserve this. You deserve nothing because you are manipulative. And you are essentially holding people hostage in your home. It's actually quite sick, and it's quite disgusting. And honestly, this fucking troll aesthetic is insane. It's insane to me. It's insane. This is like a troll under the bridge, B505. Bell Rookie, why must the most wholesome and fluffy feeling I get from found family be ruined by these sinful people? Everybody witness, please. Because evil people love using good things in order to reap the benefits of it while facing none of the consequences for acting evil. Yeah.
Surrounded with. And that change was only possible because I understood that just as there's a caring and compassionate friend inside of me, there's an equally plausible timeline where I'm a lying, self-interested scumbag.
You are.
The capacity for both of those things has always existed inside of me, and it's only by constantly reminding myself of that fact.
If you think about it, I'm very dialectical, like Marx would say.
That I was able to build these pro-social habits that make these people love me.
Cool, thanks for including this. It was really helpful.
What really caught me off guard about all this non-contradiction versus material dialectic stuff is that, as it turns out, the law of non-contradiction, which sounds so scientific and all-encompassing, turned out to be the idealistic one, which lended itself so well to ignorance and naivete, while the inherently spiritual-sounding yin-yang adjacent study of the contradictions within all things turned out to be the more objective and, honestly, the more correct way of thinking. As an atheist, I really was not expecting to be so thoroughly grabbed by these ideas, which are in such deep harmony with Eastern spirituality. Contrast this with Christianity.
Oh my god, she's a Buddhist too. Holy fuck, dude.
Which is so heavily focused on the adversarial relationship between good and evil. There are unambiguously evil things that you can do according to Christian dogma, and cutting out all negativity of your personality is more or less the objective of practicing Christianity, because that's how you get into heaven. Nobody ever told me growing up that God and the devil needed each other, or were two sides of the same coin. Some things are objectively good, and some things are objectively bad, and the objectively bad things need to be eliminated from your personhood.
Yes.
And that's the Christian philosophy.
Oh. What? Yeah, bad things are bad, and good things are good. To be a good person, you do good things, and to be a bad person is to do bad things. And if you want to be good, you have to abstain from doing bad things. Yeah. What? Yes? That isn't just like a Christian. That's like, what? What?
What's really interesting about this distinction to me is that under Christianity, this religion that's so focused on non-contradiction, eventually people started disagreeing with some of the sins, and the Protestant movement started encouraging everybody to read the Bible for
The Protestant movement started because King Henry VIII wanted to get a divorce, and they wouldn't let him, because you can't get a divorce in Catholicism. What is the Great Schism? It exists as a protestation of the Catholic faith because King Henry VIII wanted a divorce because his wife couldn't produce a son. Oh my fucking god. It's like anything that she talks about is conveniently something that I care about, and she just fucking sucks. Dude, this is so fucking gay. I don't want to watch this anymore.
themselves. And Western individualism really started getting a foothold culturally then. Nowadays, we have not in my backyard rhetoric, and if you're a good person, you'll be successful in your career, and if you're in America, you better speak English. Everyone is so focused on their subjective experience of life in the West, and that's what individualism really is. Individualism is focusing on your subjective view of how your life is supposed to be, and collectivism is focusing on how you objectively factor into...
She's like speed running into cult shit with this collectivism everything, because she's using like the text examples of collectivism and altruism in like Marxism to justify like why everybody has to like do what she wants to do. This is like, we are rapidly approaching like Ruby Ridge and like fucking Jonestown levels of justification for our behavior. This is crazy.
The greater nuances of the world. It's worth noting now that Mao was, by and large, an atheist, though reverent of his Buddhist mother. I just think it's kind of interesting to link these different cultural sensibilities, collectivism versus individualism, dialectical materialism versus mechanical materialism, to the dominant spiritual philosophies of these different regions. Of course, this is, in and of itself, kind of a slippery slope to racist rhetoric. Ascribing one person's entire being to the culture they grew up within would be fallacious, racist, just classic mechanical materialism. But to say that the two aren't related in any way would also be fallacious. In reality, a person and the culture that they exist...
So what I'm hearing from Bloodhead is you could be a little racist as a treat. That's what I'm hearing.
...within affect each other. In any event, the main thing that I'm talking about here is just Mao's interpretation of philosophy that was propagated by Marx, Engels, Stalin, and Lenin, all of whom were raised amongst Western religions. So really take all of this collectivism playing into communism stuff, take it all with a grain of salt. It's just something
Take everything with a grain of salt because you have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Sorry, guys. I have to go piss girl again. I'm sorry. It's my fragile lady bladder. Hang on. Okay. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I'll actually play the video. I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Collectivisme ets un problems. Video you tinc depression i Suhai in Japan.
Okay. I also hear that Chuli is streaming right now. What's the pulse on that? What's the pulse on this Chuli stream, you guys? Tell me about it. Talk to me about it. What's going on while we finish this? Tell me about this Chuli stream, and then let's keep cruising along. We're almost done. Let's keep cruising.
I've been thinking about. And that's more or less what I got out of On Contradiction by Mao Zedong. To be honest, I really, really liked what he had to say. His interpretation of dialectical materialism is interesting and insightful, and something that is just incredibly applicable both to my own understanding of the forces within my day-to-day and the general cultural ethos.
It's like he wrote that book about me, guys. It's crazy.
That would propagate itself throughout communist society. I also don't think that I'm anywhere near knowledgeable enough about the life of Mao, the history of the People's Republic of China, or the pre-existing philosophies that influenced those things, or the horrors of war and revolution which those philosophies were tested against, to be able to call myself a Maoist. But I'm going to be reading a lot more about these ideas in this period. And
we're just trying on different identities to see what gets us the most social street credit. Embarrassing.
Once I'm finished with this video. That said, I'm starting to think that I might not be able to settle on a single branch of communism by the time I'm finished with this video. After all, I've only read 2 books, and I've still got a lot of reading ahead of me, you know, once I finish this thing.
Oh,
so
sorry, guys.
I suppose we should move on now.
Sorry, guys. Wow, this is so brave. So brave.
You know, something that I keep telling myself as I work on this video is that certain conclusions are load-bearing. I tell myself that I need a firm understanding of the character of Mao Zedong for this video to be complete, or that I need to end the video with some sort of action, something that puts a bit of this theory into practice, setting up a food drive or a tool library or something. I've been incredibly insecure over the course of this script because I know that the people to the right of me will call me an apologist for the ugly side of revolution, and those to the left of me will...
Girl, you're not fighting any revolutionary wars, let's be so real.
Call me a tourist because I haven't yet gone deep enough to prove that this stuff means more to me than just a YouTube video. I keep telling myself that if I'm going to go through the effort of making and publishing this undoubtedly controversial video and push through all of that self-doubt...
It's very controversial. This is from... What, we got 2K views? Wow.
I better have the be-all, end-all, perfect video about communism. And to be honest, that's non-dialectical of me. If the entire point of this video is to motivate you all to read, why would I be trying to make a video that individually answers each and every question that my audience might have? Like I said in the beginning,
it doesn't. We've answered 0 questions. You're just fucking rambling.
I want you to leave this video with questions about yourself, not answers about me. Moreover, me seeking to make the perfect, most complete communism video has given me, in some subtle way, a transactional relationship with this literature. In general, I've got a bit of a problem where I'm obsessed with optimizing every avenue of my life. Just look at that cigarette machine that I was using earlier.
Yeah.
In other words, I think I need some time for this stuff to stew in me a little bit. My perspective has already changed so drastically just from reading the Communist Manifesto, and even more so. Yeah,
it's because you have no real sense of identity. You wear personalities like a skin suit to benefit yourself in every avenue, and that alone. Yeah, it's no surprise that you read the Communist Manifesto and change your entire political ideology like overnight. Yeah, certainly. Josh, they hid the puppy pee pads before filming in the house. Very true. Everybody witnessed. Thanks, Josh, for the $4.99. I'm just going to leave alerts off while we finish this so we can just get it over with, guys. Let's just rip the proverbial band-aid off, okay?
So by on contradiction, I keep finding these little thoughts popping up in my head as I navigate my day-to-day and notice new ways to apply dialectical materialism to my life.
Wow.
And while the video might suffer a little bit for it, I think it'd be better for me to not rush the process of learning and evolving.
Probably a good
idea. One thing
idea.
that I said before reading any of this stuff that I wholeheartedly agree with still is that communism is not a destination, but a direction. I've got a lot of literature that I'm planning on reading. Dialectical and Historical Materialism, The Motorcycle Diaries, Autre Vez, On Practice, Das Kapital, What is to be Done, On the Origin of Family, Private Property in the States, and plenty of...
Why don't you read modern Marxist thinkers? You're fucking wormholing yourself. You're trying to find an aesthetic of a historical example of communism that fits your niche understanding of the world instead of allowing that to shape your thought process and like dictate or give meaning or words to like how you're already feeling. It's like trying on shoes at the shoe store. Like you're not actually looking for like you're looking for a very specific kind of shoe, not whether or not it fits. Like, hello, what?
Of others. For the purposes of this video though, I think I'm done for today. I don't need to answer the question of, is imperialism inevitable? Or is there a version of imperialism that benefits the proletariat? No, for this video, there's only one question left that I really need to answer.
And what's that?
What stops all of this stuff from just being a fandom? I'm not a world leader, I'm not a revolutionary. Hell, my disability makes it more or less impossible for me to even just stand around with a sign.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. My disability doesn't even allow me to protest. Okay, yeah. I know who I'm hiding behind when the revolution comes, and it's Leadhead. She'll save me.
Protest. I don't get to be in a union. Pretty much all I can do is make these videos, help my family maintain unity.
Yeah, you can't be in a union because you can't get a fucking job. Get a job!
And fix up their cars whenever something goes wrong with one of them. So how is this any different than me learning a bunch of details about Metal Gear Solid or a Stanley Kubrick movie? I mean, I don't even get into arguments on the internet with people, so what benefit could reading all this stuff possibly have on such an isolated life made so
Why would you learn something just to argue about it? Do you not have curiosity? Do you not have a thirst for knowledge?
small in its scope by my disability? Well, some parts of that benefit I've already discussed a bit, but let's go a little bit more in depth before we wrap this thing up.
Okay, let's do it.
My wife is a very emotive person. If she's in a bad mood, she's absolutely horrible at hiding it. That's a great quality, to be honest. I mean, lying about how you feel is something that any honest person should struggle with. The thing is, it's always been incredibly difficult
Being emotive is not lying about how you feel. Okay. All
for me to assume that it wasn't because of something that I did. Maybe I lost her lighter, or left a dish dirty when I thought I cleaned it, or forgot to say thank you after she did something nice for me. Not to sound like a broken record, but that's mechanical materialism. It's individualism, and it's even a little bit imperialistic of me in a way. So focused on...
Dude, the way that I navigate my relationship is imperialism, if you really think about it. She's delusional to dangerous levels. This is actually crazy. Like, she is so fucking narcissistic. This is crazy.
For myself, I would always assume that her mood was dictated by my actions. I was denying her complexities and downplaying the intricacies of her personhood by assuming that my actions were the sole motivating factor for any sort of change within her. I was too self-centered to see that a lot of the time, her mood is an expression of the contradictions that exist within her, just as my mood is an expression of my own contradictions. Of course, I've
Today, we learned the word contradiction. Very cool.
always done everything I could to be fair and equitable, but I could never really see a way to resolve that little nagging issue that would come up between us before I read on contradiction. Now, when she's in a bad...
Dude, Mao Zedong saved my marriage. That is a strong message. Mao Zedong saved my marriage.
Whoa! This is a strong message!
My disability, my modern version of my struggle. This is a strong message, witness bard. No, it's just an excuse. It's pure laziness. People don't want to commit and like live the principles that they think are aesthetically appealing. Like, you think that this thing is really cool and it looks really good on paper, and people love people who are altruistic and like give back to their communities and blah blah blah. Like, everybody loves that, but I'm not willing to do that. How do I get out of doing this? I know, I can't stand. Okay, sure.
mood, I make sure she's comfortable, quickly ask, hey, was it something I did, just to give her the opportunity to open up in case I did make a mistake. And then rather than try to convince her that her problems aren't as significant as they feel, I just simply comfort her. It's not my job to fix her bad moods. No matter how close we get, I will always be an external force on her. It sounds dumb, and this really is just a tiny little thing, but reading that Mao essay genuinely taught me how to treat my wife a little bit better.
Dude, Mao Zedong saved her marriage. That's beautiful.
And how to not put so much pressure on myself to fix everyone else's problems. Because ultimately, I can help, but
Thank
I'm
you,
never going
Chairman
to be
Mao.
the solution to something that someone else
The real revolution was the revolution that was in my heart.
is struggling with. Since I read these two pieces of literature, little moments like that are constantly happening for me. I feel like I have grown so much in just the past week. I feel like, though I was already good for these people, through understanding the mechanics of the good that I do, I can now be even better for them. And it really is an amazing feeling. I'm getting better,
So
I'm improving
cool.
and growing in ways that might have taken me
That's
years
awesome.
longer had I not started reading communist theory. I'm not a
Thank you,
world leader,
Mao.
I'm not a revolutionary, but that right there, that growth, that evolution, is what makes this communism stuff more than just a fandom to me.
I'm willing to bet good money, mark my words. This is going to turn into a cult and someone's going to die. I'm willing to bet money.
Then, a whole other benefit to all of this is that I finally feel like I can hold my own in political conversations. I've been proofreading the script to my friends over and over and over again, every single night, discussing it with them, learning stuff from them, and to see them, these people who know so much more about this stuff than I do, be genuinely impressed by my work, and to see them learning things from me.
By my work. I'll take things that never happened for 500, Alex. This is quite literally conspiracy level shit. I'm quote unquote doing my own research by reading on Project Veritas level shit. Like, my work is aesthetically learning about a political ideology for YouTube. Very cool, very impressive. Put that shit on a resume. All right, love you.
Is such
Oh, Layla, thank you for the $2. Mao Zedong is their third marriage. Is the third in their marriage. Very beautiful. Witness. True.
an incredible feeling. They've read a lot more than I have, but every human has their own interpretation of everything that they see, and those separate interpretations are so valuable. To finally be able to interpret things about society in a way that really is my own, and not just parroting some boy video, feels amazing. Like, I've gone from having vague, vibes-based concepts in my head, like, something about categorization feels like inherently fascist, but I can't really explain why, to...
Categorization is inherently fascist. You understand that the classification of bourgeois versus proletariat is categorization? Hitler drank water. Drinking water is fascist. Oh my god.
It's mechanical materialism. Using external subjective observations to gauge the nature of a subject is inherently flawed, naive, idealistic, and dogmatic, and it lends itself so thoroughly to prejudice, ignorance, and judging books by their covers. Plus, it ties into the world of corporate marketing, where we're all manipulated into believing that one brand of American cheese is inherently better than another, because one has flashier packaging, which feeds into people mentally separating themselves from folks who have to spend a little bit more time in the grocery store, thinking that little bit more economically consciously.
Leadhead, you literally eat Chick-fil-A. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All the books that you ordered, you probably ordered off of Amazon. Shut the fuck up.
Y'all already know that I love being able to explain what's going on in my mind, and now that I'm able to explain stuff like categorization feeling fashy to me, and more nuanced than, oh, it's just a vibe I get, I feel like there is nothing in the world right now that I can't discuss or at least learn about, and I look forward to seeing what I do with it.
She's
it's a good
so
feeling.
crazy. She's deranged. She's unwell, bro. More fake smoking.
Let me make one more traditional appeal, though.
She's not even inhaling the cigarette.
Let me make one more
She's not even inhaling, you
traditional
guys.
appeal, though. Odds are good that many of you are here, subscribe to me because you love art. Be it video games, film, music, whatever. This channel started out as me analyzing a whole lot of art that I loved and showing you all how I was using art to improve myself. God, I really can't restate this. Reading a bit of communist theory has made the art that I've always loved hit just so much harder. I mean, I cried my eyes out the other day watching Full Metal Jacket, even though I've seen it plenty of times. You know, just because now I have a better understanding of what the people of Vietnam were defending themselves against, and watching how the US government robbed Private Joker of his empathy and broke his mind just
I'm breathing through it. I'm breathing through
as he
it.
was on the cusp of developing a pro-social philosophy for himself. Just it broke me in a great way. I mean, the song Dear Mama by Tupac absolutely bodies me now that I know a little bit more about who the Black Panthers were and what they stood for, and knowing that
Wait till she finds out who Asada Shakur is. Oh my god.
that Tupac's mother was a Black Panther who nearly lost herself to the crack epidemic, and knowing a little bit more of the intricacies of how the crack epidemic started and the failures of the system that enabled it. I mean, Dear Mama has become one of the most soul-wrenching songs in the world for me. Or God, Half-Life 2. Now that I've spent a bit of time learning about how and why imperialism happens, the Combine are even more interesting to me as villains, and the humans are even more aspirational. The Big Lebowski is way funnier to me. Arrested Development has a whole new level of insanity attached to it now with all the Iraq stuff. Fargo's satirization of world philosophies is even more amusing and poignant. Bus Driver's albums are way more digestible. Even when I disagree with an artist's politics, I'm able to engage with their work in a whole new way.
Wow.
Y'all already know that I like to dive deep on the art that I love. I felt like I could never feel anything about Half-Life 2 or Metal Gear or Bioshock or Disco Elysium or The Beginner's Guide or Tyler the Creator that I hadn't already felt before, but it's just like a whole new layer of appreciation that I can tack onto all this stuff. My relationship
Aladdin wrote A Whole New World. That song in Aladdin, it's about Leadhead. That's crazy.
with the art that I love has grown in such a beautiful way. I've only read a couple pieces of theory so far, and I already feel like I can make entire new videos on like 90% of the things that I've ever covered on this channel if I really
Please
wanted to.
don't. Please
I'm not gonna lie, I'm even considering making just a fun small little side video called like Applying Marxist Theory to Half-Life 2.
Holy shit.
I've been
Kill
so thoroughly enriched by this experience. Even if I'm gonna have to do a lot more reading to get all the info on all these things that I want to know about, this experiment has been an overwhelming success. So God, just please go read some theory. I know my audience.
You read one page of theory, don't understand it, think that you can do one quick read through of it and completely internalize all of it, enough to critique it in a meaningful, like, pseudo-academic sense, and you read one page of theory and then you pretentiously look down on the plebs in your audience and say, read theory. I have to go and buy Galaxy Gas right now. This is crazy.
So I'll say that if you won't do it for me, do it for the art that you love. It just gets better.
Art that you love.
Above all else, just don't ever stop being curious. You know, all this theory is
That's
great.
crazy. You're the most uncurious
theory,
bitch
like any type of
alive.
art or really anything in the world is only as good as the people that you share it with. So I'm gonna try to ditch my imposter syndrome a little bit and go learn some stuff from my friends. I'll see you all in the next video. So what were you saying about Trotsky? You said you were reading some of this stuff?
Yeah, I read his Atheist Dialectics. It was pretty good.
This is unbearable, 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 unbearable. To the gulag, 500 years hard labor. 500 years hard labor. Please, God, please, God, please, God, please, God. Like, I think that there is something really cool about people wanting to learn more things and always wanting, to learn more about history, more about things that they're interested in, and then being excited about learning new things. But that stops when that curiosity, that knowledge becomes and remains performative in nature. Because it is really important to kind of always be internally critiquing yourself, always asking questions, always wondering why, always seeking new information, learning new things, continuing to grow and develop in your knowledge about certain subjects. This is all very important. However, that needs to be inspired by wanting to know, not by wanting to be perceived a certain way by other people. Because again, if this was like this big introspective journey of, I want to learn more about this because I've heard a lot about it, but I don't know a ton about communism, but it sounds like that might be something that is kind of true to my values and maybe something that I could learn more about because maybe there's a lot about it that I don't know. And maybe there's some stuff that I could find relevant or stuff that even I would really relate to in reading it, or learn more things about the history of these things, whatever the fuck. That's always really cool. That's always really awesome, guys. Learning is great. Always learn. Never stop learning. Never stop asking questions. But this begins and ends with this performative, like, masturbatory video of, I'm going on an adventure to learn about all this shit. I read one page of it and it changed my entire fucking worldview in less than 24 hours. And I'm going to record all of this and talk like an authority to my audience, all of whom probably have higher degrees of education than I do. It's so pretentious. It's so gross. It's so condescending. It's so uncurious. It's so unthoughtful. It's just slop. It's fucking slop. And it makes me mad. And it makes me mad. And I hate it. And I hate Leadhead. And I hate her because she's an idiot. I hate it. What a great time to suffer, guys. Do you think through the performative curiosity, she could stumble onto something genuinely meaning for her and learn to make it not performative? No, I don't, because I think that at the end of the day, Leadhead is somebody who is motivated only so far in as something can benefit her. Um, I think this is demonstrated by her almost pathological need to broadcast everything to the internet. If she is to stumble across something that is deeply meaningful to her in any kind of productive way, it will only be used as a tool to boost her perceived knowledge, perceived expertise, or perceived standing in any given community. I think that people that are truly high off of their own farts and they have their head so far up their ass that they cannot see the forest for the trees, I think that those people, even when confronted with genuine opportunities for growth and change, will never take it, because personal growth and change comes at great compromise to you. Growth and change is very uncomfortable. It's very difficult to do, and it's very hard to challenge yourself in a meaningful way if you think that your framing and perceptions of the world are always undoubtedly correct and true. And that's what Leadhead is at the end of the day, is somebody who only can see things through the prism of her own understanding and is so delusional that she believes that these things are framed and presented in a way that somehow magically map on to every experience in her life. For example, she made a video talking about her coming out. And at the time, this was before the Ashley drama, this was before she did this weird, like, cringe fucking found family bullshit or whatever. When she made this video, she made it very clear that she had a lot of support from her friends and family in this time, and that she's very grateful that her friends and family were supportive of her, because other people are not as lucky to have supportive friends or family when they're transitioning. Later down the line, in the video that we watched about Tyler, the Creator, she says that she was very isolated and alone, and she had never been at a lower point in her life than when she came out. And that narrative switch is all that I need to see to be able to quite definitively say Leadhead is a liar, Leadhead is manipulative, Leadhead will bend the truth and distort perceptions of reality, embellish or leave out certain details to paint her in a way that she thinks will make her more agreeable to whatever audience she's talking to. And the reality is that she has a found family because she needs an audience. She is unable to process anything without having other people to validate her thought process, which is why she has the complete and total inability to do anything in isolation. Like she said, she's like, I have to bounce all these ideas off of people. I have to talk to people all the time. She is a circus performer first and foremost, and she will die a circus performer because all she cares about is looking good to whoever she is standing in front of, and she will change details of stories depending on who she thinks is listening. So even if there was this great epiphany of coming to terms with this thing that I learned is actually very true and relative to my life, this is a great opportunity for potential growth and change, she will not take it if it does not benefit her in any material way. Because she is a narcissist, a crazy person, a liar, delusional, a marquee of stakes. And watch out for people like this because they are very manipulative and they're very good at it because you can see it. You can see it if you look hard enough for it, and it's very scary. It's very scary. Very sad, guys. Very sad. Very sad. Okay, let's see. What are we doing next, guys? What are we doing next? We have time for probably one or two more things. So Truly streaming, right? I don't know what she's talking about, but we'll see. Truly stream. What are we doing next, guys? What are we doing next? Yeah, we need Drama Slop as a palate cleanser. I completely agree. She's talking more about Junkie. Mm-mm. We could do that. We could do that. I could be interested to watch that because I like how she was like age regressing in Falgi's Discord chat. Who has the screenies of that? Someone has the screenies of that. Please put it in the stream chat or the stream topic suggestions where she is like, she says, everybody was like, Malcolm's watching your video or something like that. And then she responds later and is like, what did she say? She was like, I had like grown adults saying that they were scared of me when I was like 9. And then she starts doing like this fucking weird age regression thing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? You guys know what I'm talking about? Does anybody have those? I've seen them before. That would be very cool. That would be very cool. I wonder if I can find them really quick. I bet they're in here. Hang on, let me look. If my shit would actually fucking load. It was in the YouTube chat. Hang on, I'm looking to see if somebody posted them. I think it's in these ones. I think. No. I think it's in here. No, fuck. Either way, Truly was like, posting, it was while Falgi was streaming and I was streaming. Oh, it's this one. It's this one right here. So, truly, Opblock was streaming, Falgi was streaming at the same time I was streaming. And I was watching the Truly video on stream, and then everybody in Falgi's chat was like, Truly, Malcolm is watching your video right now. And then Truly said this. Truly was like, I literally used to have adults say to my face that I scare them, bro, like I'm 10. And then she started doing this age regression shit. And then she was like, I'm taking a break away from social media because I'm having a fucking mental breakdown or like an anxiety attack or something like that. So that's what happened. Yeah. And then she's back now and is basically saying, you know, whatever. And then Shirley was like, I'll never talk to Malcolm. He didn't even ask for my opinion on any of this. Like, okay, sorry, my bad. So reminder, this little thing in the corner here that says "Goddamn the Malcolm," that means that I'm in Discord. So I have never been shy about saying that I'm willing to talk to people, able to talk to people, ready to talk to people about whatever. Always happy to do that. People are welcome to jump in the waiting room and, you know, talk about whatever. I'm not going to go out of my way to DM every single fucking random nobody about their opinion on a drama that I'm covering. I don't have the time to do that, and I don't care to do that at all. So that has always been the standard. And will continue to be the standard. So I literally have not much else to say other than bro, we can talk about whatever, I don't care. Yeah, the whole thing is very stupid, in my opinion. The whole thing is very stupid. All of this is very stupid, which is why we love it, right? Because it's just like dumb slop. That's why it's entertaining. It's because it's so dumb, of course. But I find it really interesting that everybody is like, oh, well, Malcolm didn't talk to me about this. Malcolm didn't talk to me about that. You guys, DMs go both ways. Shirley was like bitching that I didn't DM her. DMs go both ways, bud. You can also DM me anytime that you would like. It goes both ways. And every single person that we've talked to, I've been really chill to. I think that maybe that was a mistake in hindsight, because obviously that Glassraven whore lied right to my fucking face, and I didn't notice it until later. Obviously I've been way nicer to a lot of these people than I should have been. But at the very least, I've had a totally chill time talking to people. Little to no issue talking to people. The only person that I was like aggro with was Looney. And that's because Looney was aggro with me. And that's fine. I'm not mad about being aggro with Looney. It was actually probably the most entertaining conversation we had that evening. I don't have an issue with it at all. But I find it very curious. I find it very curious that everyone's like, no, Malcolm never DM me. DMs go both ways. DMs go both ways. And then even Hidden Heroine was like, Malcolm's bad faith. Malcolm's abusing me in DMs by sending me 2 DMs. Like, everybody here is so unserious. It's so unserious. So unserious. And it's funny because all of this comes back to Usagi and the Dreamer thing. That's what it all comes back to. And they still have yet to realize that their engagement with Dreamer makes all of them look absolutely insane. And with all this hoopla about Ponder Sprocket, it's kind of the same thing. Where for all of the bitching and moaning about Ponder Sprocket really didn't even fucking do anything. Except, like, stop responding to people's Discord DMs. Like, if it comes out that Ponder Sprocket is like this huge giga rapist piece of shit, okay, we'll evaluate that. We'll cross that bridge when it you know, manifests in front of us. However, in the meantime, everybody knew about this for years, never said anything. That is more of a condemnation of you than I think that you realize. So I think that the Ponder thing is incredibly calculated. I understand that right now the schism is with Mali Malware, because Mali Malware does not want to cut ties with Ponder. And so everybody is deciding whether or not right now they're going to go after Mali Malware for not following in lockstep with everybody's perceived villain of the day. And I find it really interesting that they do act in almost complete and total unison. I find that very interesting. The other thing that I would like to point out as well is Truly specifically said in her video about Junkie that she didn't have the Discord messages from however long ago. It's like 5 years. She didn't have the Discord messages because the account was deleted or something, and therefore she could not access the messages, one, that's a lie. That's not how Discord messages work. They don't just automatically wipe when somebody deletes their account. Secondly, she went on Falju's stream at the same time that I was streaming, and she actually produced the lost messages that she claimed that she could not access to Falju. So I think that everybody here is being played for a fool, and I think that everybody is being led to point fingers at Pondersprocket, whose biggest sin is really being like a cringe white lady who didn't respond to Discord DMs quick enough and shirked her responsibilities of babysitting an entire community, which I don't care about. Like, remember, the precedent here is the people that we're going after are like zoophile, sadist, pedophiles, blah, blah, blah. And now we're here. Right? Interesting, is it not? Interesting, is it not? Okay, we'll do the Truly stream. We'll do
Who
that.
is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Thank you very much, Shark Jumping, for the gifted membership. Everybody witness, please. Congratulations, Barbie. Congratulations, Barbie. Welcome. Okay, let's see. Let's see here. Oh, Lyle Combo's in chat. Hell yeah. He says, just want to point out as well before I finally leave, my every issue Mally has with me, bullying people in public calls, demeaning them, etc., is exactly what Beckett does on his stream, yet she's still there. I think that Lyle Convoy has been dropped on his head one too many fucking times, or maybe he got hit in the head too much. I don't know. What Beckett does and what Lyo does are completely different things. Part of again, everybody is painfully unaware of where Beckett comes from and where all of these people come from. They come from Twitch politics, which is, for all intents and purposes, a blood sports community. Everybody knows what they're getting into. Some random Discord user that pissed you off that you drag into a call to scream at for more than 4 hours with hundreds of people watching is completely different than somebody who agrees to come onto someone's public stream to argue about a specific topic. Those are two totally different fucking things. But, of course, we have no critical thinking skills, so. Okay, hang on, I gotta back up here. Give me 1 second. And this is super fucking awesome, you guys, because we get to watch this on 2x speed, which is super fucking awesome, so. Or we can speed it up at the very least. Okay. One more sparkling water, and then we begin our descent into slop and madness, okay? Key jangling. Engage. I'll be back in 1 moment with another sparkling water, because I don't have any non-alcoholic beer. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Everybody behave. All right, guys, let's lock in and then crash out. Lock in and then crash out. Okay. Oh, fuck, hang on.
Chat. Chat.
Not the 1 HP voice, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
This is really
Holy
quiet.
shit, why is there already almost 200 of you?
Dude, why is this so quiet?
Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Hello, everyone. Also, I just want to make a real quick shout out to the person who became a member before the stream started. Sardon, thank you for joining the channel memberships. I'm gonna put on some tunes, y'all, real quick. Let me know if so, a thing, like a can to open this stream, but I do have some delicious Thai tea.
Okay, let's do it.
That you guys can't really hear, but oh well, it tastes.
Oh, we're talking
good.
about literal tea. Okay.
Is the volume good right now, or should I turn it up a little bit?
Oh no, I just adjusted my volume. No. No.
Sounds good. Music isn't too loud. Okay, but
Okay, cool.
And want to any donations to the GoFundMe, although I won't see them on here, are so greatly appreciated. And
True.
like YouTube doesn't get to rob me like they do with super chats sometimes. Guys, I did not rest. Let me tell you, that break was like a break
Well, now it's really loud.
of hell.
Okay, there we go.
I've been in the trenches. If not for like public stuff, I've been in the trenches for like private stuff. Can't believe you never played my can opening in the video. So mad. I took it as like a special
Maybe it depends on how boring this stream is.
little thing.
She has a GoFundMe to move out of her parents' house, who she claims that her parents are abusive. I don't really have any reason to doubt that, other than, you know, it could be embellished, but I don't know, obviously. But the area code on the GoFundMe is where Laya lives, which I think is interesting.
Just for me. But it's okay because I'm back, you guys, and I realized that I was missing you guys because, not gonna lie, when I was on my break and I wasn't talking to friends, there was so much on my mind from the day that I went on break and stuff that happened afterwards that caused such a panic within me. Rory Starstorm, thank you for joining.
Okay, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit.
I felt very isolated on my break. I felt very alone. Very like I want to talk about things, but I shouldn't because I'm on break. And then I realized that like when I talk to you guys, I feel so much more like grounded in life just because I'm like seeing all these faces and stuff. Oh my goodness! Holy shit! Double dono. 10-163. Fantica, thank you for the $5. Hey, truly hope you do better. Thank you so much. Phoenix Creates, thank you for the $2. I know this isn't much, but you deserve the money. Thank you, guys. So like seeing you guys, I've been. Oh my goodness. GG Pixels.
Yeah, I have it sped up.
Thank you for the $20. Holy shit. To the truly. Welcome back. Thank you. It's reverse therapy. You get paid for talking about your stuff. It's true. I kind of am getting paid to yap and like, you know, being in touch with my emotions and like trying to reconcile, you know, how sensitive I am to certain things and how like dark the content is. I kind of need the community that you guys have afforded to me in order to kind of make it through it and to like be like, oh yeah, there's a ton of people who care about me and who are really nice. And they're very sweet. Yapping out of your system is really good. Thank you for the $1.99. Rex drinks Red Bull.
Okay, this is boring.
Madam Drawstings, help you for the
What else we got in
20.
here?
Rehab. Catch up on the stream later. Bye, Flinch Fight. Because this is going to be a stream that I try to enjoy myself on, are you guys wanting to get the tough stuff out of the way first?
Yes.
So that we can go on to still kind of gross, but like more lighthearted, easier to digest things that we can make fun of more
Gross
than just be
things.
appalled by.
Oh, okay.
Just popping in before my game and watch the stream when I get home. Oh, good luck, AC Spaces. Cover stuff first. Okay. Vista Fifi, thank you for the fun. I want to talk about why I took a break in the first place.
Yeah, let's
you
talk
guys.
about it.
Think
Let's talk about
it. I alluded to it when I announced that I was going on break. But the day that I released my junkie video, which has somehow been my most controversial video that I've made like since I came back, which is interesting, because I feel like that was one of the more agreeable ones. But you know, Falgi, if you guys know Falgi, he runs the Uplock channel where he does a lot of streams, and he kind of.
Oh, thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. Appreciate it greatly. What is up, worst of the internet people? Right now, we're doing some ACC stuff. We're stream sniping. We're watching somebody stream from the ACC talking about why they took a break from the internet because can't take the heat. But thanks very much. Make sure to subscribe, guys. We're almost to 8K subscribers, which is super fucking cool. I have merch down below. I have the Discord link down below. You guys are all welcome to join. Thanks so much. Appreciate it greatly. My Monarch
has been, commentating on and talking about the drama stuff. I say it's, okay, most controversial relative to the other videos. It's really not that controversial. Oh my goodness, Lucky Danger. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Holy shit. Gracias. Some people were, the thing that people were mostly upset about was, like, me calling Phantom Heart, like, a coward for, me reaching out and being like, hey, I know that you were, like, in this situation. Can you, like, reach out and, like, look for the stuff, because, like, that's potential, like, proof, evidence on, like, a predator that's still around. And then she was like, you're manipulating me. Because, like, I guess women aren't free of the sin of dishonestly using therapy speak. Because that wasn't manipulating.
That's crazy. That's actually what Hidden did to me. But, so, this is in the context of, what ended up happening. So, Too Long didn't read. This is Truly. Truly was somebody who was in the ACC from, like, a problematically young age. Truly was introduced to Toasty Vanilla after Truly turned 18. Toasty Vanilla was one of the people that was in the ACC who was inappropriate towards minors. Truly wasn't a minor at that time. And the person that introduced Truly to Toasty Vanilla was, what was his name? Junkie. His name was Junkie. And so she wanted to make a video talking about why Junkie was basically wrong for doing this. And then also, relive the glory days of the ACC, because that's like most of the attention that any of these people have ever gotten, right? Or the positive attention, I should say. And so I don't even know how to explain this in like a concise and articulate way. Like, so what ended up happening is Truly started messaging people, and this happened like years ago, mind you. This happened like 4 years ago, quite a while ago. And a lot of these people are no longer online. Like, a lot of these people were like, teenagers, like very young adults, grew up, stopped like spending all their fucking time online, like moved on with their lives. They're not involved in any of the internet fuck shit anymore, for the lack of a better phrase. And so Truly started messaging people that she was close with when she was in the ACC like 4 or 5 years ago. And somebody that she reached out to was like, hey, do you remember like any of these conversations that we had, blah, blah, blah. And this person was like, no, it was forever ago, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, I haven't thought about this or, been involved in this space for a really long time. Don't care. And then Truly asked, like, can you get in your Discord and like search and see if you have any of these conversations saved? And this person was like, this is like way too much time that I'm willing to dedicate to this. I don't care enough about it. Like, I'm good. And then left the group chat that they were in. And then that was enough to have Truly call them a coward. And I don't think that somebody is a coward for like being like, no, dude, this was like however many years ago. I wasn't even really involved. I don't remember much. I can't really offer much to this conversation. I'm not going to pour through my Discord logs for you, several dozen years after the fact, after the dust has already settled. Because mind you, the ACC, like nuked the FCK server, like for fucking ever ago. The FCK server was the degenerate pedophile Discord server that everybody was in. So I, like, the FCK is already said and done with. We're kind of retreading, already covered ground. We're kind of busting open, the time capsule to kind of go back and retroactively analyze what happened or get additional information. But all this stuff is already blown the fuck up. It's already gonzo, right?
It was just like, if I point out that something you do would be fucked up, that's not manipulation. That's just me, like, giving you perspective. And if you don't like that perspective and you're gonna cry manipulation, then you're a little bitch. Like, that's just the way it is.
I agree.
That's
Hidden
like
is
the
a little
biggest
bitch.
criticism I've seen for the video, and like I made a whole comment about it that was basically just like, if you agree with Phantom Heart, you're a scaredy cat too. Like you're a bitch ass coward. But let's it's like literally that's what it was like. It was like weird. But reception to the junkie video has been overwhelmingly positive. It's just that there was more pushback than I've gotten on the other videos relative.
Wait, what are you talking about? What are we talking about here? Ace of Spades, what's going on here?
And it's still like very minute. There were some like funny people in the comments, like lolcow commenters came out to like comment on it, and I thought that was really funny. I got called DEI Hopeless Peaches, and that one like actually like fucking tickled me. I was like, I had not heard that one before. It was like so much nicer than just like hearing like, oh, you're just the new Hopeless Peaches, you're Hopeless Peaches 2.0. No, it was like DEI Hopeless Peaches, and I was like,
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
that one was really
that
funny.
That's a
The
good
peaches
one.
that flies. Has potential evidence. I doesn't want to give it because
And then for context as well, Hopeless Peaches was one of the people in the ACC that had like really good favor. People kind of like looked the other way to a lot of her behavior. Kind of like, you know, Lyle Convoy's star Discord child. They have a lot of similarities in the way where there's like a perpetual victim complex, unnecessarily inserting themselves into things that don't really require or denote their need for inclusion at all. Like that was kind of like the general sentiment. The age regression thing too is another thing that Peaches would do all the time when she would get in trouble, is be like, goo goo gaga, I'm baby, goo goo gaga. And so the joke is that she is the replacement Hopeless Peaches for Lyle Convoy. That's the joke.
they don't want to get involved. Maybe they could have said if they could be anonymous. Exactly, they could have just asked for anonymity. And I just like, it's like, girly pop, you were involved. You don't get to magically say that you're just no longer involved because you don't want to be. That's not how like being a responsible adult works.
That's true. Lyle Convoy was emotionally cheating on his wife with Hopeless Peaches. I agree.
But anyways,
Homeless
Fauzi,
Peaches,
runner of the Op Block YouTube channel, reacted to the video that night. And in it, his kind of like co-host, the person that was with him named Greg. Very sweet person. We love Greg. Greg is a total sweetheart. Very chill, very nice.
Love Greg. Greg's great.
Wokeless Peaches, that's fucked up.
Let's go, Greg.
Didn't you know if you decide it's not your business, you don't have to talk about the Predator? Like, I wasn't even asking her to talk about the Predator. I was just asking her to forward any evidence she could potentially have, and she just wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, and she said, I don't have anything, and I'm not willing to, like, dig through all of my shit. I'm not going to export all of my Discord logs for you. And that's kind of an unnatural ask, but...
Which leads me to think that she's probably hiding something.
Probably, yeah. Anybody who doesn't agree with me
but
is
yes, we love Greg.
hiding things.
And Greg asked me in the middle, I believe it was of the call that I had in the video, if Junkie, you know, Joseph, had ever done anything kind of groomy towards me when I was a minor. And I hadn't really thought of it.
But it magically came to me.
I kind of sat there for a second and I thought, I don't think so, but also there was this one character I used to draw that he used to like get really like enticed by. I'll just say it like that. This is not a stream where Clown Teeth is on. She's like coming home from work or something. This is not the Heaton stream. Oh, thank you, Fiona Lexon. And, you know, when that memory was jogged, I was like, okay, well, I can look for evidence of this. Because when I had made the draft of the Junkie video, basically like the day before it went up, Lyle Convoy had taught me a way on mobile to retrieve DMs from deleted accounts, no matter how long they've been deleted or how long they've been like out of...
There's not a reason. You don't have to, quote-unquote, retrieve anything. The messages aren't wiped just because an account is deleted. It just says, from deleted account. Like, let's see here really quick. Like right here. Like here's an example. These messages are from 2024. I'm gonna take a screenshot of it because I don't like there's nothing bad in here, but I don't even know if this person still is like online or creates content or anything like that. So I'm just gonna take a screenshot of this really quick and show you guys. So like this is what it looks like. This is from a deleted user. I haven't retrieved quote unquote anything. This is a message from a deleted user. Can you link me the thing that you found it? It's a book hub, you join it, blah blah blah. Thanks, that's helpful. And it just says deleted user. You don't have to quote unquote retrieve anything. The deleted accounts don't immediately wipe all of the messages. They're still there. Like they're still there. All the messages are still there. You don't have to do anything to get those messages back. They have always been there and they will continue to be there. That's not how that works.
Of your like list of DMs. And he had told me that, and I was like, well, I don't really think that I would need to do that because I either got evidence or confessions from him in the video. So I was like, I'll keep it in mind, but I don't think I need to get anything through that manner moving forward. But when I had this thought, I did look into my DMs with Junkie, and what I found following looking into my DMs with Joseph was triggering, and it scared the fuck out of me, and I had a really bad panic attack that day, and I didn't even get to have it like privately because of like I said, it was, I was finding this information. I wasn't in the call with Fauci, but I was in the chat and people were talking to me. I was active.
You could have just like left and not said anything. Like all of these things can be private and they should be private. Like these are things that you don't need to broadcast to the internet. There's no reason for you to say like, oh, well, I was in so-and-so's chat, so I had to tell everyone that I was having a fucking mental breakdown. You actually don't have to do that. That can actually be like a private thing, and it ought to be a private thing. Yeah, that's not really something that's like on a need to know basis. And I don't think like at everyone in Discord is need to know for the level of panic attacks that you're having.
And so let's get into what exactly it was that I had found.
What about DMs that you've closed? I don't know if I've closed any DMs. Who do I have DMs with that I'm willing to close? This evil bitch Sigh. Let's do that. Let's close. Now let me go down to like way long ago to people that I don't talk to anymore. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna get rid of my conversation with Sansol. And then all I have to do is find conversation with Sansol. That's it. So right now, I have Sansol highlighted in my DMs. I'm getting rid of it. I've taken it away. It's gone. It's no longer in my feed of conversations. When I click on find or start a conversation and I do Sansol, that's all I have to do to pull it up. And then it puts it right back where it was. That's all I have to do. So, tests have determined that is a lie.
Because it's pretty bad. So. This is where it all started. I took this meme of the guy dancing in the pumpkin suit, or like in the black bodysuit.
And force feminized him.
And I decided to basically just give it like big boobs and big hips.
We transitioned the pumpkin guy.
Because it was in the middle of when that one game came out where they had like Peachette, where it was basically, Peach or Toadette would get Peach's crown or something and then turn into a form of Princess Peach. And so like everyone started doing like, oh my god, let's do this with other characters. There was like Bouette, there was, Piranha Plantet, there was Goombette, like all those things. And so I was like, oh my god, it's Halloween season. Let me do something funny about this meme that I really like, right? Just give it like really like outlandish body proportions. And I created this. It was basically like, this was like 2018 yassification.
Oh, that's what I said. Wow, crazy.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Bowsette was like a big one. Bowsette was like very stylized.
Force femme.
My memory serves me right. The Peachette com broke the internet, exactly.
He transitioned.
So like this was just like a 2018 yassification of the pumpkin with this meme I thought was funny.
Very funny.
And Junkie took an immediate liking to it. And we'll get into that in a second. But let's go chronologically. And let's get some proof real quick.
Okay, let's get some proof.
Cool.
Let's see it. Let's see it. I agree. Let's see it.
Goth and punk. Plus I started calling Bowsette goth. Yeah, Bowsette was not goth. But anyways,
we're getting
I just want to make it clear. I was 15 when I made this meme.
Okay. 15-year-old meme. Got it.
And I know that because here we are in our DMs when I was breaking down to him about some symptoms I was having for a condition that I'm now diagnosed for, but I was not at the time, and it was really hindering my educational life.
Okay, so
thank you.
Okay, so we know that Truly is 15. We're aware of it. Okay.
$2.
And then this is on the 29th of what is that? May 29th, 2018. Okay, got it.
Thank you. And this is Junkie.
Okay, got it. Okay, so Junkie knew. Okay, got it.
Junkie, this is Joseph, and he says, you're 15, right? Maybe in the next 3 years, when you're an adult, you can set up a doctor's appointment yourself independently. And, here's me talking about my struggles, and I say, I cannot wait that long. Because, like, obviously, when I'm 18, I'm going to be, out of high school. I'm going to be struggling already very much, and I'll have, already suffered the consequences of being untreated. And that is what ended up happening, unfortunately. They need to hire Junkie got live action toy store. He does look like Al McWiggins. It's true. Thank you, Mako-chan, for the $5. All these violent, disgusting people and their histories with you. You did nothing wrong here. Oh, thank you so much, you guys. My age, where he could just bring it up. And that's where things start to get bad. Because just a few days after I had made the meme, I started drawing that, like, Pumpget character.
Okay.
Oh
my god, does Ethel know that they're drawing sexy pumpkins over here, guys? Ethel's gonna crash out. This is gonna, dude, by Ethel's standards, this is like a serious crime that needs to be investigated. The return of the sexy pumpkins. Holy shit, you guys. Insane crossover. Insane crossover.
Pretty scandalous ways, including here. If you can see, it's censored, obviously. These are like big butt, big boobs. And like, obviously it looks basically like a naked person. Because it's just a big black suit. There's no like clothing to like cover.
Why is it censored? If it's just like Big Boba, like if it's just Big Boba, why is it censored? I'm very curious about this because in Truly's video, she was posting stuff and saying like there was images that were shared back and forth that were inappropriate in nature. And then she put a picture on the screen that was completely blurred out. And then it said in very small text on the side, like, this isn't an inappropriate image. It's just blurred for privacy. So is there actually here, like, inappropriate Boba? Or is this just, like, a drawing of Big Boba? I'm confused.
Who is this Calvin Garrar? Who is he?
Thank you very much for the membership. Everybody witness, please. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not sure.
Covered up, it's all skin tight. And like the cleavage, you know, on the chest and even on the ass cleavage, if you will, like the butt cheeks are very defined. And I drew this, as we can see by the dates, on October 6th, 2018. Oh, hello, you guys. Sorry, am I missing stuff in chat? What I heard
Stop
about
getting distracted by chat.
I didn't have, like, supportive parents. Like, I have a GoFundMe. And this is Joseph right here. Tagging B, Ponder, because this was in Ponder's server.
Yeah, it was in Ponder's server.
It says, oh, Ponder, you're a wonderful artist. Then I compliment you. And tell Dulu, my old name. I'm just going to supplement it with Chuli because everyone knows me by my current name. And I don't use this name anymore. And tell Chuli to stop with this mess. I said, never. She reigns in October. And then Ponder says, I'll wring both of your necks. And I say, why mine? And she says, you know, I'll go ahead and, like, push it up. Also, Junkie, I can't tell Chuli to stop when they're basically inspiring me to draw Pumpget. So, like, I draw this, like, interesting picture. Oh, hello. Hi, V. V is ashes for days. Hi. This is a very evil time to come into the stream. Also, Junkie, I can't tell Chuli to stop when they're basically inspiring me to draw Pumpget.
I don't understand.
So, like, I draw this, like, interesting picture. Oh, hello. Hi, V. V is ashes for days. Hi. Ponder really makes me ponder. Why do people defend Ponder? Yeah. Yes, this was in Ponder server. This was in Fiendish Cavern.
Okay.
So, yeah, she's encouraged by the minor.
What does the DM show exactly? I'm confused.
And then I draw more.
Okay.
XD lol. This is in. It might have been in DMs. I think this is in DMs. Joseph says, "You little shit." Oh my goodness. Hashtag Petty Ponder. Thank you, Mako-chan, for the $2. Bubonic Tonic. Thank you for the $5. I remember really liking your videos as a kid, though I think we were like the same ages because your background reminded me of the game Starbound. Oh, thank you. I kind of miss my old aesthetic, but like, it's time for the pastels. Oh God. Call is here. So here's more things. Big butt, big boobs. They were defined.
Okay.
There was definite
big
boba,
big honkers, guys.
And
write that down.
The crotch as well.
Yep, huge boobs.
But it was
huge boobs. Important.
Defined. It didn't have like I didn't draw pussy, but like I draw where the pussy would be. It says you little shit, and I say
we have big boba, camel toe, sexy pumpkin. Ethel would die. Ethel has been killed.
Little teary face. Okay. And then okay, everyone prepare yourselves.
Okay, I'm prepared.
Let's for it to be suggestive. Exactly.
Okay.
Everyone prepare yourselves. This is where it gets really bad.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared.
Here's one that is kind of overtly sexual. And this is in my DMs with him, as you can kindly see. There it says that. Oops, my hand slipped. And it's a picture of Junkie's head between the boobs. Like his head in the cleavage. And his hands are like cupping the boobs from the side. And on this boob right here, it says, I love. And on this one, it says Junkie with a little heart on the eye.
Okay.
And it says, truly, goddammit. I said, it came out just like I wanted it to. Blushy face. You know, little antagonistic ooh face. And then, fuck, blushing, crying.
Oh, okay.
He was encouraging this. He was actively getting excited at the art.
I mean, yeah, you could say that as the adult in this conversation, Junkie should have been like, I don't think it's appropriate for you to be sending these images. Please stop. That, yes, I agree with that. I guess you could make an argument here for some kind of grooming. But that's a good point, is that like she was drawing these for fun as well. So it's not like when I think of like the grooming that is related to drawing and producing inappropriate sexual images, it's usually because the other person is like asking or demanding that they do. So I think of Patch and Nintendo Gal, like with Lily Orchard. Those were things that they didn't want to draw, but Lily was like, "You need to draw these for me." Like I think there's like the coercive aspect of like obviously again the adult in the situation to be like, it's not appropriate for you to be sending these to me. Like, you need to stop. It's not appropriate. You shouldn't be, first of all, you shouldn't be drawing these things. And then secondly, you shouldn't be sending them to me. But when I think of what this is attempting to be construed as, I'm like, these are things that Truly was drawing independent of Junkie and sending to Junkie. And I think the problem here is Junkie not being like, dude, stop sending these to me. It's not appropriate. But it's not like Junkie is requesting the sexy pumpkins, right? Junkie is not asking, please send me sexy pumpkins. I want you to draw me sexy pumpkins. That would be, like, obviously, again, the engagement and the interaction between these two is inappropriate. Yes, but I don't know if that is the same thing as Junkie saying, okay, now go draw me sexy pumpkins. I think that those are different. I think that those are different things.
The sexual art that a 15-year-old was drawing for him. And at this point,
well, it wasn't for him. It was, 21 you were drawing them.
So I'm 15, he's 21.
Inappropriate, wrong.
Why in the fucking world, as a 21-year-old, would you be entertaining and having, you know, titillating reactions to NSFW that a 15-year-old is drawing of you?
Yeah, sure.
And this ties into what I was talking about with him and the FCK. It didn't start with the FCK. It seems more like it started with me. I was an icky minor. Why?
Excuse me.
And, you know, Joseph being okay with minors drawing not safe for work, and eventually porn, didn't start with the FCK. It started with me. He was okay with me doing this stuff for him because he's a porn addict. And to him, I was just a means to an end.
I mean, I would like some evidence here of this would be a really good time to show him either requesting or encouraging the drawing of it, because I don't think that him just like responding to the drawing is necessarily like like I guess you could say by not shutting it down, it's encouraging that. I could bite that bullet and say that like by allowing it to continue, that we are encouraging it. I can agree with that. But where are the specific requests to draw this art? Like the first wrong here is not shutting it down. The second step would be requesting that this material is specifically drawn for him. That would be what I would like to see.
Might I have some info? The way I would have shut this down so fast. And it gets worse. Because there's a time where I openly contemplate actually drawing, like, explicit pornography of Junkie and this character. In front of 2 adults. I say, you know, this was a quote where I guess B. Ponder had said, boys wear blue and make mayonnaise, like in reference to cum. And I said, Mom. And she goes, what? Am I wrong? Truly go study. I say, not in front of your child. Eternity goes, I mean, she's not wrong. We'll get into Eternity in a second. And then she says, Truly, you draw porn of Pumpcat with Junkie. And I say, not technically. And then we get into this. I feel bad for laughing at Pumpcat. No, Pumpcat was funny. It's just not good when it's a child doing it.
Dulu, you draw porn of Pumpkinette with Junkie. Not technically. And then, technicalities. And then she says, I could. And then, actually, your Senatic found a law and sent it to me involving the technicalities of sending obscene materials to minors. I have looked into it myself. Basically, it amounts to that the art might not count because it's artistic in nature and not explicitly obscene, which, like, it might just be an old law from before the internet. Like, there's very likely an updated law. And then Shirley says, didn't you say that drawn CP doesn't really mean anything under the eyes of the law? So this is compelling, right? Where it's like, yeah, you could draw these things and it's technically not illegal. Like, yes, this is pretty condemning of like actively encouraging the like creation and dissemination of these images. That would be wrong. Okay.
Thank you, 10163 Fantica, for the $10. I talked to Aaron about this. It's kind of weird. And, you know, Aaron has apologized to me in the past, including recently, for this stuff. Not this stuff in particular, but for
and I'm just
the way
skipping
he was
dead air.
negligent at the time.
Or, like,
He
Dodo.
was exploiting you in a way as a child
Yappings.
to their own kicks is extraordinarily traumatizing. Yeah, like, this shit freaks me out. He says, ooh, technicalities. I go, I could draw porn And she says, actually, Ursa Tonic found a law sent it to me involving the technicalities of sending obscene material to minors. Great thing to talk about with a 15-year-old. I have to look at it myself, but basically it amounts to that art might not count because it's artistic in nature and not explicitly obscene, which, like, it might just be an old law from before the internet. There's very likely an updated law. Why are you talking about this stuff with a kid? And I say, didn't you say drawn CP doesn't really mean anything under the eyes of the law? Because that was an argument at the time that, like, you know, unless it's real, like, drawn stuff like lollies doesn't really count because it's all interpretive. You know, these characters don't have, like, legal ages. They're not legal entities with, you know, a real...
Well, and this is a total misunderstanding of this, and it's a very semantic online argument, of course, that lolly connoisseurs love. But it's legally, it's going to be the Mischling test, which is based upon, like, reasonable interpretations if something has artistic value or not. And under the Protect Act, drawn depictions of CP is also illegal. So, I mean, it's not even like legally if you draw like a stick figure with boobs. Like, it's not like, oh my God, that's a child stick figure with boobs. It has to be able to be reasonably interpreted as a child, and then it also has to add like no artistic value, basically. And those are all, of course, subjective judgments, as is like every kind of legal understanding. Like the quote unquote standard for obscene material in general is, quote, know it when you see it. So it's a very loose working definition, of course.
Legally recognized age. And that was, again, why was this stuff talked about to a child? That I could just, like, say, didn't you say this about, like, drawn CSEM?
Yep, these are pretty crazy combos to be having with somebody who's 15. I agree.
It's totally Woody Ponder, yes. Genuinely so glad that people are reasoning, not some lawyer mediator. And just for more proof, here's my media tab with Joseph. First of all, sexual copy pasta, then all this stuff, and it didn't stop. It didn't stop in that October. It went into the next year. I'm 16 now, and I send this, and I said, wait, and then this picture edited says that it says, I heard you like big and dominant women, junkie. And he replies, yes, smiley face. And I said, LMFAO. Guys, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ.
Why did this happen? Sorry, I didn't mean to blast y'all's ears out. Oh my God, thank you, person with Japanese name that I can't read. I'm sorry, you guys. Show you guys, that is fucking egregious.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these interactions are inappropriate. Obviously, it is the responsibility of the adult in the situation to say, that's not appropriate, don't send that to me. And obviously, I think that it's appropriate to be suspicious of adults who do not stop that kind of behavior from somebody who's underage, and it's inappropriate to be having like those conversations with and stuff. If those are the only kind of interactions that they had, and when she shows the media tab, it looks like those are the only times that those images were exchanged. I am curious if there's more context to this, because again, the wrongdoing here is not shutting down the conversation. Like nobody asked for these images to be drawn, right? Like I would look more harshly on somebody who is requesting specific lewd imagery to be drawn by somebody who's underage and somebody who doesn't want to draw them. Like those would be things that I'd be looking at. But it looks like this was like a meme bit that was posted in a general chat in a Discord server, and it was like a meme joke about like the bimbified, yassified, like sexy pumpkin, and that there was encouragement in the sense that nobody was stopping it. Nobody was saying this is inappropriate, don't do this. But it's the soliciting of it is, I think, what would like really put the icing on the cake for me. It seems like it was just like an inappropriate relationship, and they were communicating about things that weren't appropriate for like a kid and a 21-year-old to be talking about. It just seems like there's a lot missing here. You know what I mean? There's like a lot more that I would like to see, or like a little bit more information. And I don't like that, like a lot of the time with a lot of these like hit piece videos or allegations that people make, there's quite a lot that is left out, or quite a lot that is unaccounted for. And so obviously when people are providing evidence for things, they're always putting their best foot forward first, right? Like if somebody says, you murdered your mom, and you say, I didn't murder my mom. I love my mom. My mom makes me breakfast every Sunday. And you go through the course of the investigation, and after a while, it turns out that you were actually at brunch with your girlfriends on the day that your mother was murdered. It's like, well, why wouldn't you start with you were at brunch, you have an alibi? Usually, when people are intentionally putting out a defense of something, they're almost always putting their best foot forward. They're giving their best explanation, their best justification, their most solid and concrete evidence. And yes, this is an inappropriate interaction. I don't know if it rises the threshold of what we're alleging. Like, yes, it is inappropriate. Yes, these conversations should not have been happening. Yes, it was softly encouraged because nobody said this is an appropriate stop. But I don't know if this meets the threshold which we have set for ourselves.
Let me go see if I can grab that, because I think it's like the one thing I forgot to grab. And I'm gonna have to censor it because, like, I can't show that on stream. How old was Hal back then? Because I remember they were very young. I don't actually know Hal's age. Oh my goodness, Alita Siren Sounds VODs. Thank you for the $2. I'm gonna throw up. This is sick. I'm so sorry.
Is there anything else like worth
exposing
listening
whoever got
to
rid of
here?
that in the first place? Yeah, the Sashley video is actually like fucking terrible. Okay.
Anybody else who's watched this know if there's anything else in here?
Let me blur this stuff out. So, much to my dismay, where is the Gaussian blur? Towards a new place to heal in. Thank you, GV22. Here it is, character and Pumpkin in like a police outfit, a like sexy police outfit, basically having this person all chained up. And you know, if you want to know what Eternity's character was wearing, basically just look up Slave Leia from episode 6 of Star Wars. That's pretty much what she was wearing in this position. And I want to die looking at this. And I had sent it to her. I posted it in the server. I can't find
we're talking about Ponder
it in
now?
the server because I've been looking and I just haven't been able to find it. But I did get the image because I think I sent it to someone else at the time. And I'll just say this. I have talked to Eternity about this.
1099. Okay, hang on.
She is horrified that she ever was normal about this happening. And she's apologized for this. And I'm gonna start closing these tabs because I don't even want to fucking have it on screen. She's apologized to me. She said it was horrifically inappropriate for her to allow that.
Mm-hmm.
She is very remorseful, I will say that. And I don't know that it's something I want to hold against her for the rest of time. I don't know if I want it to end our friendship. But just know that she knows what she has done. And she knows that she fucked up royally there. Ponder.
Oh,
I'm not even sure if she knows about this right now because I wasn't friends with Ponder when I found out about this, when I rediscovered all this stuff. That was only afterwards. What about Aaron Tempest? He's just at the scene of the crime, like always. But that's pretty much all I have to say in terms of why.
Okay, so cool. All right, and what'd you say it was 10? I don't even know. Can you do that in reverse timestamp? Like, what is that? 1099?
Well, yes, but not today. Not today.
What does that mean? 1099. What is that in this metric here? In this metric, what is 1099 in the metric where I'm going backwards? Because 1099 is right here. We've already watched this. What? Tell me how. So this is 0. How many minutes am I going back? How many minutes? It's backwards. It's backwards, you guys. Help me. It's backwards. Help. How far back do I go? How far back do I go? What, like 10 minutes maybe? Like here? Oh, here's more stuff. Let's go. Like here? Let's go like here. Let's go like here. Let's try right here.
Can I pay you to play Elden Ring? I mean, you can buy me Elden Ring. I don't even think
Okay, well, I fucked up here.
It's very split.
No, it is based upon screenshots that I had and what I have received from others, mostly human. And as such, I'm going off the posts and times are given. In addition to preface, I live in Central Time Zone for the past 12 years. I'm not giving specific states because I'd rather not dox myself in the process. I say this because
I'm from California. Evil Dead.
I don't know.
California girls.
screenshots show Central Time Zones.
Gaming videos on house and like to like go do it. Dude, I'm gonna be having fun on Sunday. Have fun. Thank you. Is lore reason why literally I could not tell you.
What am I don't know what I'm skipping to
I don't know
here.
who gave me the invite to join.
I was told to skip to 1 hour, like 9 or something, and it's backwards because it's live. So I don't know where I'm going. You can't click on the time signature and flip it. No, I can't. I'm not smart enough to do that. Help! I'm neurodivergent and a minor. Help! I'm a neurodivergent minor. They're watching Manga Kamen's response. I think it's an extremely charitable interpretation that truly just wants people to admit that they fucked up. I think that the whole spirit of this entire community is retroactive digital lynching. And even if people's actions rise to that level, unfortunately, the reality is that a lot of these people, like, they don't deserve like the smoke that they're getting. Like, for example, the person that was like, this was like years ago, I'm not gonna go dig for shit for you. Like, I have a life now, and this is forever ago. Don't remember much about it. I can't really be that helpful. To say that that person is like a coward and to demand their head on like a spike, essentially, I think is ridiculous. And you can say the same thing about, Dreamer, like all of these things where it's like, I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with wanting some kind of, I don't know, like an apology or like acknowledging of wrongdoing. I think that's normal. I think that's fine. That's how a lot of people resolve these conflicts, right? So I think there's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that a lot of these people have deluded themselves into thinking that and this is a problem with young people especially, they believe that every conflict has to have this grandiose final conclusion, curtain call, lights, we're all done. Like they expect this cinematic resolution to these conflicts. And the reality is that this is all online. This is from many, many years ago. Very few people even remember or think about what they were doing online 5 years ago. I know I certainly don't. And that in life, there very, 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 very rarely is resolution that you are seeking, right? And chaining yourself to believing or hoping that somebody apologizing or taking accountability for what they did will somehow fix your feelings towards it is not true, one. And then two, you're never going to fucking get it. Half of these people knew what they were doing was wrong in the FCK. They didn't care. And they would do it again probably if given the opportunity. They don't care. They don't want to say sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them anymore. And so having this expectation that all of these conflicts are going to come to a crescendo, you're going to get your resolution and move on with your life peacefully it's not going to happen. And they're all very tethered to this fantasy that they're going to get someone in a call, they're going to say, no, you're right, that was so fucked up of me, I should have done this, that, and the other thing, and then they go and like turn themselves into the police or something. That's not going to happen. And yeah, it's very sad. It's very sad. I don't know how to read. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I don't know how to read. Yeah, I completely agree, Mr. Mollusk. I completely agree. You very rarely get closure. You very rarely get closure in life. That's almost unheard of. Almost unheard of. That almost never happens. You're going to have a lot of conflicts, a lot of fights, a lot of negative interactions with people, and unfortunately, you're almost never going to get the resolution that you seek. It's almost never going to happen. As they say, God always answers your prayers, but it's rarely the answer that you're looking for. And that's a true statement to live by. Write that down. How long are these Samantha Lux videos? Please, Samantha, make like 15-minute videos. Yes. I love getting away from all these ACC, like terminally online fucking freaks, because then I get videos that are 50 minutes long, which is perfect, which is, yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, mashallah. Thank you, Samantha Lux, for making a reasonably length video. And yes, she is 22 now. It is time to grow up at some point in your life, and this is a harsh lesson that everybody needs to hear. So get out your little pens and papers and write this down, because this is so important. At some point in your life, what happened to you is no longer a reasonable excuse for your behavior. At some point in your life, what happened to you, who treated you poorly, your trauma, your hardships, all of that goes to the wayside, And you have to take accountability and move forward from that. At some point, it stops mattering, okay? If you are someone who is, let's say that you were abused until you were 8 years old, okay? By the time that you're 25, you have lived without that trauma longer than you lived with it. And at some point, you have to lock in and understand that life is going to keep moving. And you cannot continually lean back on things that have happened to you in the past, the way that people have mistreated you, in order to justify your shit behavior. At some point, it is your choice to become complacent in your shitty accountability, your shitty lack of foresight, your shitty decision making, your shitty choices. At some point, it stops being about, well, this happened and this happened and then this happened to me and then this happened to me. At some point, you got to grow the fuck up. At some point, you just have to grow the fuck up. I don't know what to say. And it's very frustrating to me that a lot of these people, especially online, handle all this shit with kid gloves, where it's like, oh, well, you know, I was abused, and so that's why I lie to every single person in my entire fucking life. It's like, no. Okay, that's terrible that happened to you. I'm sorry that you had a rough go in life. Very sad to hear it. Cool, I don't care. That does not mean that you get to continue to lie to me and ruin our relationship. That's not how that works. You don't get to treat other people carte blanche however the fucking way you want to because you had a rough time earlier in your life. It doesn't work that way. At some point, you got to grow up. You got to make your own decisions. You got to take the reins of your life, okay? At some point, you have to grow the fuck up. And all of these people, a lot of these people, I won't say all of these people, a lot of these people are babied into believing that it's everyone else's fault that they're the way that they are. And they'll use any excuse under the sun to escape accountability for their own shitty choices. Sorry, dude, it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. It's like, it's sad when a little kid cries when they don't get their way. And you're like, oh, that's so sad. Like, aw, consequences, that's really sad and cute. And then when a 20-year-old does it, you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? No, you cannot just have a beer at work. No, you can't. And then you start crying. It's like, that's pathetic. At some point, you have to understand that life does not stop for anyone. Life continues to move. Life does not give a fuck about your trauma, about your emotional baggage, nothing. At some point, you have to become the adult in the situation because you are. You can't continue to look around the room for the adult to save you. You're the adult. It's time to lock in. And it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. Yeah, everybody needs therapy. Everybody needs therapy. Yeah, everybody needs therapy. That's the truth of the matter. Everyone needs therapy. Which one do you guys want me to watch? What is this one? Excuse me 1 second. Dude, what the fuck? Why won't it let me jump to your message here? Oh, the Repzion one? That's okay. Yeah, we're going to do Buck Angel. I have to go and talk to my wife for a few minutes because women. Yappy is with my wife. And then we will do Buck Angel as promised, you guys. Then we will do Buck Angel. Just as a little treat. We can have a little Buck Angel content as a treat. I'm going to go say hi to my wife and have a small talk with her. I'll be right back, okay? I'll be right back. BRB. All right, save me, Buck Angel, save me. Guys, what day does the new Conjuring come out? When does the new Conjuring come out? Did it come out today? It did come out today. Maybe I'll go see that tomorrow. The new Conjuring. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. New Conjuring movie. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's go ahead and start with this, guys. So, let's see here. I assume everybody knows who Buck Angel is, but if you don't, Buck Angel is the guy who's like Conjuring movie. Buck Angel is the guy who is like, I built this community with my pussy. Really old FTM guy, really close with TERFs and all this other shit. He fights with people on the internet all the time and gets his ass handed to him. It's awesome. Anyway, Samantha Lux is like another content creator. And he got into a fight with Samantha Lux on Twitter about something. I don't know. The girls were fighting, but Samantha Lux made a video about it, and then she made a follow-up
Someone
video
is mad
about
at me
it.
because
Oh my god, my volume booster is on. Hang on, sorry. Jesus. Okay, hang on. Let's back up here. She's gonna explain to us what the ish is. She's gonna explain what the ish is here, guys, because I didn't follow this, but let's learn together.
someone is mad at me because ew. I'm gonna throw up right here, right now. I'm gonna vomit on my floor. Sir, nobody's thinking about ew.
Oh, dude, I'm getting PTSD because she's playing the Wii music. No.
Oh my god. No, that's not the case. That's not the case, sir. Hi everyone. So once again, I have successfully pissed off a transphobe and got them to respond to me. I say it like I do it on purpose. I mean, I kind of do. I love to piss them off. It's just fun. They deserve it. This time it's a little bit extra special though, because the transphobe that we are responding to today is actually another trans person. It's actually a very well-known trans person, Sir Buck Angel. I don't know which ones of you
Sir
are up
Buck
to date with the
Angel.
Buck Angel lore. I'll catch you up today, don't worry. But he spends his time usually on Twitter talking smack about the younger generation of trans people, talking smack about like, gender ideology and that kind of stuff. You can often find him in the replies of like some innocent young trans person like waving a pride flag like underneath like, shut up, you're a man. Or sometimes he'll be like, you shit, how dare you. Yeah, so we have a lot to dig into today. So I saw a tweet like that yesterday, which I'm going to show you the whole thing, don't worry. But I was feeling good. I'm like, this is the day. This is the time. I'm going to reply and I'm going to, I'm going to put my thoughts out there because I am allowed to. He fully went off on me. I don't even want to spoil it, but like, I've seen some of these insults come from non-trans people, but coming from a trans person is just so hilarious to me because it's like, if you're calling somebody these things just because they're trans, you're calling yourself those things too because you're also trans. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So for today's video, I figured I would tell you about my little Twitter fight with Buck Angel, show you guys what happened, and have a nice little giggle over it. He's good at making me laugh. Let me say that. If you guys are new here, my name is Samantha Lux. I post new videos every single week here on my channel where I give you guys my opinion as a trans woman who studied media and all these different things. I'm kind of a genius, no big deal. So if you guys are not yet subscribed and you'd like to be, go ahead and do that right now. Okay, for you. I got new nails. I do them myself now, and well, I've always done them myself, but they're so much cuter now because I've learned more. But yeah, I did this out on Twitch actually. So if you guys are not following my Twitch, make sure you go follow my Twitch as well. I stream there like 3 times a week, so it's a lot of fun. But did I close out the subscribe thing? Are you done? Thank you so much. But yeah, with no further ado, you guys, let's get into today's video because I gotta show you. So it all started yesterday, to me yesterday, a few days ago to you guys when you're seeing this video, but it all started on Twitter with a beautiful post by, I'm not gonna say their name because I don't want them to get any hate from this video, but a beautiful post by this beautiful trans girl, right? Here it is. Voila. It's a mirror selfie of her, right? And she's holding a sign that says, trans women belong here. And the title of the
Oh, I've seen this picture before. This just looks like the thing is that like TERFs and stuff will find pictures of like quote unquote non-passing trans people just to like shit all over them. And like this trans lady just looks like an old librarian. It's like this looks like your average like older cis lady that like catalogs books at the library. Like I don't know. I think it's funny. Because they go crazy like looking for things that like give people away for being trans, and it's like this just looks like a little old lady at a bookstore. That's it.
The tweet says, my message to MNS is loud and clear. I don't know what MNS is. I don't really think it's important to know, so it doesn't really matter. But right off the bat, what's the issue? You know what I mean? I don't see any problem with this tweet. I did see multiple people in Buck's kind of little circle, like this other guy, Ty or something like that. I saw a few different people talking about this specific picture, saying that like, let's just do everything that people don't like, and let's just give them all the ammo that they need to hate us even more. And I'm like, girl, she took a selfie in a bathroom. Like, she didn't even pull a Lily Tino, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even like there are people in the background or whatever. She's fully by herself. But anyways, Buck's response to this was really what kind of like set me off, because I'm like, leave my girl alone. I don't know her at all, but I'm like, leave her alone. She said, sorry, I don't know if he identifies as a man or a woman. His bio is like biological female that lives as a man.
True. Buck Angel also posted on what occasion where he was like, you can misgender me, I don't care. And then less than a month later, he was like, I will be reporting every account that misgenders me because it's hate speech and targeted harassment. And he's like, I identify as like a woman, but also a man. And then he's like, I don't identify as trans. I just identify as like a female with male experience. I don't know. He's kind of all over the place. But on his website, he's trademarked like the most famous trans man or some shit like that, transgender man, something like that. He's very inconsistent in how he identifies himself. So like, I don't know. I don't know.
And so, like, I don't know what his pronouns are. I'm just being petty because he does misgender me in his tweets. So I'm like, oh, you want to play that game? So he said, yeah, this is helping trans rights. Why are the quotes around trans rights? I don't understand. Trans rights are a thing. What a fucking clown show with a laughing face and a clown emoji. It's one thing to like not agree with something that somebody does and like think that it's bad for, you know, the progress of the trans community, whatever. But this is a different level. This is not a criticism of the trans activism that they're doing, the specific type of activism they're doing or whatever. What a fucking clown show. I don't see a clown. I personally don't. I mean, unless you just view all trans people as clowns. Maybe you do. But this just like made me mad because I'm like, leave her alone. So I responded. I responded. I wasn't going to, but I was like, you know what? I got the time. It's a Monday. Have you guys seen that Olin Rogers video? It's a Monday. I have the time. So I tweeted back. Let's see. Okay, now before I tell you what I said, I will give like a slight vulgarity warning. This is what I said. I quote tweeted him and I said, did calling yourself the man with a pussy help trans rights? I'm sorry, not me laughing at my
Great point. Great point. Buck Angel, like, ironically, finds himself in the company of a lot of people who are very anti-porn in general. And Buck Angel's, like, claim to fame is the man with the pussy. Like, that's trademarked. That's his thing. Man with a pussy is Buck Angel's thing. You can't say that about yourself because it's trademarked by Buck Angel. And at one point, there's a recording of it somewhere. I don't have the patience to go and find it. You can find it if you want to, dear viewer, if you wish to torture yourself. Buck Angel went on Howard Stern's show when he had like a radio talk show or whatever the fuck, and he rode one of those like vibrating Cybins, I don't know how to say that, in the studio as like a joke. Like he was the butt of the joke. Like it was awful. And then after Buck left, they were like, oh my God, what was that thing? It fucking stinks in here now. Like, oh my God, what a rotten pussy. Like shit like that. So yes, Buck Angel is actually building up trans rights brick by getting fucked by a fuck machine on a talk show radio host show as a bit. Very cool. We love that.
My own joke. For real though, if you guys are unfamiliar with Buck, he got famous or infamous from his porn, right? And let me just first of all say, no shade to porn. I personally am not a fan of porn. I think it does a lot of damage to society and to young people. But I also think that sex work is real work. I think that it needs to be protected, and I don't want to, perpetuate any stigma against sex workers at all. That's not my intention here. But for Buck to come online and like act like he's so high and mighty, and he's the only transy that ever did it right and helped the community, and he knows what's right, and we're all crazy. It's just wild to me. Like that's not you. You're not him. Like I'm so sorry. Is the sexualization of trans people not like a major issue for the trans community right now? Right? To be fair, we have a lot of issues going on right now, but the over-sexualization of the community is definitely one of our issues. Right? This happened in large part because of porn, right? Because of female porn and, he, she porn or whatever you want to call it. I'm saying the P word so much. Please don't demonetize me. Maybe we can censor some of those. For a long time, that was really the only exposure that people had to the trans community. And so that's all people thought we were. So much so that the word that people used for this identity, transsexual, was changed to transgender to try to remove ourselves from that over-sexualization that was created through this porn. And Buck, I'll give it to him. He was one of the pioneers of this type of content. The man with a pussy was literally his slogan. Like, he's a superhero, his catchphrase. So like, whatever, he did his thing. That's fine. He, made his money. He did his thing. It's whatever. I don't even care that he did that. That's an individual choice to make. And I think that a lot of times we go into that kind of work because we have to. And, if he had to, that's whatever he has to do. Even if he didn't have to, it's fine. Whatever. You did that, it's fine. But don't come out here now and criticize other people who aren't doing nearly as much damage to the trans community, right? Like, let's check back in on Miss Girl. She's in a dressing room by herself with a piece of paper that says trans women belong. I'm sorry. What's the fucking issue? Again, it's not like she's in a public bathroom, which I wouldn't have an
like
issue.
the biggest crime here is just that this person was kind of cringe and took like a cringe picture. That's destroying trans rights, but being a whore doesn't destroy trans rights. Base, let's go.
With either. I mean, maybe if she was taking pictures in the public bathroom, I'd have an issue with it. But saying that trans women belong in women's bathrooms is personally not something that I would hold issue with. But that's not even the case, right? She's literally in a private dressing room all by herself. The door's locked. It is clear that these people just live their lives on their timeline looking for the next trans person to bully so that they can bully them to their audience and make money off of them. That's their whole shtick. We could have looked up little Bucky's YouTube channel, but I personally, I'd rather save my eyesight. That's really all he does. Yell at the gender ideology crowd and say that, back in my day, we did it right. We were proud men with pussy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Back in my day, we just embraced the pussy. Back in my day, we loved the pussy. It's like, I don't know. It's like, he's literally like an old man screams at clouds kind of thing. It's quite sad.
He responded, he said, clearly it did, because you know who am, Arsler. Oh, sir. Yeah, period. So I replied, do you think pornography is a healthy introduction to trans people? I don't think it is, sir. He didn't reply to that one just yet. He kind of went all over the place a little bit, so we'll get back to that tweet in a second. But he did actually copy and paste this first reply, the clearly it did because you know who am, Arsler. He copied and pasted that to a quote tweet and didn't get enough engagement for him, I guess, so he quote tweeted it instead and said, clearly it did because you know who am. The same typo is crazy to me. Putting the same typo in, like, you need your readers. I'm sorry. Let me just say, I'm not trying to
He also has gotten away from this, but he loved the hashtags. He would be like, I'm hashtag Buck Angel, and I'm hashtag trans, and I'm a hashtag trans man, and I fight for hashtag trans rights. Like, he's very boomer coded. It's pretty awesome.
Just in this video, I just have to because it's fucking Buck Angel, okay? I'm not an ageist person, I swear. At Smith thinks it did a gotcha moment. It. Who you calling an it, old man? Sorry. Who you calling an it? Blink blink. The effing whole world knows. At least I have one. Something you will never have. Bragging about his. Okay, you know what? Maybe he is a man. I'm just kidding. No, but for real, a real man would never, Bucky. So we have a few things here, right? First of all, our first instant.
Dude, are you super jealous of my super tight Gorilla Grip pussy, Samantha Lux? Samantha Lux, please respond. Samantha Lux, are you jealous of my pussy? Please respond, not clickbait.
Of a misgender, that I love being an it. It's better than a he. Sorry, I didn't mean that. That sounds so mean to men, but I swear, I was just joking. But this is my thing, is I was saying it earlier, but how are you gonna call a trans person it just because they're trans? If 2 + 2 is 4, then you're an it. Like, that's a self-report or something of the sort. I don't know. Maybe just stupidity. I don't know. So I did quote tweet this one again. I ended up deleting it because I tweeted another one after and I felt kind of bad. I felt like I was going too hard on him. I just like ratio after ratio after ratio after ratio. I was like, it was too much for even little old me. I felt bad. But I'll tell you what he said because it was funny. It wasn't really that funny. Honestly, he did all the work. The comedy gold was truly in him, and his response to me, I believe I said something along the lines of, well, at least he's mentally well and not at all unhinged. Something like that. I don't know. Because bitch is acting crazy. Sir, you're going a little cuckoo bananas. These are just fully the most transphobic attacks coming from like the most anti-trans activists out there, right? He's just picking up the rhetoric and just spitting it back out because he knows that's what his audience wants to hear at this point, and he knows he can make money off of it. But I mean, I don't really know if it's working that well because he only got 67 likes. I don't know how much money you're making off of 67 likes on an X post, a Twitter post.
Sad.
He then goes in to subtweet me like he's in middle school or something and goes, I just love when the quote-unquote trans women. Sir, if you're gonna say quote-unquote trans women, then what are you? A woman? A lady? Ladies don't act like, sorry. I love when the quote-unquote trans women come after me like...
This isn't very ladylike of Buck Angel. I completely agree. Why don't I watch more Samantha Lux content? This is fire. This is fire. She's getting his ass.
Dudes, have a great day. He's pissed. I triggered him. Sorry, Graham. I mean, sir. And then another one. Someone is mad at me because I have a vagina and they don't. Laughing face, exclamation point. Ew, 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 ew. I'm gonna throw up right here, right now. I'm gonna fucking vomit on my floor. I couldn't even say that right because it's so fucking gross. Sir, nobody's thinking about ew. Oh my God. I don't even know what the fucking say right now.
And I mean, like, let's just think about this. Let's do a little old-fashioned misogyny here, you guys. Let's treat ourselves with some misogyny. A lock that is only opened by one key is a good lock. A lock that's opened by any key is a shitty lock, okay? Like, I think that we've all, unfortunately, been exposed in one way or another to the pussy in question. It's not really a novelty anymore. When your entire branding is, look at my pussy. And for the record, Buck Angel sells t-shirts, and on his t-shirts is his pussy. That's one of the designs of his t-shirt, is his pussy. The novelty, like, I don't think that anybody is jealous of your highly commercialized pussy. I don't think that anybody's like, oh, God, I wish that was my pussy that was on that t-shirt. I don't think that that's true. I'm gonna have to do some serious editing for this video. Let's go to Buck Angel merch. Let's see. I don't even think that I can show this on stream because it's quite literally his pussy. I don't think that I can show this on stream. I don't think I can show this on stream. Let's see if it's still here. Let's go to shop. We're gonna go to t-shirts because it was on a t-shirt. Let's go to t-shirts here. I think he took it off. It used to be Rowan, where are you? You've seen this. I think I posted this on Twitter. Oh my God. Yes. Dude, come on. He's posted this before. I can't show it on stream. Hang on. I don't think it's not in his merch shop anymore. But he did in fact sell a shirt with his pussy on it. That did happen. I'm pretty confident that I've tweeted this picture before. Hang on. And if not, I'll just Google it. I'll find it. I'm gonna be so sad. Where is it? I need it. Fuck. I could have swore in my life that I tweeted this at one point or another. On my life, bro. I tweeted a picture of this. Where is she? No. Oh my God, I'm so sad right now. I'm so sad right now. Let's see if I can find this. Someone knows that I'm not lying here. Is it this one? He does have a shirt that says bad tranny though. That's cool. That's really cool. You know what? I'm sure that he's posted about this on his Twitter before now. Oh, will you put the picture in stream chat, Layla? Will you put it in the stream chat, please? It's in the. It's a thing. He made a picture. Oh, here it is. I have it, I think. Oh, Rowan sent it to me. So I have it. I have it. I can't show it on stream. I can't show it on stream, unfortunately. But it's in the Discord. He did sell a t-shirt with his pussy on it. So it's quite graphic. So I don't know. Does this count as like not safe for work shit that I don't want in the Discord? This is terrible. It's terrible. Anyway, I'm clicking away from this. I have to avert my eyes. This is giving me cancer. So yes, he did sell t-shirts with his pussy on it. Very cool.
No, sir. No, that's not the case. That's not the fucking case, sir. I did have to quote tweet this one. I did. Let me see. What did I say? You guys, it gets so much worse after this too. It's just crazy. I said, I had SRS in 2016, actually. Like, catch up on your sin with the Lex lore, sir. You're not a real fan, sorry. You're a fake fan. But I could care
Fake
less
fan.
about your genitals, you weird old man. Because, ew, sir, ew.
Yeah, true.
No, he's just fully a weirdo. This is the craziest thing I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. Because, like, who are you talking to? I said, do you think pornography is a healthy introduction to trans identities? He goes, says the one with an OnlyFans account. If I had an OnlyFans account, I could see that, but I don't. I don't do OnlyFans. Never have. Who are you talking to, girl? It's not me. Losing it. He mixed up me and a different trans activist. I don't know. Is it a compliment though? I don't know. Can I take it as a compliment? Is he saying that I could because I'm so beautiful? Is that what he's saying? Is he saying I look like a star? It's just wild. You are just not cohesive. Somebody said, I don't have issues with anyone who has an OnlyFans or is in porn. It's all the other behaviors. And Becky says, I did porn. What do you mean porn? You did hardcore porn. We all know what you did, unfortunately. And
Yeah.
it did help to elevate transsexuals as I moved from that to speaking all over the world with a lot of respect. He goes, that person.
Buck Angel got fucked one time on camera, and then trans rights were granted. It's amazing, isn't it? You guys, you're gonna disrespect Buck Angel when he literally got fucked for trans rights. That's crazy.
He keeps trying to shame me and ask me what I have done for trans rights. Clearly has no idea what I've done. This person has never left their house. If I do leave the house, I can show you my freaking tan line if you want to see it. I got a sunburn last week. It's really bad. It was painful as fuck. But like now he's gonna try to play the victim. I'm coming after him for the things that he's done for trans rights. No, sir. I'm defending my trans friend because you're being weird. So yeah, you deserve it. I don't even care. You know what? I'll be generous. I'll say that maybe somewhere along the way he did something nice for the trans community. Maybe somewhere along the way his openness, shiver, did expose people to a trans identity. And maybe there was some good that came from that. Sure, I can give him that, of course. But you can't come after my girl with a sign and then say that's not doing anything for the trans community, but you did. Like I guarantee that seeing a trans porn star on TV was much more shocking to people and much more infuriating to people than seeing a trans girl in a dressing room holding.
Well, let's not post it in the Discord. I've decided. I made the executive decision. Let's not post it in the Discord, but you guys are free. You guys are free to look for it. It exists. There's archives of it. Like he's advertised the pussy shirt before, so if you just kind of look through his promotional material, it's there. If you don't believe me, it's there. But I can't show it on stream, and I don't want it in my Discord.
Up a paper sign. He is freaking losing it. Like I said, I did say that I had bottom surgery. So then he goes out and tweets this. A random ass link to a YouTube video, problems with my transsexual vagina surgery. Like, sir, I see you. I know what you're trying to do. It's not gonna work. Like, joke's on you. I don't have any complications. Oh my God. What a fucking freak. So after that, I left it alone because I'm like, I'm not gonna, it's like elder abuse at this. I gotta go.
Oh, yeah, it's like elder abuse. I love her. Oh yeah? You have a vagina? Well, it's not as good as my vagina. Your vagina is jealous of my vagina. Very cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being so aggressive and so mean, but some people just deserve it. Like, I need to give this man a taste of his own medicine, okay? A full day went by. You know, I was waiting for a reply from him last night. It must have been past his bedtime. But I get mentioned in a tweet today, and I go to look who it is, and it's, of course, Mr. Buck Angel Transsexual, as his name says. He says, how is this helping trans rights? At Samantha Lux, question mark. And then he links a Fox News video that says, trans sex offender escapes prosecution for alleged schoolyard kidnapping. Bucky, I never said that wasn't bad for trans people. I never said that. I never said that helped trans rights. What are you on right now, my guy? Fully just making things up one after another. Making up that I don't have a you-know-who. Making up that I do OnlyFans. Making up that I support a literal attempted kidnapper. It's just bonkers to me. Like, if you really have to lie that hard over and over and over again to make any sort of like resemblance of a point, then you're on the wrong side. You don't have any good points. You're incorrect. I'm just living for it at this point. Of course I'm gonna reply. Like, it's fucking hilarious. I said, you're still upset? All right, damn, here. When I never have nor would defend this person, obviously. I mean, it's like the whole like We Spa incident. And when people were like, oh, this person defended as a sex offender, blah, blah, blah. Bitch, no, I didn't know they were a sex offender. Had I known they were a sex offender, I would not have defended this person. I defended a trans person being kicked out of a spa. That's what I defended. Like, I hate when the little weirdos twist my words, you know what I mean? But like I said, that's all I can do to make a point is twist other people's words and make things up. So two, you're falling into Fox News' trap like the grandpa you are. Okay, I'm seeing now that it maybe was a lot with the ageist comments. I'm not ageist. It's the only thing that
I'm
gets to it.
ageist. I hate
They're clearly
old people.
unwell and are being tied to a trans identity to disparage the community. Right. So if you watch this video, right, it's a Fox News clip, like I said, and it's a person that is very clearly mentally unwell. They're running around a schoolyard chasing kids, like trying to like capture them or something. I don't really know what happened. I watched like 10 seconds of the video. But throughout this video, the person looks masculine. They don't look like they're transitioning to a woman, whatever. Not to say that you have to look a certain way to be trans, but you know what I'm saying. And so in my opinion, I really just feel like Fox News is taking this case of a very unwell person that maybe claimed to be trans at one point and are using that to draw a bigger picture about trans people as a whole. Obviously, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to generalize and draw.
Well, and then like just because you support trans people doesn't mean you support all trans people. Some of you bitches are very dumb. Like, obviously, like somebody running around with a machete, like trying to kidnap children. I don't really give a shit if you're trans or not, queen. That's fucking deranged and probably not okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's dumb.
a characterization of a trans person as this crazy, unwell, threat to kid safety. And Bucky Boy fell right into it. He said, yeah, this is horrible. I mean, yeah, that person is unwell and they did commit a crime that they should be punished for, of course. But like to not see or ignore Fox News' intent is, I mean, it just shows how brainwashed he is into this whole like anti-woke, anti-gender ideology, like honestly like TERF crowd. And I hate to break it to you, but the TERFs don't like you either. I added some trans people, like any other demographic, do bad things. They should be punished. This doesn't mean trans
And if
people
anything, TERFs like mega hate Buck Angel because he's a porn star. Like, TERFs notoriously don't like sex work. Like, surprise!
sexual predators, as Fox is inferring. Me, like, yeah, that's true. Bitch, you wrote it. And I'm just seeing this reply literally as I'm filming this right now. He replied back to that, vagina, vagina, vagina. I swear to God, this man's baiting me into showing him my vagina. And it's not gonna happen, Buck.
Dude, he's so... This is like, oh, fuck. What's it called? This is... Freud would be fascinated by Buck Angel. I think that Freud... We need to somehow figure out how to revive Sigmund Freud so he can analyze Buck Angel. Because I don't think that I've met anyone in my entire life... Well, I haven't met Buck Angel, thank God. And may this evil never find me after I spoke it into existence. I don't think that I've encountered a single person that is more obsessed with their pussy than Buck Angel. Which is very strange to me. And then he always bitches about all the time. I remember there was a post he made where he was like, tampons in the men's restroom. Like, does that not induce dysphoria? Does not putting your pussy on a t-shirt induce dysphoria? Does getting fucked in the pussy on camera, fuck her right in the pussy style, does that not induce dysphoria? Like, who are you? Who are you to judge? May he who is without sin cast the first stone, you know what I mean? Like, doesn't this give you dysphoria? I think that, like, a literal print of your pussy on merchandise would induce dysphoria now. Really? Really? That's what we're going with right now? Okay, yeah, sick, you got him.
You're a freaking freak. And then finally, shit collapsed for him. He responded to my response to him. And instead of saying like, oh, okay, good, I'm glad you don't support this. I'm glad that you were on the same page about this one, right? He goes, all they ever have is old age comebacks. This one will never even make it to 63. What a horrible thing to say to somebody. Whatever. I'm not gonna go ahead and be like, oh my God, he said I'm gonna die. He's trying to kill me. Like, whatever. It's Bucky Angel. I'm not intimidated. I'm not whatever by him. But it's just like, what does your life come to? I feel like for a while there, you were genuinely respected as, a pillar in this community. And it's really unfortunate that this is the route that you've chosen to take. As trans people, we don't all have to agree on everything. Even as, a trans, and if you guys are out there watching as cis people, we don't have to agree on everything. This is just a lot, right? So first of all, tweet out to your hundreds of thousands of followers that this trans woman, this trans person in the bathroom is like, I don't remember what he said, like this piece of shit or whatever, just for holding a sign that says trans women belong is wild. And then to your comments to me saying that my bottom surgery, like, I don't know if you're trying to say that like it was a failure, like it wasn't a success, like it was, whatever you're trying to say, I'm not really sure. No matter what you are trying to say,
He was trying to say that your pussy does not pop severely, but his does. So...
not kind to say, right? There are trans people out there that maybe do agree with everything that you're saying, but have had bottom surgery and you're ostracizing them from you, which, I wouldn't be opposed to. They probably shouldn't support you. Duh. But if you're really this hero for trans rights, you probably shouldn't talk badly about trans people. And then finally to saying that I will never even make it to 63. It's just really sad, It's pathetic, honestly. Implying that what, my body's gonna give out? Is that what you want, Buck? It's just really weird.
No, he's doing a 41% meme, which I think is... Again, like horribly ironic because Buck Angel is one of the people that, like, this is something that I don't understand. Buck Angel did like a documentary about his journey to love his pussy, which apparently we did a little bit too much of. He did like this documentary. It's called Mr. Angel. I remember watching this. And he talks a lot about like, before he transitioned, he was in like a really bad place. He was very, he was into substances. He was suicidal. He was having like all of these problems that were rooting from like not being able to transition and just not being happy. Why would you put all of that out on the internet, or not even at the internet at the time, like in a literal film, do millions, not millions, but speaking engagements where you repeat ad nauseum, like how distressful and how close to ending it all you were because of your life, and then try to make a suicide joke at somebody else when it's like, literally a Google search away, I can see that you also have the same issue. Why would you do that? That's crazy.
It's really weird, unpleasant, like immature behavior from a grown man or grown woman. Sorry, his own words. I swear. He says he's a woman that lives as a man. It's not my problem. Not my problem, babe. But yeah, I am glad that is it for our little dive into Buck Angel's tweets.
Beautiful. So that's that one. And then so in response to Buck Angel getting absolutely body slammed into the dirt on Twitter.com, he leaked, quote unquote. I'm using heavy air. He leaked Samantha Lux's OnlyFans. She doesn't have an OnlyFans. So, yeah, let's get into that. Get into it, yeah. I don't know how we're leaking something that doesn't exist, but don't
Hi
worry,
guys,
you'll find it
welcome
out.
back to my channel. Now, last week I made a video about Mr. Buck Angel, right? I'm sure you guys loved that video. It was so funny. I'm sorry, I watched it back and I was like, this is so funny. So funny. It's
It is
so
very
good. If you haven't
funny.
seen
I
it,
agree.
make sure that you watch it because it's just so great. But I really did just plan on leaving it at that. I mean, there wasn't much else to say, but good news for us. I mean, kind of good news. It's actually extremely upsetting and like low-key bringing up some trauma, but it's fine. We'll talk about it. But unfortunately, that is no longer a possibility for us because Buck Angel has now released 2 additional videos in response to my video in which he is not only defaming me, slandering me, but also just being a really creepy old man. And I think we really need to talk about it. The anti-trans social media sphere, which Buck is obviously a part of if you saw my first video, has gotten so much more aggressive and honestly like perverted in the way that they are going about, you know, their missions. And at this point, I really just don't think that this content belongs online, at least not on YouTube. No, this is not me calling for the cancellation of Buck Angel or anything like that.
I'll do it. He should be canceled.
Cancel. I've never been in the business of canceling people, despite what others may say about me. But honestly, today it's kind of on my radar. That's all I'll say. Throughout these 2 videos, not only does he completely misinterpret the points that I was making in my original video, but also he releases photos of me that are just not for the internet, like are just not public photos. Let's just get into it. Let's just talk about it. I don't want to dive right into it too quickly. Let's make our way there, shall we? If you guys are new to my channel, I don't always make content about perverted old trans men. Yeah, upbeat, fun content, definitely a thing, but I think we should get into it.
Yeah, let's get into
Let's
it.
get into it.
I'm ready. Tell me about it.
If you guys haven't seen my last video on Buck Angel that came out a few weeks ago, I definitely recommend checking that one out. It gives a little bit of context into what the, you know, the little Twitter fight that we had was about. But I mean, there's 2 sides to every story, right? So let's hear Bucky's.
So this feud, to everybody out there, this feud or fight or whatever, I don't even know, because after I'm done with the video, I don't even, her out of sight, out of mind. I'll never, I won't even.
Buck Angel like literally stays awake at night thinking of replies to send to people on Twitter. That's so funny. He literally is restricting sleep so he can spend time on Twitter. And he's like, I'm never going to think about it again. Meanwhile, we're like actively thinking about it right now. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Cool.
Respond to whatever she responds to.
You'll be responding in court, sir.
Oh, let's go, bitch.
It would be
Yes.
kind of interesting to show you the history of how people act in this community.
Dude, what if we get a Buck Angel lawsuit too? A Poppy lawsuit and a Buck Angel lawsuit? Oh my god, is it Christmas? Hell yeah, let's go.
So there was this woman on X. She's a nutcase. And she's a transgender woman from Scotland. And she wrote, I urge all cis female allies to basically photograph yourself in the bathroom of M&S, which is a department store in the UK, because this trans woman, biological male, was going to get a bra fitting.
Oh my god, the horror. The
Not a
horror
bra
of a
fitting,
trans woman
bro.
getting a bra fitting.
That's crazy.
Dolls, please, quick poll in the chat. How many of you have gotten bra fittings at a store? Please tell me. I've gotten multiple. Victoria's Secret. They sized me wrong, but I mean, I still went. Quick tip for the girlies, by the way. If you guys are looking to get your bra size and you don't want to go into a store, there's this great website that I use now. It's called abrathatfits.com or .something, I don't know.
I need this
measurements,
information.
like standing up, lying down, all these different things. And you can actually select if you're born female or born male, and it'll give you your perfect bra size. And it's worked for me flawlessly every single time. So go ahead and do that, or do what Sophie
Very
recommends.
useful
I feel like
information
that's a
for
great
me.
option too.
And so this Sophia, who's a nutcase, literally was like, hold up a sign, trans women are women. So I wrote this. This is helping trans rights. What a effing clown show. So this is what
a flippin' clown show, guys.
Because I called that.
Yes, I did go after you for that. Because you're mean. You're just a mean man. You're a mean old man.
He's a mean girl. He's just a mean girl.
First of all, yes, that does help trans rights. Resistance is one of the #1 forms of trans activism, okay? Going into places and doing these kinds of things, that's activism. Spreading your legs on camera is not. I'm sorry, you guys.
Hell yeah, true. Getting fucked on camera is not trans activism. I completely agree. This is a strong message. This is a very strong message. I completely agree.
Whoa! This is a strong message!
Very cool.
As well in this video because he thinks he totally misinterprets what I was saying about porn. So we'll get to that as well, but I have to make jokes at him. I'm going to be making jokes at him this whole time.
Yeah, get him.
If you do porn, if you're old, anything like that, don't take offense unless you're also a creepy perverted old man like him.
That trans woman out. Like, how dare you? That's not helping trans rights. So Samantha writes, did calling yourself the man with a vagina help trans rights?
Hilarious
She
sound.
literally came after me and my 20-year ago.
So quick clarification, I was not going after his career. I don't care that he did.
Dude, she's literally gonna come for my pussy like that. Dude, please. You cannot attack my pussy like this. Excuse me, you will address her as Miss Ma'am when you speak to her. Like, this is so fucking funny, dude. This is so funny.
Porn. Personally, I was not a big fan. It's just not my cup of tea, gotta say. But I don't think there's any problem with people doing porn. I have no issue with sex workers, anything like that. I think that porn itself is very damaging to young people and damaging to society. But I have no issue with people that, you know, participate in it. I think that, you know, it needs to be protected. That is the misinterpretation that he keeps hitting. He thinks I'm anti-sex work, but pro-porn. Sorry, we'll talk about that in a second. Yes, I did come after your porn career. Not to say that, you know, having a career in porn is bad, but just to say that you have no right to be going after Sophie for her form of trans activism when your form did nothing but damage the trans community. Yes, you may have helped young trans people, you know, feel more accepted and more seen in these roles, but overall, porn has damaged the community. Porn has led people to think that we are ultra-sexual beings and that a trans identity is just a sexual thing. And of course, it's not entirely our fault that that's the way that they feel about it, but that's the reality. Buck has no place to tell this trans woman what is and what isn't activism, especially when he himself admits that that work that he did was not activism.
Number one. Number two, I just did it because I wanted to make money. I'm going to be honest. It was not activism. My pornography was not activism when I started to do it.
Right,
okay, base, I agree.
Right.
Base.
I'm going to be suing you for that, man. I'm going to take it all, mother.
Hell
So
yeah,
yes,
get
me
his ass.
tweeting at him was because he was being a mean old man and because he has no right to be going after and critiquing other people's forms of trans activism when the only activism he does nowadays is telling young trans boys and young trans people that they have f***ed up bodies. Like, let's put the citations in. Let's put it in.
Yeah, he does this a lot too, where he like fearmongers about like transition related care, where he's like he's very much so like you climb up the ladder and you pull it up behind you. That's kind of like his brand of activism is he loves scaring the shit out of people when it comes to like transition related shit. He's quite literally just like a geriatric Calvin Guerra when Calvin Guerra was making this kind of content. And I just think it's so funny, dude, because like you could make all of these arguments against him. Like these arguments are always really interesting to me because if you're like, well, you mutilated your body, it's like, so did you, bitch. We're mutilation twins. Like, okay, cool, fantastic. What's next? Like, it's mind-boggling to me. Cognitive dissonance is a hell of a fucking drug, dude. It's so interesting.
You're just a mean old man.
That's all I'm going to say. I could go on and on. And moving on, she decided to support this person called
Also, Buck Angel, like, never mind. I'll say that one.
Sophia Molly.
Of course.
And look at who this person is. It's going to actually blow your mind. It's
Who is it?
actually going to be, it's
Tell me who it
disturbing.
is.
Hang on here for 1 minute, everybody. It's actually disturbing.
It's disturbing.
It's so scary.
It's very scary.
Not leave. We must go into the toilets in numbers and say, we are here, we are queer, we will never disappear. We are here, we are queer, we will never.
Like, our biggest sin here is being cringe. That's really it. Our sin that deserves Buck Angel crashing the fuck out for the 700th time in a day is because this person's kind of cringe. Okay, cool.
So scary. That's terrifying. So scary. Clearly, this guy has no idea what trans activism actually looks like, right? This woman is literally chanting, we are...
Cinder the Deer, you are very observant. I sense some internalized hate. You're very observant. True.
Here, we are queer, we're not going anywhere. And he calls her a psychopath for it. A psychopath. He's not there. He's not with it, girl.
No,
he
he's
is just not with it.
Enough.
He's got dementia.
So this person is
If anything, I think that Buck Angel is actually a really strong indicator as to why we should roll back trans rights, because it's very obvious that the years of testosterone has given Buck Angel a very serious case of dementia. So I think that we need to stop the whole trans thing, guys. We really need to put a pause on it and really figure out what's going on, because it's very obvious to me that Buck Angel is experiencing dementia symptoms. And it only makes sense that that is coming from the years of testosterone poisoning to his delicate female body. Okay, so we really need to pump the brakes on this and figure out what's going on. We really need to investigate this.
Psychopath. And this person's history is on where it comes. This is why that Samantha Lux is a hypocrite.
And he uses it to call me a hypocrite and then adds this part.
What's going on, Samantha Lux?
My dysphoria tells me that I sound like Buck Angel when I talk. My dysphoria tells me that this is what I sound like.
So I Googled Samantha Lux. And this came up, which I think is quite interesting to me.
Oh no, is he going to show it on stream?
What is this?
Oh.
It literally says YouTuber Samantha Lux.
It's so funny, Buck.
Oh my.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna blur. It's all getting blurred and edit, but
did he live stream this? Somebody go and look. Did he live stream this? Is there a live stream of this image unedited? Somebody please go and look for me. I'll pay you in a parasocial relationship. Go and see a Buck Angel when he live streamed this if he did not censor this image. Somebody please tell me quickly. Thank you.
And she denies that she was in pornography, okay? So, you can take your OnlyFans down and it can never be seen again. So, I think that thou dost...
Oh my God. Okay, so sorry, I'm like trying to collect myself because obviously seeing images like that of yourself, like honestly, it's traumatizing. First of all, those images are not of me. Those are deep fake images created off of my public Instagram photos, which I mean, even in the comments of his own video, everybody's like, those are deep fake.
Dude, he's so boomer coded. He doesn't know what an AI image is. That's so funny. He's so stupid. I want to say a slur so bad, you guys. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Somebody probably sent those to him as like a joke and he thought they were real and that's why he showed them. Oh my God, he's so stupid. This is crazy. This video is from 3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Those are AI photos. Like, that's messed up. You should take this video down. But he uses that to call me a liar because I told him 3 times that I didn't do porn. He uses it to call me a liar. He uses it to call me a hypocrite and ultimately to harm my reputation. I have never done porn. And if you watch the original video I did on Buck's comments to me, I was clear multiple times that I did not do porn. So at this point, he knows that I don't do porn. And he is publishing to his almost 200,000 followers that I do. Once
Sue
again,
his ass.
to call me a
Sue his
liar
ass.
and to
Get
harm
him.
my reputation.
Get his
Looking
ass.
past the fact that this
Get
is
his
just
ass.
weird, perverted, freaky behavior, it
Get him.
is illegal, right? That is
Get him.
defamation. And it's
Get him.
f***ing weird.
Get
It's
him.
f***ing gross.
Get his
Especially
ass.
coming from somebody like Buck, who comes from the porn industry and has, in
If
the
he live streamed it, the bot is down now. Okay.
past, admitted that the porn industry can cause women trauma and can cause women pain. He even says in this other video, I'm a porn star, which means that, in the porn industry, we celebrate consent and we celebrate age verification and we celebrate testing people and making sure that they're clean. None of that happened for me. Right? These photos were stolen from my Instagram, put through
It's so crazy that he can moral flag about the ethicalness of making sure that people that work in the porn industry are treated fairly and this, that, and the other thing in one breath, and then come out and unironically try to shame someone for being in the industry and they're not even I can't, dude. Please tell me there's going to be a lawsuit. Please, 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 please. Please. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, you guys. I'll detransition for the Buck Angel lawsuit. Please, 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 please.
AI and are now out for thousands of people to see and aren't even me. I literally had bottom surgery 9 years ago and the pictures have a penis. I'm like, first of all, not me, but second of all, you're so messed up for that. I don't want to be too vulnerable with this, but I do have my own trauma from revenge. I can't even talk about it right now, but it's just so upsetting that this is something
That's
that he thinks
crazy.
is okay and
Fuck
something
this
that
guy.
the anti-trans sphere
Kill
is
him.
laughing about and thinks is okay to do to somebody.
The whole conversation about the corn industry, I'll have it with you. We in the corn industry are professionals, and we have what's called...
Meanwhile, Buck Angel is the most unprofessional motherfucker ever. Are you for fucking real? Buck Angel is unironically the most unprofessional person. What doesn't matter what we're talking about here. He he cannot behave himself in public. He cannot behave himself in public. He's like a very poorly, he's like a very poorly trained circus monkey that transphobes like to wheel out to like dance, right? And he's there. It's like you got to keep the monkey on the leash. Like you can't let the circus monkey run around or it's gonna start biting people. And then obviously they let him off leash and he starts fucking biting people. And it's like shit. Like yeah, he's very deranged. He's very deranged.
257s. We have take your ID, we film you with the ID, we make sure you're of age, we do all kinds of paperwork, we make you get tested before you go. So Samantha has this idea that...
So Buck thinks that all of that is so important, which I agree it is. 100%, don't get me twisted, those things are important. But for Buck, they're not important to apply to me because, what, I'm a trans activist? I don't understand. Honestly, when I first saw
Evil
this,
shit,
I had
bro.
like a
Evil
physical
shit,
reaction
bro.
to it because, I mean, I wasn't even like looking directly at the photos because I'm like, what is he posting? You know what I mean? Like, what if like some photo did leak of me and like he's trying to post it all over the internet without my consent and blah, blah, blah. Thankfully,
Which would also be fucking insane if, for whatever reason, he got access to like leaked revenge porn and then posted that. That would be deranged. That, yeah. I'm fully calling for the canceling of Buck Angel, you guys. I'm fully calling for it. I fully support this movement. Cancel Buck Angel, get him off the internet, get him into the retirement home as soon as possible. Obviously, he needs it. Like, this is actually, dude, please sue him, please.
they're obviously deep fakes, but it's like, it's traumatic. It's traumatic. So, okay, I'm gonna move on because it's like I said, it's like difficult for me to like, whatever. But for the rest of the video, he pretends to have not seen my original video, but then perfectly goes to the 2 points where he can like make a joke about it, avoiding all the places where I have actual arguments, all the places that I like have actual critiques for him to address. He ignores all of that. He's like, who cares? Ha, who cares? Pervert. But there is one other topic that he touches on that I want to clarify because his old man boomer brain can't seem to understand the argument that I'm trying to make. So I figured it's a good place for me to insert it into this video.
That you don't even know. You just...
Nope.
Did you notice the theatrics of how long she had to freak out about your title that you had for yourself? That was...
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Fohi callet Bucangel. This dude is never getting into Avon for this.
Inshallah, if God is real, Buck Angel certainly won't be there. Everybody witness, thank you for the 5. Crazy, dude.
And with the bit,
vagina,
that
man
was a little bit drawn out of ew.
So people don't...
No, that's not what I said. No, I wasn't saying ew about the fact that he called himself the man with the vagina or the man with the...
I'll say ew to that.
I was saying ew over the fact that he was asserting that I was jealous of his... That's gross.
It is
I'm
gross.
all set with your dirty, dusty... I'm sorry. That's
true, bitch. There's cobwebs in that hoe. He's like, you're jealous of this pussy that hasn't been touched since fucking George Washington crossed the Delaware. Oh my god, bro. No, bro. When you cough, dust comes out of there, bro. The last time that has been seen was during the Paleolithic era. Like, no, grandpa. Nobody wants that shit. Chill out. No. No one is interested. No one is interested.
Weird. That's perverted. It's gross.
Not the thing.
Oh shit, sorry. Let me put the trans on trans violence on. Sorry guys, my bad. I didn't even think to do that before we began. My bad. Sorry guys.
No, like you and Alana Starr.
Yes.
The chick with the dick.
He's a great close sister friend of mine who also did sex work, Samantha Lux. Also T.S. Madison, who's huge black trans woman did.
That was going to her huge black trans. I thought he was going to say like huge black pussy or something. I got really scared there really quick, but we're good.
Pornography. What are you going to say about that one?
Slay. I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean? What am I going to say? Oh, here's the part. He puts up this tweet. Okay, this is my tweet. I'm pro-sex worker, but anti-porn. Sex workers should be protected, and we should also acknowledge the vast negative impacts of porn. Right. Because I think that for a lot of people who go into sex work, it's something that they need to do. I think that even if it's not something that they need to do, if that's the decision that they decide to make and that's what they want to do, I think that is perfectly fine. And I think that they should have legal protections for them to be able to do that. However, as somebody who studied media, as somebody who studied the way that media can infiltrate, your neural networks and whatever, it's obvious to me that porn negatively affects culture, that porn negatively affects young people that consume it, and negatively affects...
This is a strong message. Never goon, guys. Strong message.
their relationships. It negatively affects society as a whole, honestly. That is not me saying that I don't like sex workers and that I'm like anti-sex worker. That's not what I'm saying. And it's not even that I'm saying that I'm anti-sex work. I don't think there's anything wrong with sex work. I don't think there's anything wrong with...
I think that it's actually, we're doing a lot of talking here, but it's a totally reasonable position that like porn is incredibly harmful. You know, it shouldn't be like commercially available, da da da. Like I don't like porn, blah blah blah. However you want to say it. And say that like the people that work in that industry should be respected. They should be protected while they work in that industry. But like my issue is with the circumstances that create conditions where people feel like they have to go into sex work in order to survive. Like we're kind of doing like a little bit of a long-winded version of that. And the condensed version is just like, I think that porn is harmful. It probably shouldn't be a thing. It is a thing. I respect people that work in that industry. I think those people should be protected. But I'm upset at the conditions that have been created that necessitate that people go into this field of work in order to survive. Easy peasy. Boom.
Shooting pornography. I just think that we should acknowledge the ways that it's harming people, right? And even in that other video he made, that live stream that he did, he talks about the negative impacts of porn as well. So he agrees, but he's too caught up in the anti-trans cycle and like trying to win our little fight that he can't understand that we're agreeing.
Aren't we, or like...
Imagine being like 50 years old and your hit of dopamine for the day is winning a Facebook or like a Twitter argument. This guy is certainly not seeing the gates of heaven, certainly. Buck Angel is just trans Lyle Convoy. Write that down.
Camming, I mean, isn't that porn? Isn't camming porn? Like...
Yes, all of it. All of sex work is porn, and all porn is sex work. They're the same thing. They're literally the same thing. So, again, and we're talking to a youngster who...
I disagree with this because I think that full service sex work is very different than like camming and shit. I think that those have very different like consequences and risks associated with it. I would not consider full service sex work to be the same or tantamount to like camming or like posting feet pics on like Feet Finder or whatever. I think that those are different, but that's just me. That's just me. It's my opinion.
Has been clearly some kind of privilege in their life and hasn't really been in the real world. Like, you can tell. I can always tell people who don't.
Wait for that.
You can always tell.
I love being called a youngster. I love it. In my age approaching 30 years old, being called a youngster is just so sweet. I really appreciate it, old man.
Everyone's geriatric.
And it was this other old man, I don't know. But okay, you guys, that is pretty much all I wanted to address from these videos. I just think that it's disturbing that the links that some people will go to try to like be right and try to like get a one up on somebody. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with him, honestly. I'm like trying to think about it and be like, why would he do something like that? I think he's just a weird perverted old man, to be honest. Why else would he do something like that to somebody that he is, you know, he just called me a youngster. You're over twice my age, guy, and you're going to post photos like that aren't even mine online for your 200,000 followers.
This is like when Alec Gunter was talking about lyrics and he was like, he looks 12. I bet he likes to get fucked in the ass. It's like, what is the optical implication of you saying like this young, you know, freshly 18, like newborn calf that can barely stand on their own?
IQ of a baked
like,
potato, so
you're claiming that about Samantha Lux and then you're going to post like fake naked images. Like, these two things can't exist in congruence with each other. Bylonic, thank you for the 199. Do turfs actually respond positively to Buck Angel? Witness, please. Some do, some don't. It really depends on the person. He's like a token. He's like a token for all intents and purposes. So it really depends on what they're trying to like get out of him. So for example, he and Abigail Schreier have a really good relationship because he helped consult on her book. And so she has like positive opinions, thoughts, and feelings about him. Others really don't like him, mostly because of the sex work thing. There is a conversation on a YouTube channel. It's called Slightly Twisted Female, and that's like a turf that does debates. And she like is kind of okay to Buck, but she calls Buck like a chick the whole time and like a mutilated woman and all this other shit. And you know, Buck Angel is just like smiling and nodding along like a fucking idiot the whole time. Like, I think that he's like one of those kinds of people that will take any kind of positive attention, even if it's not really positive attention. You know, he's like a circus monkey. He's like a circus monkey.
To see and try to slander my name and try to defame me. Crazy. crazy work. But you know, it's all just part of the job being a trans activist. Transphobes are gonna hate you. There's also another part where he was like, but if you, he like got mad that I called him a transphobe, but then he was like, 2 seconds later, he was like, and also if you go after a real transphobe, doesn't that make you the transphobe? Ha 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 ha. And I'm like, guy, I've had more surgery than you. I am more of a transsexual than you are.
True.
Wanna talk about that?
Get him. Get his ass, true.
I did try to keep this video light. I did try to keep this video comical, but
very true. He likes to attack other people for their like validity and like not being trans enough, and it's like you're the guy that literally markets your vagina. Like you market your vagina. I would consider that to be like pretty trans activisty to, you know, do that. I don't know. Has he responded to this at all? No, we have a TikTok mental illness video. We have a live stream from 2 days ago. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's responded to this at all. Has he said anything on Twitter? I love that Twitter changed that thing now where I can see people who have me blocked. Buckangel blocked me forever ago, so thank God that I don't have to get on my alt to find him. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that he said anything about this after the fact. He's really obsessed with the Minneapolis school shooter right now. And I think it's really funny. I wish that the people that like will not shut the fuck up about the Minneapolis shooter, I wish that they would read the Minneapolis shooter's manifesto, because it's pretty clear that this wasn't a trans person. But I don't know. All these people are allergic to reading, apparently. They'll crash out if they read a single sentence that's longer than a few words. Where are these? I just saw these. I think they're right here. This is the person that I was telling you about. The person that's on TikTok that is like, if you are skinnier than me, you need to pay me reparations or whatever. I'm gonna play clips of them. They're in the Discord, so I'm not gonna show my Discord stream because obviously everybody in Discord it doesn't want to be on stream probably. But I'm gonna read this to you guys, and then we're gonna listen to some of them. And I wonder if I can find a picture of this person as well. So let me see if I can find, what is it? It's Oracle Tanya. Tanya. What is it? Oracle. It's this person. I don't have, can I just like save this image? Will that work? Yeah, I bet this image is gonna look like shit though. Let's see. Yep. So this is this person. Okay, this is what this person looks like. Their name is like Oracle Tanya or something like that on TikTok. And they make the kind of content that you would assume that they make. They make the kind of content that you would assume that they make. We're not surprised at all by the kind of content that is being produced by this person. So this is like a description. My name is, it's Toya, excuse me. My name is Toya J. I don't know how to say this. My namesake roughly translates to victory. Quote, God is God, and quote, place of worship. I am dark-skinned, fat, Afro-Haitian, trans-disabled, and chronically ill artist, musician, writer, tattoo artist, muralist, Reiki practitioner, political educator, sex worker, land steward, lover, and friend. I am an ambulatory wheelchair user and cane user. I am unhoused/housing insecure. I am a refugee. I am transient. I am a victim survivor of state and interpersonal, intra and intercommunity violence. And my name says I am victorious. My artistic expression is my lifeline, my revenge, and my healing. And this is not a joke. By the way, this is not a joke. Like, this isn't a bit. This isn't rage bait. This is like a real thing. There have been people that were roommates with this person that have made content talking about living with them, unfortunately. So this is not rage bait. This is not rage bait. Okay. This is not rage bait at all. And also this person isn't a refugee because, unless they're saying that they're like a trans refugee because they moved from like Texas to like California or something, they're not a refugee. They're American. So unless you're like a refugee from the state of Ohio, which I fully support, by the way. Get the fuck out of Ohio. But let's listen to a couple of clips. The one that I'm most familiar with that actually, like, there's two clips that I heard that, like, just made me, it like flashbang me. The first clip that I heard was they were talking about how labor, like, if you live in a commune, it counts as labor just to, like, watch people work. Crazy. Insane. And then the other one that I remember vividly is that this person had said that it is anti-homeless to be mad at homeless people for jacking off in public. That homeless people are, like, not bad for jacking off in public areas, and you hate homeless people and want them to be executed by the state if they jack off in public, and you hate all of them. So, and then there's no comma here, so it says dark-skinned, fat, Afro, Haitian, trans, disabled. So I don't know if we're trans and disabled or if we're trans disabled. I don't know. There's not a comma there. So, for being like a writer and shit, we kind of suck at writing. But let's listen to some of these, you guys. Let's listen to these, you guys.
I have been so tired of people not making space for me and not choosing me and not prioritizing me. One example is I was in the middle of homelessness. I asked a friend to crash on their couch for literally 2 weeks because I was just waiting on a check to come so that I could make my moves. During the 2 weeks that we lived together, they volunteered to go an hour away on the train. And mind you, they are a disabled person as well. To go babysit their nieces and nephews. And then because they were exhausted from doing that, they were taking it out on me. And I was literally just like bedbound, like literally sleeping on their couch all day and ordering food. And it was very triggering for me, and I ended up having to flee. But they
I thought that we were disabled wheelchair user. How did we flee? That's crazy.
Prioritized the nuclear family over chosen family. Because you could have literally
These are so good. And they're not rage bait. They're not rage bait either. Like, this is so funny.
told your sister, hey, I have a friend over right now who really needs my help. I can't babysit for the next 2 weeks, but I got you after that to make space for me. It could have been as simple as that. So when people tell me that they don't have capacity or these are their boundaries and blah, 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 I'm like, yeah, is it that you don't have capacity or you don't want to make space for me? You are choosing not to make space for me because
You guys, you have to do everything that I say all the time.
You're calling me a freeloader because I couldn't pay rent. But I taught you and your child how to germinate a seed so that you could grow your own food. I cooked and clean in your home. It seems like the only thing that you value is money.
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm has all the IQ of a baked potato, so no, I don't think so.
Arlette, you stupid bitch. I don't know what her issue is today. Thank you very much, Rigby, for the $5 dues. Witness, please. Yeah, their Twitter account or their TikTok account got nuked, so I don't know. But yeah, sorry. Growing lettuce doesn't pay the bills, so.
And that you don't actually value other things like care work, which actually makes the world go round. Money doesn't make the world go round. It's the people taking care of others, like feeding them, you know, growing food for them, cleaning for them. Those are the people that actually make the world go round, right?
Right.
More reasons why I'm glad I left the U.S. I got an email yesterday from a lawyer that I had contacted a few months before I decided to just leave the States to try to appeal my disability benefits case because I had
I thought this bitch lived in America. I can't keep up with this.
applied for disability twice and got denied.
Jesus.
So I was like, let me take the advice of what people were telling me to do, which is to get a lawyer because the lawyers will like try to fight the case for you and help you get the payments plus back pay, and they basically take a cut from the disability as their payment. I finally got the email back from the lawyer saying that, once again, my disability benefits were denied.
Well, because if you're trans disabled, you can't actually work. If you're trans disabled, then yeah, you can actually work. Yeah, you're just identifying as yeah.
So, like I said before, it was the best decision I could make for myself to leave the country because I couldn't see myself applying again. I applied once, twice, then I got the assistance of lawyers. I did everything I was supposed to do. I followed the entire process.
Ugh.
If you're the victim, then why do so many people have the same story about you? It's called being persecuted. When you live in a white supremacist country, the majority of the population
It's true. The reason that people don't like you is because you're not white. True.
are white supremacists. So yes, it would make sense that people have the same story about me because
I know the video's not on screen. It's in Discord. I can't show the entire fucking Discord on stream. I already said that. Pay attention, you guys.
those people are all white supremacists. All of their stories are of me being a predator when in fact they were the ones preying on me.
Oh yeah, and then the other thing too that somebody had mentioned, and I don't know the veracity of this. I've only dipped my toes into this. There are allegations that this person is also a pedophile. There is also allegations that this person is a pedophile and that they're unsafe around children. So
Again, I cannot even chalk this up to y'all being ignorant anymore. It is just white supremacist values and your confirmation biases. When Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in America, he had a 70 to 75% disapproval rate. Are we going to now claim that he was never the victim because a lot of people disliked him, a lot of people hated him?
I don't think that self-victimization counts in that situation, but... Oh, and then...
issue with saying...
That's the one that I watched earlier. Yeah, this person's really interesting. They've been all over my fucking TikTok feed. But their TikTok account got like taken down or something. They don't have a TikTok account anymore. Yeah, it keeps getting taken down. So I've only ever seen like reposts of their content, but this bitch is unwell. And I think that like this shit would have hit really hard like what? Even 2 or 3 years ago, this shit would have hit really hard, but we passed our window of opportunity. Nobody gives a fuck about the, you know, like the reparation shit anymore. We're post that era of woke. People aren't woke like that anymore. Like, think 2020 and somebody was like, I'm disabled. If you question that, you would be crucified and tar and feathered in the town square, right? This is where people were quite literally kissing the feet of people and saying, like, I'm sorry, these are my reparations. Like, we've come a long way, and this shit like doesn't really work anymore. So I think that's funny personally, but I'll do more research on this, you guys, and I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you when I have a little bit more info. Okay. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of malingerers and munchies. Those are my favorite. Like the people that like quote unquote crowdfund to live. It's like actually either get a job or apply for disability. And if you don't qualify for they will give people that have like chronic migraines disability. Like you can get disability for like fucking anything. They throw that shit out there like literally for everything and anything. Okay. So if you're not meeting the criteria for like disability services, time to lock in and get a fucking job. Like I don't know what to say. Sorry. Yeah. Crazy girl. Very sad. We hate to see it. Yeah, who the fuck has reparations money? I sure don't. Okay, Sai is playing The Wolf Among Us, or you guys can go to Becky. Becky is watching Leadhead's video. What do you guys want? 1 for Sai and gaming, 2 for Becky and Leadhead. 1 for Sai and gaming, 2 for Becky and Leadhead. Okay? Let me know. No, yeah, the crowdfunding shit has gotten, like, out of fucking control. Like, literally, unironically out of fucking control. Like, it's too much. Like, you literally cannot expect other people to pay for you to live. That's crazy. Wow, no one wants to go to Becky. You guys are all haters. All right, I'll send you guys to Sai. All right, I suppose. All right. I'm going to send you guys away. I will probably stream another time this weekend. I'm not sure, you guys. I have so much fucking editing to do. It's not even funny. I have so much editing to do. Like, what do I have on here? I have this. I have so much editing to do. It's crazy. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos to edit. Kill me. So I'll probably stream again this weekend. I don't know when, but I probably will. I'm sorry. I'm trying to I'm doing my spring cleaning in September. Very smart of me. So, yeah, very fun, guys. So I'm going to send you guys to Sai. Thanks everybody for hanging out with me. I really appreciate everybody spending their Friday with me and having girl time with me. I appreciate it greatly. Thank you so much. Everybody has been very generous this afternoon, which I deeply appreciate. Mashallah, sisters. I will see you guys sometime this weekend or early next week. I will be better about doing streaming because I've just been locked into doing spring cleaning, and it's not even spring, so that's on me for being Delulu. Anyway, I'll be in the editing mines eventually. I don't know when, but I will. Either way, love you guys a lot. Really appreciate your time. Everybody have a wonderful weekend if I don't see you, if I'm too busy. But either way, have a good weekend. Love you guys lots. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hug, hug, kiss, kiss, XOXO. Gossip girl.